full force.
We'll be right back. the sky. Tonight we're coming alive. And our hands will touch the sky. Tonight we're coming alive. From the dust we will awaken, and life will fill our veins. These are the moments that we live for. I can keep it inside of me. And our hands will touch the sky. Tonight we're coming alive. And our hands will touch the sky. Tonight we're coming alive.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Republic of Gamers Oceanic Playoffs. This is probably the biggest tournament the scene has seen for a long time, and we have got Awkward Turtles and King Hypno Toad, and I am joined by Tatman Tat. How are we feeling and how excited are we?
I am so excited right now. Oh, it's gonna be beautiful. It's gonna be amazing, and we've already seen Batrider ban, so that makes me just a little bit sad. But maybe we might even see my prized anti-mage. You know, who knows?
Well, yeah. I mean, apparently Natural 9 have picked up anti-mage tonight as well, so I wouldn't be surprised some of these teams will be feeling quite confident. They can do all sorts of things, all sorts of interesting picks, and I mean the Drow ban is not surprising me at all.
Oh, and Void straight up. Yep, Void still such a versatile hero. He did receive that small nerf of the 4 base damage, but at the moment he's just so strong. Chronosphere will always be a spell that's relevant in every meta. Time Walk, just so good for the offlane. And Time Dilation really limits your draft. You know, if you want to pick a Timbersaw up against Time Dilation, it can very quickly become very hard to fight up against the Void. So I love Void as an opening pick. I think he's one of the strongest heroes in the meta right now with his kit. So seeing him picked first, not surprising, and I think it's always a great first pick.
Yeah, but I do love this pick to react to it. The Shadow Demon, again, another hero who we've seen quite a lot of recently. He's very, very strong. You know, I'm sure he'll get more nerfs as time goes on, but this is not surprising at all. This is sort of a classic draft we're seeing here.
I'm waiting for the Mirana.
10 seconds to go.
Mirana Shadow Demon combo, one that's picked up very often. Mirana obviously seen a lot of popularity recently since her Aghanim's. Her Aghanim's got nerfed recently, but when that was introduced, she just exploded in popularity. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see her being picked, I mean, across this whole tournament, but more importantly right now. With the Shadow Demon combo, you can just combo that Sacred Arrow, and the Disruption makes hard kills very easy. I mean, you can even get the Faceless Void with that sort of stuff, so it can make a lane that's maybe a little bit bad for you, turns it around, makes it much better.
Exactly. I mean, it's no surprise that Mirana had around a 58 to 60% win rate at TI6. That hero is really, really versatile, really, really strong, and especially in that either that mid or that offlane role. So you can put the hero anywhere, really. But exactly. I mean, we don't see a Mirana pick here, or at least there it is. Okay.
Not surprising at all, especially when you open up with the Shadow Demon. It's just such a good lane combo as well. Mirana, I mean, we've been talking a lot about versatility recently, and you see a lot of those versatile picks in your opening draft. And Ricky, not necessarily that versatile, but he's difficult to counter. You know, he forces you to buy Dust and Sentries, and he forces you to play a different way. And this is a lot of people talked about this in regards to techies in TI5, where heroes are powerful because they can change the way that the game is played, and Ricky and Bounty Hunter are two of those invisible supports that completely change how your supports move around the map. And if you can get more, you know, you get wards in different places, you get knowledge in different places, vision, it can really change how confident you are feeling in the mid lane. You know, if Ricky has eyes on the Mirana, then nobody needs to be worried about an arrow. So it becomes a really good vision tool as well. I love the Ricky pick because I think he also has room to scale just that little bit. So
he does,
he has great tools with the smoke screen, tricks of the trade. I mean, we see sometimes these rookies pick up blinks, tricks of the trade and blink, makes him almost impossible to kill. You know, the same with Puck and phase shift. So I really like the Ricky pickup. I'll be interested to see how they pair it with the Faceless Void, but you know, there's still plenty of time to go.
Yeah, I mean, this is the Oracle ban. You never know when teams run the Oracle Huskar combo, and Oracle and really any frontlining core, and especially the Huskar. We did see a few Huskars in recent games the other night for the ROG tournament as well, but we won't be seeing that here. And just going back to the Ricky pick, I'm not sure, because when you pick a Ricky, you've got to really consider what your mid lane is going to be like. Because if you pick a hero that's easily ganked, easily kited, and sort of suffers a lot when you silence them with that Ricky Cloud, it's going to be devastating. And I'm sure King Hypno Toad will probably adapt to this.
10 seconds to go.
Definitely. I mean, we talk about this a lot, and especially with the Earth Spirit pick. Like, Earth Spirit was quite often, I mean, he's still quite popular. We might not see him until sort of later stages of the tournament when we see teams that are really confident in running him. But he really limits what you can pick in the mid lane. You know, you don't want to pick up necessarily like a Tinker or something that's really easily gankable in those first few levels against an Earth Spirit, because he's mobile from level 1. He ganks from level 1. And Ricky can do the same thing. I mean, yeah, he probably wants level 2, almost certainly, really, to get smoke and invis, but you can't really make a misstep on mids against those really strong ganking supports. And we're seeing... Really, it's interesting seeing that Kunkka first ban, that first phase ban, but I mean the rest of them
to go.
Are quite normal. I mean, we're seeing the Drow lineups have been very common. Tidehunter also a hero that's recently seen sort of a resurgence in popularity. You can't underestimate Ravage. Really, it's just such a strong ability.
Yeah.
Anchor Smash also fantastic.
Really
for
strong.
Shutting down melee attackers like Faceless Void and Ricky. You know, Tidehunter does a lot against those melee cores, and melee cores have been somewhat popular. You know, you see the Juggernaut, you've got the Faceless Void, even Lifestealer has been picked occasionally, so a great ban there.
Yeah, exactly. Disruptor ban now. Disruptor, I believe I was looking at the current tournament, which is going on in the Philippines. I forget what it's called, but Disruptor has a very, very high win rate at the moment. It's about 62.5% win rate, and he's in... I can't remember what his pick rate's like. I believe he was in about 20% of all games, but he has a very high win rate at the moment, and I feel like you know, King Hypnotoad, they are worried about that Disruptor. They're worried about the Glimpse, especially for a Mirana to have to deal with, and I think this is probably a sort of a ban that doesn't surprise me at all, but I'm not really sure what Awkward Turtles can really go for here.
I mean, it depends. It's a really open draft at the moment, simply because we haven't seen any cores come out, and cores are usually what define your draft. You know, the mid lane and the safe lane are what is what determines how you're going to play the game. You know, when you pick up a Drow, you know what's going to happen. So it's really hard to sort of determine what these teams are going to go for. You know, you have the Shadow Demon and Mirana support duo. Well, that just leaves 3 cores. You know, Shadow Demon and Mirana, obviously fantastic early game, can roam, can gank, but they also scale quite well. So there are multiple ways that you can run that support duo, and similar with Faceless Void as well. We've even seen a couple of times when Faceless Void has been run in the safe lane. You know, he grabs the Mjolnir, he takes more of a carry role. And Elder Titan. So this makes me think that Mirana's probably going to be heading mid, and then the Elder Titan is going to form that duo with the Shadow Demon. Who knows? You know, maybe they might do something interesting with this. But I think Elder Titan, really good tool for dealing with the Chronosphere. You got the Stomp, Earth Splitter against Chronosphere. It's just fantastic. I mean, a 5-second sleep is the duration of Chronos, longer than the duration of Chrono until level 3. So it's fantastic against countering it.
Yeah, like this is a really nice combo draft in general from King Hypnotoad. Even with the Mirana, like there's just so much kill potential, so much setup they've got, and I feel like Awkward Turtles do have that as well, but it requires a bit more time for that to come online, I believe. And you need the blink on Faceless Void, you need the levels on Ricky, and of course, I mean, you don't need too much on Witch Doctor, but I mean, this does matter a lot, and of course. We'll see what they follow this up with, because the Witch Doctor's been picked with that Void combo we do normally see. But I'm expecting a core here from King Hypnotoad. They could pick their safe lane if they want now.
It's
plenty of options.
Yeah, they do have plenty of options, and Timbersaw. I was thinking about that simply because Timbersaw has the mobility to get past that smoke and that chrono. We were casting a game yesterday in the qualifiers, or 2 days ago, where there was a team, they had Void and they had a bunch of backline supports, and the other team simply didn't have enough to get past the chrono and onto those supports. They didn't have the mobility. And Mirana and Timbersaw are 2 heroes that can. You know, you've got the Leap, you've got the Timber Chain. You can maneuver around the smoke cloud and get to the Witch Doctor, which is going to be one of the most important targets. And depending on what Awkward Turtles pick up now, you know, they might choose to pick up an Invoker, even an Alchemist or something.
Yeah,
something
wouldn't
that can
be surprised.
Even Terrorblade is something that we might see picked up. Something a little bit longer range that can contribute to damage inside the Chronosphere.
Yeah,
and can afford to sit back.
I feel like Clinks would be really sort of decent here as well. I mean, you get the Bloodthorn. There's nothing a Timbersaw can really do, and he doesn't want to build BKB. And as the game progresses, if you've got a Bloodthorn on something like that, or the Invoker or the Clinks, then he really has to change his item build up if he wants to actually be able to Timber Chain.
Definitely, I think Clinks is an underrated pick a lot of the time. I don't think about him that often, but he's good in this situation, and especially with Dragonlance just being like the item to build. And there's a Morphling. He's obviously probably going to get a Dragonlance anyway. Another hero that can contribute from outside of Chronosphere. I was also maybe going to suggest Razor. Razor can very easily drain damage inside the Chronosphere. He gets very tanky. When you cast Purge and Disruption on him,
10 seconds to go.
he reverses that. Unstable Current, I think is what it's called. But yeah, Morphling, obviously fantastic. He provides the range damage, and more importantly, he's really tanky. Against the Elder Titan, it is a bit questionable because of natural order, but if you get the jump and you can take out the Elder Titan inside of a Chronosphere, then Morphling suddenly becomes a whole lot better.
Yeah, and I mean, like you said, the Dragonlance pickup, it allows Morphling to come online a lot earlier than he used to be able to, and it kind of speeds the game up a little bit as well, especially with the Void pick, and King Hypnotoad, of course, their draft is game-paced as well. It's going to be a lot more fighting earlier on than maybe, several patches ago. But we're seeing the Puck ban, we're seeing the Slark ban, so this is an interesting pickup we're going to have here, probably that position 3. Depending on how they run the Void, they could run him in the safe lane. They could. I'm not really sure if they're going to run the Morph in the mid lane. I mean, what do you think?
No, I think they're definitely going to run the Morph in the safe lane. Just try and secure as much farm as they possibly can. Void is going to be fine in the off lane.
Yeah.
Unless he catches a particularly nasty Mirana Shadow Demon gank.
Yes.
He's going to be fine because against the Timbersaw and all that nuke damage, he can easily time walk it off. And this is interesting. This most likely means that the Morphlings... Oh, it depends.
Yeah.
We might even see lane swap. You can send the Juggernaut mid and the Morphling into the safe. Juggernaut with a poor man's shield, he might... I don't think he will this game, but he can naturally build into that ring of health into the Battle Fury. And that means that Mirana, with her low base damage, really struggles to harass a Juggernaut. But then, up against the Timbersaw, Timbersaw just gets free farm in that lane because he doesn't care about Juggernaut harassing him, so... And then there's the Voka. Okay, so Voka's going to go mid, Timbersaw off lane with the Mirana safe, I assume, with the Elder. And then I still think Orchid Turtles have a little bit of versatility. They can choose to send the Morphling or the Juggernaut mid. Probably, well, it's tough to say. Probably the Morphling. But you can send the Jug mid and then pair it with the Ricky. Ricky, you can just continue to bully that Invoker. But it's really tricky to say where people are going to be without actually seeing.
I feel like if Jug gets a really quick phase boots, combo with the Ricky Slow and the Orb of Venom and the Smoke Cloud, I feel like Juggernaut can actually probably get first blood out of it, maybe. He can easily get some kills in lane, especially against an Invoker. Invoker suffers a lot against the Ricky Cloud, and we've seen that in past games as well. He is not a good hero. It's kind of like a Tinker as well. I mean, Tinker can obviously blind you, but if he's in the smoke, he's slow, he's got low armor, and he's going to fall very quickly to a Juggernaut and a Ricky, both attacking him. So let's see how they go, though.
Voka, a hero that very quickly gets over his vulnerability stage, though. You get a few levels, and very quickly it starts to become difficult to get. And we're seeing, Elder Titan immediately smoked up, TP'd mid. He's probably going to plant a ward. There he goes. Just making sure that they can keep tabs on whoever's coming mid, maybe even react if they want to send... they could even send Invoker safe lane if they just want him to be a little bit safer and less vulnerable to that Ricky gank, because Ricky's main goal in this early game is going to be getting as much out of the lane as he possibly can and harassing that Invoker, because
let's keep it clean, folks.
Just talking about earlier, Invoker, once he gets over that first 5-10 minutes, his farm increases exponentially and becomes very difficult.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the pool tangos here, so he'll probably be looking towards the mid lane, and of course, we will see, though, what Awkward Turtles want to do here. They are grouping up.
Elder Titan's he's popped the ward down as well, so they've seen this whole movement.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's going to block the camp out as well. And that's gone completely undetected, so that's a really big win there for King Hypnotoad, actually.
It's huge. That's going to mean that if anybody wants to rotate from the safe lane to mid lane on the side of Awkward Turtles, they're going to have no idea.
The game is on.
Arrows come in.
Oh, there it is.
They're going to try and deny it. They might try and deny the rune. In fact, did they actually get it? They did actually not get the deny, though, because Face's Void's got a Shadow Demon. He's actually out of position here. He's not running in the right direction, that's for sure. And he's actually going to get completely focused down here. It's first blood. And Morphling getting it though, that's probably not the person you wanted to get the first blood.
No, definitely not. Morphling getting that first blood. Morphling, a hero that requires a lot of farm, but a first blood goes a long way in giving him that little bit of that kickstart to make him more relevant in the early game.
Yeah, that's for sure. We're actually having a disconnect here. I mean,
Wouldn't be Australian Dota without a pause, as we always say.
We always say. Just looking at this mid lane, we've got Invoker up against a Juggernaut and Ricky, and we talked about this before. Ricky's actually already got the Orb of Venom. He's got Sentries as well. This is a really scary lane for Xrag to be playing in, and I'm not really sure. He's actually coming back into the game as we speak. He's actually already got Sentries of his own, but I do fear for it, because if Xrag wants to de-ward, he has to use one of his pull tangos, and they have a long cooldown, whereas Ricky, he has more tangos, and he doesn't have a cooldown on them at all, so I feel like this is pretty important for him.
Definitely, and more importantly, Xrag has to place his Sentry Ward first, meaning that it's very easy for Ricky to expect, because Ricky gets to choose when he places his Sentry Ward down, so he can be very particular about when he places it and when he can cut it down, and not even give Xrag an opportunity to cut down his Sentry in return for that. So it's going to be really tricky for him, and especially with that first blood, I expect we're going to see a little bit more coming out of this Shadow Demon and Mirana combo, because it looks like Elder Titan's actually going to take the off lane.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you are correct. But how do you think he matches up here against a Morphling? I feel like you need to have that Witch Doctor around if you actually want to get some real damage on him, and that arrow was pretty close.
Very close.
The cast comes in though onto Elder Titan. I don't think they can really follow this up though. I mean, I feel like first blood's probably either going to happen in the mid lane or the top lane, and we can already see here Ricky's actually just de-warded Xrag.
He traded 2 Sentry Wards for 1 there though, so a little bit more problematic for him.
Actually, they've imprisoned Witch Doctor up top here, and the arrow is going to hit, and they just need one more hit. Elder Titan getting it. It's a good
That's
return
exactly
kill.
what they need to be doing. I mean, yeah, Invoker's suffering a little bit in the mid lane, but he's going to be doing fine in the long. Timbersaw very happy to be going up against the Void. At the same time, though, I think Void very comfortable against the Timbersaw. So
yeah, exactly.
The issue is right now, Void has 0 last hit, but again, the lane's pushing up, so he should be able to get a couple hit.
Yeah, we'll hope so for him. So Ricky, I mean, Ricky's probably going to head down to bot now. Do you think he has really any good chances of killing the Timber? Because Timber, I mean, Timber is, like you mentioned before, he's pretty good against the Ricky. He just runs out, he's pretty tanky, he runs out of the smoke cloud, and he can actually just latch away. Actually, just hold that thought, they've actually imprisoned the Witch Doctor again. The arrow hasn't come out yet. I don't think Mirana's quite close enough now. She is coming in, not one that needs to hit that arrow, and it is going to be on target. Nice arrow, they need one more hit here, and that they actually get him again. The Maledict Poison, though, isn't going to be enough to take down Shadow Demon, that's for sure, and Morphling probably wants to back it off now.
Yeah, you can see the Orca Turtles not putting enough effort into this safe lane, I think. They didn't recognize that they were running an aggro try, and they paid the price with 2 deaths on the Witch Doctor.
Yeah.
Both of them going to the Elder Titan, so Elder Titan going to be very happy with that. Yeah, it's going to be difficult to stop this aggressive tri lane from getting out of control unless they start contributing more resources to it, and the Ricky is rotated now. But more importantly, against the Invoker, who's now just killed Juggernaut solo, that mid lane is going to get out of control very quickly as well.
Yeah, didn't see that one, but what I was just going to mention is Ricky, and you just mentioned contributing resources to this top lane. Ricky has just contributed a sentry. He's actually unblocked the pull camp, and I guess this is one step towards repairing the lane, I guess, because Morphling's last hits aren't, you know, they're a little bit behind Timbersaw, and Timbersaw is on top of last hits with 14 at the moment.
They might try and go for the Shadow Demon at some point. Every second that Ricky spends here is just wasted time.
And that's a sentry that's going to see him.
Get something done, or it's just going to be a bit useless. But there they go.
Oh, they do use the smoke cloud. They need that cast to hit, but they don't need it because they do have Morphling to come in as well with the waveform. And Elder Titan, heat is very low, but in fact, Morphling is only a few hits from going down. The Fairy Fire, though, and the Strength Morph, not going to make it easy. You know, and I feel like Mirana maybe a bit of a mistake here to continue going for this. Just needs to get out of vision. The arrow hits, but it's just not enough damage. One more hit would have done that for Morphling, but he's going to be okay, and Mirana just needs to get out of there. They do return here with the Shadow Demon. Nice rotation, but interesting trade, really. Obviously, Awkward Turtles would probably be somewhat happy with that.
Well, they did end up getting the Elder Titan as well. Missing out on the run, a little bit sloppy there. Ricky goes in through the top the north entrance into that juke point, and Witch Doctor doesn't realize that obviously there's only one exit, and he takes about 5 seconds to move around to the south, and he gets blocked by creeps. So they actually missed out on a second kill there simply because a little bit of not enough communication between those two supports. Obviously, that's still a win. They get 2 kills. They managed to secure it a little bit, but I mean, they've placed 2 sentries top. They've placed a wall. There's 2 supports. You know, they're putting all of their eggs into this one basket, into this top lane, and that can be hugely problematic when you're up against a very skilled Invoker and X-Rag and the Timbersaw, who's having the time of his life in bot lane. And what's worrying is the Void isn't trading equally. Void is he should have a poor man's shield right now. He should have an Iron Talon, and he should just be farming up every single last hit because of his base damage, but it's not happening. He's behind by 14 last hits in a lane that he should just be contesting. Yeah,
it's not good at all. I mean, Juggernaut nearly actually popped a gank there. In fact, it looks like it's going to get back onto poor old Witch Doctor Duckbill. He's not in the position he wants to be in. He is actually going to be stunned up. He is going to use the cast though, and he's going to bounce back towards... It runs out onto the illusions. The Sunstrike, really well placed, does hit the Witch Doctor. And Ricky showing he's there, but he doesn't commit to anything.
Yeah, it's just very difficult to come back from this point after they failed to realize and react to that aggro tri-lane, and Morphling's now only 11 last hits, 5 minutes in. You know, that should be closer to 30. You know, look at Timbersaw. Timbersaw should really be very close there. I mean, Timbersaw should be getting probably less than he is at the moment. But, I mean, again, Void cannot necessarily contest.
No, he actually went for that courier there. Void, I feel like there's no way they can punish the Void at this point. He is going to be fine, but, I mean... Is punishing the Void going to be worth giving up that free lane for Timbersaw there? And in fact, they want to do something against Extract, but there's no follow-up to this cask here.
It doesn't matter about punishing the Void. He should be getting more out of his lane right now, and he's just not. With such a high armor, health, high damage off-laner, that's what makes Void so good. He should have more last hits, and he doesn't. And that's a huge issue when you're running this tri-core setup and your tri-core has, like, every core on your team has less last hits than every core on the enemy team. Yeah. Even the Mirana. She's having the time of her life in this aggro tri-lane.
Yeah, and she hasn't really been farming, like, passively in the lane at all. She's been going for kills with the Shadow Demon earlier. Oh, Ricky. He's going to spot out Fury here. Does he actually have any way of doing anything about it? I feel like this is just good coverage. He talked about this before, that important vision that the Ricky gives. This is a perfect example. He's going to plant a ward. That's not going to get spotted. It's a really nice ward as well.
Yeah. It's just difficult for him to achieve anything right now.
Fury, so to be careful. He might get blocked in here.
Juggernaut should be going for this right now.
Zanabi's going to initiate with the smoke cloud. Does he actually... He's able to slow him enough. He does have that banishment available, and he might use it on Juggernaut. Nice placement. That's just going to put that completely to rest. It was a difficult kill, though.
He chose to wait for his career instead of actually going for the aggressive play there. And it cost him a kill. You know, if he had just gone in straight away, as soon as Ricky saw a Shadow Demon in an extremely vulnerable position, he could have Omni Slashed, could have got a free kill, could have gone straight back to lane, and got his item from the courier. So, a little bit of a mistake there. Perhaps not communicating enough that they need to be, doing things at this point of the game.
Yeah.
Because at this point, the longer it goes on, the more this Timbersaw and Invoker are going to get out of control.
Yeah, exactly. Last hits, I can't get over the fact that Timbersaw, and you can see X-Rag on that Invoker as well. He's got 39 last hits. This is something you see from Dendy, the huge amount of denies. And of course, you compare that to Juggernaut, 21 last hits to 8 denies. And this is what happens when the Ricky leaves lane, obviously. But Ricky can't sit in mid the entire time. It's not going to work. You need to... I mean, you talked about this before, putting resources into that top lane, and so far it has helped to some degree, but Morphling is still very far behind, and that Mirana is soaring ahead and probably shouldn't be getting this far ahead, that's for sure.
Yeah, exactly. This safe lane should have been Morphling's to lose, essentially. He does have low base damage and range, and that can make it very difficult to get last hits against heroes like Mirana, Shadow Demon, Elder Titan. But at this point, 19 last hits is just unacceptable for your position 1. It's just
Ricky, this is not a good move. It's very dangerous. He needs to get away from the shotgun. He is going to get out, but it does use the timber chain. And that was a really dangerous move by the Ricky there, going on that. I know he had double damage, but wow.
That's, a level one timber chain as well, so much more easily dodged, and he doesn't juke it up. Just a few of these simple mistakes that are costing them the game at this point. You know, they're just not getting enough out of this laning stage for them to be competitive in the mid game.
Yeah, I mean, the kill score doesn't really say a lot now. It's 5-3. The net worth change, or the total team net worth is it's nearly 3k going the way of King Hypnotoad. So they'll be very happy with this, but they need to maintain this. And I feel like what they're doing at top lane is exactly what they should be doing. They just need to imprison someone at some point, and Witch Doctor's probably going to be the target. I do feel bad for him because he's still not level 6. He's nearly there though.
And you can see in the skill build of Mirana, she doesn't need Moonlight Shadow. They're not worried about ganking. They're not worried about opening up the map and retreating. She's just going to stack as much damage as she can because they know that they're in a position of dominance and they're going to push. And we're seeing that Shadow Demon almost level, Elder Titan almost level 5, and if we compare that, you know, Ricky's still level 3. Witch Doctor actually surprisingly leveled, but he's been pulling a fair
he is actually.
So he's about halfway to that Death Ward, which is
Invoker.
all important.
The Smoke Cloud didn't hit. Do they have any? They have the damage to really follow up. He uses the Ghost Walk, and in fact, he's just revealed himself, but he's not worried at all, and he's just going to salve it up. And that Smoke Cloud a little bit off target.
Follow through with the Omni Slash.
But again, kills are potentially happening up top. They have vision of the Witch Doctor, the ward, allowing him to do this. They need to stomp, and the arrow combo has hit. They just need a little bit more damage to finish off before he runs. He does go down. The Shadow Demon with the bonus damage, of course.
Morphling should be careful.
Morphling, he does have Morph, but he just needs to get out of here. The Strength Morph might not be enough, but he does bait it in with the Omni Slash to finish her down. Ooh. Juggernaut coming in just at the right time.
It's very fortunate that the Shadow Demon and the Elder Titan weren't there. Mirana saw an opportunity. I don't blame her for taking it, but she did get baited a little bit.
Basis Void.
But her teammates just weren't there to follow up.
Basis Void revealing himself. I feel like even he didn't have mana to use the Chronosphere. Even with a Tread Swap, he would have, I believe, but probably not enough damage to actually get a kill there. And
no,
Extract,
he's only
you can
got
see how
level 2
aggressive
in
he's
time
playing.
lock, and that's problematic if you want to go for any solo kills. You need level 4 in time lock if you want to solo kill this Invoker at this point.
Yeah, that bonus damage is massive. What is it? It's 125 at level 4, so that's huge. That's absolutely key here. So I feel like with a few more levels, this Basis Void will actually be rotating a bit around. But again, this top lane is exactly where all the action's happening, and I feel like Awkward Turtles, they need to make a play here if they want to just get a little bit closer to being back into this one. And it's very hard because King Hypnotoad, they've actually just split up and they're no longer even in that top lane. And they're looking towards
Timbersaw is actually level 11 at this point, which is huge. This is the perfect situation for him. He's got his Bloodstone 11 minutes and 30 seconds into the game.
Yeah.
And at this point, it's similar to, you know, when we talk about Tinker getting their Boots of Travel or Mirana getting an Axe. A Bloodstone on Timber is just a ticket to farm. It allows him to use his spells so much more liberally. He can farm stacks with impunity. It just allows him to use his spells on cooldown to farm like crazy. And as soon as Mirana's obviously working towards that, and as soon as she gets that, I mean, she hasn't bought any of the parts yet, but when she gets that, she is going to have an amazing amount of farm too, and all of a sudden, you won't be able to compete. And that's going to be one of the issues coming into the mid game, where Awkward Turtles won't be able to compete with the farm coming out from King Hypnotoad.
Yeah, I mean, already, if you just look at net worth here, Timbersaw's way ahead, but this Mirana was in the off lane, and she is ahead of the Morphling. She's ahead of the Juggernaut, and she hasn't even got Ags yet. So when this happens, I feel like she could even become maybe even top net worth at some point, and this is something Awkward Turtles really needs to be careful of. They may want to go on for some sort of kill, but it's so hard when you have all these offensive... This support combo that King Hypnotoad have, it's very defensive, but it's also very offensive. It's very hard actually make use of it, and if they get vision of Ricky, he looks like they're going to go on Basis Void. Does he have the Time Walk? He doesn't have it.
Cold snap.
He can't get out of here. And Ricky, I mean, they don't have vision of him, but if they get vision, this is one dead Ricky. The courier may have just given it away if they saw that. Looks like they didn't see it though.
It's very problematic for Awkward Turtles because they have practically 4 melee heroes. I mean, Morphling without a Dragon Lance has a range of 350. That's incredibly short. When you have,
they spot Ricky. the Sentry Ward gave it away. He's going to Blink Strike, but he actually doesn't have that level 6 just yet. And the TP was cancelled by
straight into a T2.
Turtles.
And we're going to see this, either they're going to go for Rax or they're going to go for the mid T2. And it's beginning to accelerate very quickly out of control for King Hypnotoad. X-Ray has had just an amazing game in Invoke. It's just these comfort games, you know, when you start in a lane and you know that you're farming well, you're happy with how the lane going. You know, you don't necessarily need to kill anyone, but you've just farmed so well in the lane, and that's what's happened with this Invoker and this Timbersaw, and it reflects in the net worth. You can see they're both at 7k, Timbersaw at 8k, and the closest is 4.5k on the Juggernaut. And I think it comes back to that point where they're running essentially 3 melee cores against Invoker, who's a very strong ranged damage dealer, Mirana combined with the Shadow Demon, who can just absolutely control the lane, and Timbersaw, who's happy against any melee core because he can just nuke them to death.
Yeah.
Granted, that was against the Void, but I think Void should have got far more out of the lane than he did.
You're not wrong at all. Really, when I look at Awkward Turtles, I feel like, what do they need to do here? They just need to drag this out a little bit longer, get a little bit more time, a few more items, maybe that blink on Faceless Void, but it's not happening super soon, and in fact it looks like it's going back again towards the Ricky Maru. He's in a lot of danger, the Death Ward coming out, but it's actually going for the illusions here. It's not going to do any work. In fact, Fury Dipsy is in a lot of danger. He could even go down, just survives. That's really lucky. Witch Doctor, he's got no mana to heal. He's going to go down very quickly there. The Morphling just getting away, he needs to TP before there's any vision. He's going to be okay. But this is not where Faceless Void wants to be. If they really, they're not going to have vision of him here. So he's going to be okay, but that was a very, very stressful situation for Awkward Turtles, and in fact, a lot of gold. 736 going the way of King Hypnotoad. They're really getting the key pickoffs here.
Void I don't think I've seen him use Chrono yet. He's just not been around the team when he needs to be, and he might even die here.
Oh no, he doesn't have Time Walk for another 2 seconds here. They need the damage, and they do have it just to finish him off. Time Dilation came out, but wasn't going to do anything there.
Juggernaut using his Time Walk to Time Dilation in.
Exactly, but Witch Doctor, again, the arrow's not going to hit the Caskers though, but it's so much damage against that Witch Doctor, and Juggernaut, he's the only one left here. He just needs to run, he needs that spin, and the pause coming through. X-Drag having some internet problems, it seems. But this is really concerning for Awkward Turtles. This is this sort of the score is widening, and there's no real return from it. I mean, we saw before when that bot tower was taken by King Hypnotoad, all that they could get in return was chip damage on that tier 1 mid, and it's still there. It's not half health yet.
No towers taken down by Awkward Turtles, which just makes it even more problematic. Morphling going for a Lincoln's first, which I
Timbersaw
completely disagree.
He's tanky, but is he tanky enough to survive this? He is going to latch away. Does Juggernaut actually have any way? He hasn't got the mana to continue doing this, and in fact, Timbersaw coming back in, getting the kill on Ricky, and this stomp, if it hits the Juggernaut, he is probably going to go down here. It will just hit. The damage is enough, and he goes down. That's the equivalent of a team wipe there. It didn't happen all at the same time, but so much gold, and I'm scared to look at the net worth graphs.
Radiant's bottom tower.
It is, it's bad. It's about 12k in favor of King Hypnotoad right now. It's looking very much like a slam dunk for them.
Exactly. And Awkward Turtles, they are looking for answers here. They're searching. They need to find something here. And farming might be the play, maybe. I mean, this is what Faceless Void's going to do. He needs to get items. They pick up... And speaking of farm, Invoker's just got that 4-stuff, and that's going to mean even more mobility, even more initiation, and they already have so much.
It's just problematic. I just really disagree with what the Morphling has gone for. He's gone for the Perseverance first, instead of going something like Treads and then Dragonlance, which would have allowed him to be much more tankier and present in the team fights. He would have been able to at least outrange, maybe do a little bit of damage from Chrono, but at the moment, all of his net worth is funneled into 6 HP regen, 125% mana regen, and 10 damage instead of 8 strength plus 14 strength, 14 agility, and 120 attack range, as well as more attack speed. And when you look at it that way, it just becomes very problematic when you're trying to enter these team fights with such lackluster items.
And we talked about that Dragonlance being sort of a really nice item that you know, it's sort of a little bit of an item that really combos well with the Faceless Void, but we haven't seen it. And maybe, I mean, you did say this in the draft that Dragon Lance really makes that Chrono, and it really makes Morphling a suitable pick, but they haven't actually gone for it. So this could be a bit of a mistake here. Witch Doctor, he's going to be bursted down, and that's Timbersaw only not expending much there at all for that kill, and it means they're one man down. Faceless Void is here though. Time Dilation's come out. He does use the Chrono. Do they have any damage to follow this up? Ricky, he can't get inside for the damage. He's going to use Tricks of the Trade. There is damage there. The Adaptive Strike's coming through, but in fact, Juggernaut, he's actually on the back lines going down here as well. Timbersaw turns around, getting the kill, and the damage is there. The Morphling is probably going to escape. Maybe not with a Sunstrike on target here. Faceless Void's the last target. He has no mana left to do anything here. The time walks up in 1 second, but the damage is there, and this is...
There
is
it
that
is.
GG? GG's been called, and a
that
rampage.
Timbersaw play, that whole team fight was just beautiful coming out from Filipino rules. Just the blinks and the chains and the chakrams.
Wow.
I think
an absolute
Orca
pleasure to watch.
Turtles probably learned a lot from this match. Maybe focus on a little bit of their drafting, their early game execution, and they could be a very formidable team. But King Hypnotoad coming out on top with a very convincing win.
Exactly, and they'll be moving forward. These are best of ones, and we'll be back very, very shortly with the next game, and we'll find out who we'll be casting very soon. See you soon.
See you soon.
All right.
And welcome back again to the Republic of Gamers
Ban.
tournament here for the Oceanic playoffs, and QT Gaming are now going up against King
Radiant's
Hypnotoad. Now,
ban.
King Hypnotoad, they won their first game against Awkward Turtles. QT Gaming, they're also
Dyer's ban.
one game up now, so this game might be a little bit more difficult for each other. The sort of this is where the skill levels start to really even out, and Tapman Tan is back again, and something we just want to mention quickly: the first Kunkka ban yet again, 2 games in a row.
10 seconds
I-
to go.
I haven't seen King Hypnotoad play before today, so I don't know
5
how their
seconds.
conquer is. But obviously, it's impressive enough to be first banned twice against them in a row. And we're seeing the Sand King banned as well, which is a hero that's sort of
Radiant's
saw
ban.
a surge in popularity in TI6 because Caustic Finale is absolutely ridiculous nowadays. You know, once upon a
Yeah.
time, you had to get the last hit for Caustic Finale to proc. It didn't slow, and you didn't get this expiry timer, so
10 seconds to
such
go.
a strong laning tool nowadays. But I'm really excited. King Hypnotoad, my
5
boys,
seconds.
they're gonna go the whole way. I believe.
Yep. Both these teams, QT Gaming,
Dyer's
are
pick.
we have casted their games before, and it's a bit of a mix-up between multiple teams we're seeing. Now, King Hypnotoad, they've banned out the Drow, so these teams are this skill level is very high right now. So I mean, these are the sorts of teams we wish we could be
10
playing on.
seconds to go.
So QT Gaming, they get first pick. Do they open up with something like the Faceless
5
Void? Do
seconds.
they open up? I mean, they're not going to have to worry about a Drow this game, and they're not going to have to worry about the Lich. I mean, so what do you open up with? Ogre.
And
Okay.
Ogre, we did see
Radiant's pick.
Ogre was picked in the Natural 9 game earlier. He's seen a little bit of play simply because he's so tanky. He provides decent CC with Fire Blast and Ignite.
Someone's
Great for
having
early game
technical
lane control.
difficulties.
And he's decent at controlling the mid lane. You know, you might get an
10
Orb of Venom.
seconds to go.
He fulfills, a little bit of that role that Trent Protector used to,
5
where
seconds.
he's just that tanky support that hits for a lot, very easy to zone. And Shadow
Yeah.
Demon, we spoke about him last game. Shadow Demon is just such a good hero. Just all of his abilities are just so solid. And we saw it paired with the Invoker last game.
Yeah.
King Hypnotoad picked it with the Invoker. And you can see the power
10
of the
seconds
Soul
to go.
Catcher plus Sunstrike.
Yeah.
There was a game ages ago where MVP
Dyer's pick.
had a strat where they picked Shadow Demon, Kunkka, and Invoker, and they leveled up the Soul Catcher first, and they would just stack the nukes, and they would kill anybody they wanted to,
Yeah.
would just die instantly because it was like
10 seconds
1500
to go.
damage. But we're seeing the Faceless Void picked up here. Hopefully,
5
King
seconds.
Hypnotoad. Don't make the mistake that Awkward Turtles did last game, and not have any follow up inside the chrono besides
Reserve
Yeah.
time.
one Witch Doctor, but I trust them. They'll pick something proper. We'll most likely probably see the Mirana picked up now. It'll either be banned in this phase or picked up very soon because
By
I think
QT Gaming.
I could see it be picked up or banned by either team at this point because it pairs so well with the Shadow Demon and the Faceless Void, and it's just such a great hero in general that I can see you pick it up. You can pick it up in most situations.
Yeah, it's also a deny pick as well to King Hypnotoad. So if QT Gaming want to go for that, they can. But yeah, I mean, last game, if we just mention what King Hypnotoad had, they not only did they have the Shadow Demon and the Invoker, but they had the Elder Titan and they had the Mirana. So they had a really, really strong, like, sort of level 2 roaming gank
Radiant's
sort of
ban.
duo and trio, in fact. And that's exactly how they destroyed that safe lane that the Awkward Turtles had. So now, QT Gaming, this is a much different lineup from what we saw last game. We're seeing a Bounty Hunter here. And as opposed to the Ricky Maru that we saw. So it's sort of a
10
similar
seconds to
role,
go.
though.
They have very similar roles, but it's interesting.
5
You-
seconds.
Almost never see Bounty Hunter being picked up over the Ricky if Ricky isn't banned, but
Reserve
obviously
time.
they feel much more comfortable with a Bounty Hunter.
Yeah.
They want to do more with that track gold. Janada opens up the early game for a little bit more gank. Bounty Hunter has a little bit more damage. He's less sort of control in fights,
Dyer's
but he
ban.
provides more damage, and he can allow your team to snowball out of control with the track.
Yeah.
So we'll probably see them looking to go a little bit more on the offensive with that Bounty Hunter, get him a few levels, use that Ogre Magi's early tankiness to its full extent, bully the Shadow
10
Demon,
seconds
maybe
to
even
go.
try and bully the Faceless Void out of his lane, which is
Yeah.
a very hard
5
task,
seconds.
but still, and you can see through their ban of the Lich that maybe they're looking to play a little bit more of a greedy or a vulnerable mid, and they don't want a Lich to be
Radiant's ban.
constantly denying those creeps mid or in the safe lane. And the Elder Titan ban, also something that we don't talk about him much because he's just sort of, always sitting in the sidelines. He can be picked up at almost any time, but they're going to make a smart decision and ban him because he
10
pairs up
seconds
so
to
well
go.
with the Chronosphere.
Yeah.
You can either use the Sleet
5
to set up
seconds.
for a Chrono, or you can use the Earth Splitter inside Chrono, or you can Chrono and then Sleet
Reserve
and then
time.
set something up after that. So there are so many ways that
There
you can
are.
pair those two heroes together.
And I feel like this game, you've got to have the Shadow... Already, the setup is huge for King Hypnotoad. Just that Shadow Demon, and he doesn't even need... Like, this is... I'm talking about before he even gets a 4-star for an Aetherlens, but once he gets one of those, they can just start fights from so far away, and they just have so many options available. And as long as Chrono's up, they have every single option available. And they just... Once they get detection for Bounty Hunter as well, it's gonna be really nice for King Hypnotoad. But, of course, it's not all It's not all easy for them. They need to win this laning stage, and it's not going to be that easy when you've got a Bounty Hunter roaming who can easily help win that mid lane. You've also got an Ogre Magi with a pretty reliable stun, and he's got a slow as well. So, I
10
mean, this is
seconds
not
to go.
an easy ride for King Hypnotoad.
No,
5
not by a
seconds.
long shot, and we'll probably see a vast increase in skill over the last game. You can't afford to underestimate your
Radiant's
opponents at this point in the tournament, or at any point in the tournament, really, because that's when they take advantage of you. They exploit your mistakes. They exploit your mistakes in the draft as well. And the ban from the Luna, which is interesting, but
10
also something
seconds
that
to
pairs
go.
up decently well with the Chronosphere. She can provide a lot of damage inside,
5 seconds.
but she also pairs well with that push. She gives damage to Shadow Demon Faceless Void,
Reserve
allows them to
time.
pack a little bit of extra punch. The magic damage works really well against heroes like Bounty Hunter because they don't naturally build a lot of health. But I would be very surprised if we don't see the Mirana being picked up at this point. I think it pairs up really well in Hypnotoad's lineup at the moment. It might be something that they're a bit afraid of over-relying on. Perhaps they're worried that Cutie Gaming might have something in store for a Mirana pick, but
Well,
who knows? I don't know the teams well enough.
It doesn't surprise me that could be the case, because Cutie Gaming, this is... I mean, once you see a Shadow Demon, a lot of the time you kind of just want to ban the Mirana anyway. And they banned a Luna. So it's interesting because it looks like they will go for the Phoenix here instead. But the Mirana, really, I mean, if you are leaving it in the pool, then you're obviously okay with it being picked. Unless you're going to pick it later yourself. I feel like you'd want to pick a Mirana
10
over a Bounty, though, because
seconds to
Bounty
go.
is no way is he even going to be contested, let alone bans or anything like that.
5
So,
seconds.
interesting play by Cutie Gaming. Maybe they're okay with the Mirana. But the Phoenix
Reserve
pick, now,
time.
is this going to fill the same roles that a Mirana would?
Similar. Obviously, Phoenix has a much harder time farming. But within the Chrono, yes, they do perform similar functions, providing the Sunray within the Chrono, the Fire Spirits. It is interesting because Phoenix fell off hugely in TI6 and before. Phoenix was obviously probably what you might consider the MVP of the Manila Major, but since then, the hero fell off a lot. Received multiple nerfs to Sunray in particular, which is probably the strongest ability, but Supernova also combos fantastically with Chronosphere. And the
Radiant's
Darkseer
pick.
pickup, which will be interesting. Whenever I see Darkseer, I immediately think Sven. Combo is just, a lot of people use that combo constantly. You can even use it with something like Magnus, vacuum into RP, into something else, or Black
10
Hole, or
seconds to go.
all these sorts of AoE. Tide Hunter hasn't been picked up yet, but obviously they've got the offlanes of Darkseer and Faceless Void. Puck, it's a good pick because again, it provides more nuke damage within the Chrono, and I think creating a lineup that supports Chronosphere well but can fight on its own. They can fight without the Chronosphere.
10
They have
seconds
Egg
to
and
go.
Dreamcoil and all this nuke damage, so they do have versatility. They don't have to rely on the
5
Chrono,
seconds.
but their lineup really pairs well with it.
So this is really interesting. This Darkseer pick, I feel like
Reserve
one of the
time.
other reasons why you pick it is just so that you can win your lane. It's very hard to lose the lane as a Darkseer unless they commit to you. And King Hypnotoad, if you're picking because they do need some sort of safe lane, assuming this Void is going in the off lane, we could could see him in the safe lane. He is very versatile in that regard. But King Hypnotoad, if they do pick a safe lane, they do want to pick something that is going to be able to adapt to the fact that there is a Darkseer with ion shells, and it's very painful if you're picking some sort of a melee core who has to stand next to the creeps and get last hits, and Darkseer capitalizes on this. But they do need another pick here, and I really want to see what carries they pick. And they actually pick a Templar Assassin. Okay, very interesting.
Yeah, if the TA goes against the Puck mid, I think they both have a fine time in that lane.
Yeah.
Neither really scratches the other. Puck has the range, obviously, to very comfortably last hit against TA. TA has refraction to defend against the harass coming out from Puck. So
Yeah.
that's a fairly stalematey kind of lane. Both of them get equal last hits denies. They should trade evenly. Puck, obviously, if she gets the sort of advantage, she can start pushing that nuke damage. And if TA doesn't necessarily get a rune, then she can't spam refraction. So it can become difficult then. I think Puck, if anything, has the slight edge, but we should see an even lineup. And what I'm thinking King Hypnotoad need to think about picking up now is a ranged core that can farm in the lane against the Darkseer, because you really don't want to. You don't want to waste a lane. A Darkseer is obviously going to get farm regardless. That's sort of half of why he's picked.
Yeah, exactly.
And you want to be able to pick up a ranged core, because Darkseer doesn't really contest the lane, because he's going to get farm regardless. You can actually afford to send your supports out and do other things, because obviously it's really hard to harass Darkseer out of lane. He has decent regen, because he gets a soul ring as well. He's got decent health and armor, so it can be hard to harass him out. So you can just leave a ranged core in the lane to farm that lane very happily. So that would be my hope for what King Hypnotoad pick up.
Yeah, I mean, they can't pick the Morphling, and I was just going to mention, because last game we saw the Morphling pick up to combo with the Void, but it wasn't enough because of the Dragon Lance build, and I feel like Clinks doesn't work quite as well now that you've got the track to worry about, and they don't have any way of, sort of easily purging it off, so it's an interesting option. Weaver is in the pool. Whether they go for it or not, I'm not too sure. Cutie Gaming, they've not got a lot of time. PA, quite a surprising pick. We don't see PA that much.
A decent one. Oh,
wow.
Meepo.
Wow, I think this could even be X-Rag. X-Rag's Meepo. Now, this is something he is very comfortable with. And, of course, Fury playing that Shadow Demon with Filipino rules, taking the safe lane. Or rather, maybe not the safe lane, but he did play that safe lane Timber, so he could be going in the off lane this game as the Void. Again, the pause, but how are we feeling about King Hypnotoad's draft? Do you think the Meepo really does even it out well, or do you feel like they're going to struggle comboing with the Void?
It is. I think they've got enough to combo with the Void in Chronosphere already. I think, depending on how, every game depends on how the first 10 minutes go, but more importantly, if this PA can get, a Battle Fury and a BKB, it doesn't necessarily need a Battle Fury, just the BKB. It can become very difficult for King Hypnotoad to keep tabs on this PA. And we talk a lot about, we've seen Void picked in almost every game of this tournament, or banned. And I talk a lot about how difficult it is to get past the Chrono to get in the backline. And PA is one of the heroes that can do that. She's got Blink Strike, she's got the Dagger. She can really pick apart the supports. She doesn't have to worry about getting past the Egg. She doesn't have to worry about getting past, the Chrono or the nets. She can just blink straight onto the Shadow Demon and destroy him. So I think if PA has a good game and TA can get a decent mid, and it'll be interesting to see how much TA can get out of the mid lane. I think Cutie have a decent chance of at least maybe winning the game, snowballing into that mid game. But I think King Hypnotoad, their team fight is really good. I see Sunray, which is just amazing in pretty much every sense. Chrono pairs well with the Puck. Shadow Demon can really pull the PA out of the fire as well as the TA. So it really depends on how much farm these heroes are going to come into team fights with, and the communication that goes into those team fights. I don't think either draft has a huge edge, but there are definite flaws. I mean, Meepo obviously is always a risk.
Yeah, he is.
Especially against something like, Vacuum into a PA. That can become very difficult. I mean, and Psyblades as well. Obviously something that very naturally counters Meepo.
and I also feel like King Hypnotoad, they have plenty of tools to deal with the TA, and normally when you pick the TA, some teams, they may struggle to actually take down the refraction charges, but they do have the disruption, they do have the burn damage from the Phoenix, so I feel like this is not too bad of a game for King Hypnotoad to actually deal with the with the Phoenix, but they're actually, the pings are coming out by
caught.
Puck. In fact, he did see the ward
Definitely
placement.
going to
So
get
that,
de-warded.
yeah, again, this is what we saw last game. A huge win for King Hypnotoad, just getting the first few wards down.
Yep, they 2 TPs came out. They've already placed 2 wards. It's going to help their lanes
30
just
seconds to go.
hugely. It just helps your lanes establish themselves. You don't have to worry about ganks. You can rest at ease knowing that where the heroes are. The fact that this ward it's definitely 100% going to get de-warded.
Yeah.
Big mistake by Bounty Hunter there. He saw the Puck. He was smoked up. His smoke got dispelled, but it took him a little bit of a while to shadow walk. So he could have gotten away with it, but ultimately he doesn't end up doing it.
This is dangerous. They don't have detection for Bounty Hunter though, and he is. I feel like this is not. Oh, Puck though. Oh, the stun and the slow from PA going to hit. He is going to use the illusory orb, but just needs to jaunt away, and he is going to get away. And there's no way that Bounty Hunter can actually throw a shuriken. So I mean, we just saw Faceless Void get top room, Templar Assassin getting bottom. Not too. I mean, Templar Assassin obviously very happy with that. Puck is going to have a bit of a rough lane. He has to wait 40 seconds for the next Tango.
Ooh.
It's going to be a bit rough.
I don't know if perhaps one of the members of King Hypnotoad was in range of the tower.
He was,
and
yeah.
they knew that ward was there, because that ward immediately de-warded by the by the Darkseer. So
yeah, they pinged him out. It was Fury Dipsy got seen. So I mean, this is sort of a little bit even right now. That ward hasn't been de-warded in the Radiant jungle. Whether they think it's worth de-warding or not, I'm not sure. I mean, sure, you do get equal value for de-warding it, so I feel like they probably will consider doing it pretty soon. But this
they
mid lane,
definitely should.
yeah,
This courier running a bit of a risk that Bounty Hunter isn't right behind it going to kill it, but pays off, I guess, that Bounty Hunter isn't actually there.
how do you? Yeah, it does. It was, maybe they somehow knew where he was, but how do you think this lane goes for Puck? I mean, Puck's having a very rough time, very low at the moment. They're actually going to spot out the bounty, but they haven't got the detection required to kill him. But do you think this is TA's lane to win now that she's actually got the upper hand already, and might maybe even snowball this, because it's very hard to come back from a TA that's actually ahead in some way?
It is difficult, but I think if anyone can do it, it's Puck. Puck has decently high base damage, can avoid auto attack. I think at the very least, Puck just happily farms and doesn't die. It's very difficult to gank a Puck, especially like it's kind of decent with a Riki because you get the cloud and they can't phase shift or illusory orb, but with a Bounty Hunter it can become much more difficult to stop that jaunt from happening.
Yeah, actually X-Drag cancelling out that poof there to go onto Darkseer, and Darkseer has actually got the Surge leveled up. He's not too worried, I don't think, about getting killed down here, but if King Hypnotoad play this right, they could get a kill on him, and in fact, X-Drag could get very low here. The bounty has rotated in. They do see him, though, with the sentry, so it's going to be difficult for them to actually gank X-Drag here, but, I mean, how do you think... Do you think they could have even... I mean, I'm just trying to think. Maybe they could have run the Meepo in the mid, and maybe the Puck and safe. I'm probably thinking wrong though, because that would be a very rough lane for Meepo, I think.
I think it's something that they could have considered. And we were talking in the draft about how a ranged core definitely performs better against that Darkseer. But Meepo against TA, I think could do okay. Obviously, he has Geostrike to stop that refraction. So, but I think it's more they want Puck to get these levels. They want, and they know that Puck can farm against TA. They'd rather not.
Do they have the damage to take down Darkseer? There's a lot of burst damage from Meepo, and in fact, they do have it in the end. That's quite a spectacular first blood.
I mean, and that shows why they're probably more comfortable running Meepo in the safe lane, because they have kill potential with the other supports, I think. With a Puck in that safe lane, they were never ever going to bother killing that Darkseer. And TA might perhaps be a little bit more difficult to kill.
It's that net. That net really did make the kill there. And look at Faceless Void now. We're just going to have a look at last hits here. How is he doing? He's doing actually pretty well in this offlane. In fact, he's going to be careful though. That time walk's not up for another 7 seconds, but in fact, it looks like Magic on that
bash.
Ogre Magi is the one in danger, but there could be a return kill here. The time walk's in 1 second. Does he have time? Looks like he does. He's just going to get out of there, and the dagger is not in range to be thrown.
Filipino.
Pushing
the limits. He's so lucky he got that bash. I was surprised he didn't cut the tree to go up and get that little bit of extra time in to get the... But he ends up getting the kill anyway, so it doesn't matter. And that was very close. So lucky, and that's against an ogre. That's the opposite of the reason why you pick the hero. You know, you pick the hero because it's tanky. It should not be dying to an offlaner, which is just it's brutal.
This is what happens when you have level 2 time lock at 4.5 minutes in. There is, even as an ogre, it hurts, and as a result of this, it looks like Venado's lane is actually going to be pushing somewhat, and it means, look at this wave. Filipino rules, he's going to get this entire wave after getting that kill, so he is very happy about this, I think.
Yeah, like this is a dream for
Dark's here. He's actually used Surge. It's going to be on cooldown by the time he comes out of the banishment here. They just need to block him up. They need some more damage here, but do they actually have anything? They are going to use the Phoenix Dive, but it's not going to be enough. The net doesn't come out. That could have been a huge kill. But they just didn't have the damage, I think, or the lockdown.
Yep. Just the net just not coming in quite as quickly.
Yeah.
We see that last hit's obviously favouring Cuties a little bit because of that Darkseer pick, but Void having a good time in the off lane. He's sitting at level 5, which is just fantastic. He's going to have his Chrono soon. Maybe they can do something against the Darkseer, against the TA.
Surge going to come out here. They missed the net. It's a missed kill, unfortunately. But yeah, like as you were saying, this Darkseer does skew the last hits and the net worth to some degree. But it does take time until the net worth makes use. But it faces Void. Does he have the time walk? I think he does. He knows that he's got plenty of time to use it, and he does use it now.
He's got a salve and 7 wand charges.
Yeah.
Filipino in this lane he's very happy with it. He's got 15 last hits. He's got a kill. He hasn't died. That's a perfect off lane, really. He's got the levels, which is probably one of the most important factors as well. If he can maybe get an Iron Talon, he can start jungling more efficiently as well.
Another
he's
kill.
leveling up.
Darkseer, he's actually been silenced and Dream Coiled. This is a lot of commitment, but they do get him. Puck rotated in, but that was a very expensive kill. Do you think it's worth popping all those spells for the 159 gold split? It's probably not too bad, actually.
I think Darkseer obviously a valuable target because he naturally gets a lot of last hits, but I mean, using Dream Coil off cooldown, it's just smart, you know? It gets something done. You don't have to worry about keeping it off cooldown all the time because you got something accomplished.
This is Puck. One more hit may have actually done the trick there. Fury Dipsy is just going to try and 108. The Shuriken toss isn't going to hit, and he's going to be okay. And this is TA. She's going to be fine. But,
Void, no. Void killed, Filipino Rules killed the Ogre Magi in the top lane at the same time. Again. And this is a trouble when you're playing against the Faceless Void off lane. Is that if they're feeling really confident, they'll actually level up Time Lock first. And that makes them so much more deadly. Time lock is just, it's really scary. 25% chance to do 125 magic damage. It becomes really intimidating to lane against because all of a sudden you trade with anyone because time lock just makes you trade. You get 2 last hits for every one they do when you get a bash. It becomes very difficult to control the lane against him at that point. So yeah, Filipino, he'd be very happy with this lane. He's probably going to move towards that Vlad's just because it gives that extra armor for the pushes. Very helpful with a Meepo. Stacks it up, makes them a little bit more tanky against that TA as well as the PA. So it'll be really interesting to see where they go from this at this point.
Yeah, I mean this is what we saw last game though with the Filipino Rules on that. Well, it's just whatever he plays, he just seems to be very comfortable. He's very good at the Faceless Void and the Timber, so he knows what he's doing. But Templar Assassin getting a double damage rune, so they might want to make something out of this. I feel like this is an opportunity for him to get their first kill, and it looks like Darkseer and Bounty Hunter. Well, Darkseer is going to be spotted out, and I think Bounty Hunter, once he pulls those creeps, I think that may be a little bit of some sort of signal that there is a Bounty Hunter around. They are pinging him here, so they just need detection, and they might be able to kill him here. If they have dust, I don't think they do though. In fact, Darkseer could be the target, but in fact it looks like X-Rag's getting very low. He goes down. Very, very surprised return kill here. Shadow, oh, the Bounty Hunter goes down to the Shadow Poison. Two stacks got him in the end. The Shadow X-Rag, I mean, rather Dipsy. That was a really good maneuver, just getting away from the Ion Shell, and it looks like Dipsy, one more dagger might take him down, and is Venado going to go for it? Looks like no. He's going to play it safe. Maybe look around the tree here, though. Needs the vision. No. That could have been a big play. Big play.
Great jukes coming out from Shadow Demon there. Just making sure that he doesn't give up that extra kill, but we saw just how quickly the Meepo went down. That was double Ion. That was... It just provides so much damage. And that's just time wasted. And we were talking about, well, you know, the kill score is 5-1, but Cuties have been very comfortable in their lanes. Templar is 62 and 11 compared to the Puck at 36.
Drop the Dream Coil. Faceless Void, does he have the Chrono? They won't need it here at all, though. The damage from Time Lock taking him down. That's a lot of HP lost at one point in Faceless Void. Another kill. That's the third kill on Ogre Magi, and this time it was just solo Ogre. But they're not done because they're going to spot out the Shadow Demon.
The issue is
something
that
of this.
Kills can they get diminishing returns when you keep killing the same target. They might kill the Shadow Demon.
They could do here. He's going to banish himself just to slow. I think just to make a little bit more time for himself. But PA, that's a key kill, and that's the second kill they've got this game, and they might even take the stack here.
She's going to take the stack
quite
very
good.
easily.
This is quite good for her.
I mean, PA obviously been farming fine compared to the Meepo, a little bit behind, but you see the TA compared to the Puck, you know, almost double the last hits.
Yeah.
PA and Darkseer obviously both farming very competently.
They're going to spot this.
Practically picked for winning the lane.
Dagger's going to get dodged, but the Bounty Hunter sort of slowing it down here. It dodges the second dagger in a row, and that's going to... He's going to be okay with that one, but that was a very, very close call, and the jaunts were so well timed.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's just being a bit flashy there, obviously, because all he really needs to do is disjoint them, but very lucky to be alive there, but I mean, it's still, I think it's pretty much anyone's game at this point. Obviously,
actually,
most of the time it's anyone's game.
He's time walked, but the PA has rotated in. This is the kill they need if they want to get ahead here. Oh, the Chronosphere is going to be dropped though. And will he actually? He's sticking around. The heal from Phoenix. This is a really nice play here. They don't have any way of actually undoing this. And looks like Ogre Magi. He's still level 5 here. Not that it matters because he is being chased down here. The Puck has come as well, but looks like can they actually? Oh, they do drop the Dream Coil. That's exactly what they need to do. And he's just going to just walk outside and does get the stun damage.
The
kill though. He's rotated in here, and he might go for the Phoenix. Does Phoenix have? He does not have. Well, he does have the. The dive here, and in fact,
they need to be really careful.
He's getting pretty low. And Bounty Hunter is going to get the Ion Shell now. Do they have detection? They do. They've dropped the Sentry. Oh, but he bursts down. Filipino rules here, and they just need to get the return kill of Bounty. If they want to get something out of this, they do. The Supernova was popped, and PA might look to try and clean something up here, but it's going to be difficult. Might actually go for the Phoenix here, in fact. The Silence coming through. They do have the Ion Shell, though. It's doing damage over time. Is it enough? They don't get the last hit there, and in fact, PA needs to be careful. This is... I mean, if this was X-Rag's Invoker, that'd be a Sunstrike right there, but not this game.
I think Cutie's just sort of not exactly executing what I think their game plan might be very well.
Guess what's
They did get the and I think they just need to be, I mean, they've just got track of them, but I think they need to be just a little bit more cautious about taking these fights and make sure that you utilize track as much as possible. You know, make sure that when you're going in, you're guaranteed to get a kill. Make sure when you're going in, you're guaranteed not to feed a kill, because track is always going to make the difference. When you can stack up a PA, she can do huge work in team. She can blink onto that Shadow Demon and kill him in one hit.
Again, the classic combo coming through. The Soul Catcher not catching onto the TA here. They just need detection. They do have it. They take her down. The track on the Shadow Demon not going to be able to be used here. But that was a textbook gank just opening up with that disruption. And this is without Aetherlens. And once they get that, and this is at night time, by the way, as well. Really nice usage of the time of day.
Yeah, I think the issue is just Cutie's not been defensive enough in the first 10 minutes. But now, once they get the track, hopefully they can switch their approach and start using that aggression that they've sort of been misusing throughout the game. I think if they get a few kills with the track, get some much needed items on the PA and the team, start get that desolator.
Yeah.
Get, perhaps a BKB up on the PA, get a little bit more damage, and start picking off those supports and the puck. And they can start, getting things done around the map and taking towers. Because at the moment, they're just feeding kills, and the problem is they're feeding kills to heroes like Puck and Void. While Meepo's his last hits
Oh
of absolutely
no,
skyrocketed.
X-Rag, he's actually been caught out, but it's a really big net. The Shuriken toss comes through, but they just needed a few more hits on him here. That's a really good vacuum, and that made all the difference in taking down X-Rag.
That's the perfect kill that they need. I mean, look at the last hits and the net worth. TA goes down again, though.
Yeah, it's a costly death there. And that was just with 2 supports. 2 supports doing that. Not even, there was no sort of cause there to back that up. And in fact, they are looking towards the mid lane. Both teams, in fact, looking towards make something happen here. And this could not be the position for Shadow Demon, though. Or rather, whoever gets caught out, whoever gets pincered here, looks like this could be the move. The Veil pickup, though, on Park is something we should mention as well. But Shadow Demon, he's not actually going to be able to use the disruption. He gets cancelled. And he's actually caught inside the Chrono. It's a really nice Chrono that catches out 3. But again, they trade Shadow Demon for this. X-Rag is not up just yet. They need the backup here. They might be able to get a pick up on Darkseid, but the Surge coming through just at the right time. Ogre Magi going to be bashed 2 times there, I think, by Filipino rules. And they're not finished because WT Hongi's in a lot of trouble. The burst damage is there. And they do get a really decent trade out of that. Decent trade.
That's fantastic, and we saw the power of the Chrono, the Dream Coil, and the Egg all at once just rips Cuties apart.
Yeah.
And it's going to become even more problematic to deal with these things over the course of the game. They might even be looking to take a T1 here. I think probably what they should be looking at doing. But it is a little bit risky without the Chrono up.
Ogre's TP'd in. He might drop the Ignite. He does. So, I mean, do they back it off now? I feel like they might have a chance of sticking around, but they might just back it off here. And it looks like Puck's front. So I mean, and all while this is happening, X-Ray was actually top, and he's actually opened up that top lane for them, and they might actually consider going mid again now. Ogre's the only one here. They need the backup.
Yeah, we can see that they've got that aggressive ward in the Ancients, so they can't stack it up at all. They're probably going to be looking to plant a few more aggressive wards. They've only got 1 on the map at the moment. They'll be using that to get those T1s, those really important T1s, as well as the T2s, and then they can start sort of using the Boots of Travel on Meepo to start putting the pressure up all over the map, because this Meepo is going to cause a lot of trouble. He's about 650 away from his Ags, and that's going to cause issues very quickly.
Now this is going to lead to a big fight here. The smoke is going to be broken here. PA is going to initiate for the dagger here. Phoenix does have the dive here. It looks like they do confuse it. Shadow Demon again being bursted down. A lot of damage coming through very, very quickly here. Filipino Rules is capitalizing on this, and he just needs some time walk. He gets a lot of damage back on his HP there. The vac wall that did a lot of work. The Supernova isn't going to last, and it's 2 for 2 currently. But who really comes out? We'll have a look at the fight recap to see who really came out there. Oh, well,
Track.
I mean, Cutie
Track
Gaming.
comes out.
Yeah, Cutie Gaming. Gaming out on top there.
Yeah, it's basically 2 supports for 2 supports. If X-Rag had been there on that Meepo, I mean, did you see the damage from the Veil combo with the Puck? It was so much. But the mech, I was wondering, I was like, is there a mech? Yeah, the mech comes out from the Darkseid, absolutely instrumental in making sure that fight isn't a disaster. And they end up making 2 supports for it. I don't know if both of them were tracked, but I assume at least one of them was. I mean, they're going to lose the T1 here, but I think it's still worth it. They're keeping up. I mean, the TA is keeping up with the Meepo on net worth, and that's all you can ask for, really. A Meepo with Boots of Travel farms incredibly quickly. It's almost impossible to keep up. So if you can keep up, that's really good for your team. I just worry about Cutie's team fight. Yeah, we saw the vacuum then and the wall, which was fantastic, but with the Chrono and the Egg and the Dream Coil, it can become really difficult to get any kills in these fights.
Yeah, exactly. Once there's more and more mobility items being picked up here for King Hypnotoad, the placement of these spells is going to be even better as well. And their high ground advantage, though, Shadow Demon, he can initiate. They actually go up to the Chronosphere, the imprisonment onto Ogre, so he's actually going to walk back into the Chronosphere, though, and he's going to be able to cancel his stun. The stun comes out on Filipino Rules, but he's going to actually regenerate a lot of this Darkseer. He's very low. He goes down to the Shadow Demon in the end there. The burn damage onto Dipsy though, or rather the Shadow Demon does take him down. And this is Filipino rules. He's a little bit out of position, and it does pop the Shuriken toss here, but this is all heroes except for PA going down just for 2 on the side of King Hypnotoad.
X-Rag is also pushing bot lane at the same time. So this could even be 2 T2s. It might only be the one at bot. Yeah, because they're probably going to back off from...
Yeah.
But fight recap shows that they still get gold, even though 4 people died, because Shadow Demon and Faceless Void, the 2 people who died, obviously were both tracked. But yeah, it's still a huge swing for King Hypnotoad, and they're not counting the tower that they're about to get, which is huge. So
Yeah.
it starts to become very difficult to fight into this Meepo. This PA is just woefully underfarmed, and it's really difficult to come into fights against this Meepo when you only have a Vanguard. Like, you don't have the damage to contest, you don't have lifesteal to sustain, you don't have a BKB to avoid spells. It can make it really problematic.
Right, well this is something QD Gaming needs to really think about, because this is difficult. And how do you really sort of come back from this sort of situation? How do you build up that farm you need on the PA? Because the Vanguard's there, but the Desolator's not. I actually picked up a cloak as well. With the lucky fight, all you really need is track kills. And you can accelerate out of control. So I wouldn't put them out of the game just yet. Obviously, they're going to have a lot of trouble just because they're... Drink well. It's really well placed. Puck though, the Shuriken toss going to come through. He's going to just jaunt out of there just in time. No kills just yet, but the stun coming through on the Phoenix. He's going to cancel the disruption. Or rather, he needs to get it ready for this other Chronosphere. 3 heroes caught into that. The only PA is the one that's not caught out, but she can't do anything about it. She's a melee core. They're actually going to go onto the Templar assassin. She goes down as well. The damage is there. And Ogre Magi, he's barely alive. And PA, this is the Earn Charge being popped here. They just need to chase her down, but she's going to blink to the Ogre, but the Ogre may lose his life for sticking around here, because do they have the damage to take him down? The Silence misses the buyback from Bounty. This is an instrumental buyback. The track's coming through, but it would have been good if they had more heroes alive here, but there's no damage to back up that.
Everyone is full health.
Yeah.
I think QD's just overstaying their welcome in that fight. They tried to initiate, they failed, and at that point they should have just backed off, but they stayed a little bit too long. They got caught inside the chrono, and that's one thing that they just can't afford to do in these fights. This Filipino rules has been amazing. He's been on point with these chronospheres, catching 2 to 3 people, but more importantly, catching the most important people. He's been catching the TA, and once you catch TA in a chronosphere, Refraction just gets burnt down immediately, and she dies very quickly because she's so naturally squishy. So he's catching a lot of people, and he's catching important people, and it's been huge. It's just been instrumental in turning these team fights around.
It's been absolute pleasure to watch as well. Just watching these players come out, and this Meepo pick, we did look at it originally. We did think, well, it's a bit interesting. We're not really sure if it's going to be able to combo that well with the Chrono. I mean, they do have other heroes to sort of capitalize on it, but it is always a risk picking it. But they've made it work, and this is, I mean, X-Rag is well known for picking the Meepo, so obviously he's going to be comfortable with it. But it all comes down, I guess, to, like you said, those lucky fights that QD Gaming need to try and take advantage of, because it's not easy to come back from this. And I'm going to look at the network graph, and it's around about 8k going the way of King Hypnotoad. So it's not an easy way back to equilibrium, I think. No,
not insurmountable though with track kills.
Yeah,
but it's going to be very difficult to climb back. I mean, we saw last game at the 15-minute mark, King Hypnotoad had about a 12k net worth advantage. So, I mean, there's still a bit of room to maneuver. It's just that team fights are almost impossible to. It's almost impossible to outplay King Hypnotoad, because their team fights are so easy to set up. You know, all they need is a good chrono, or a good egg, or a good dream coil, or a good disruption to really stomp these fights. You know? And when it's that easy to execute your game plan, no matter the net worth difference, it can become really difficult to get a foothold in the game.
Right. Well, they spotted out the Faceless Void in the Roche pit. Now, this is a difficult move. QD Gaming, they were actually smoked up there. They were waiting for an opening on the Roche pit, but they haven't. Looks like they could be backing off. And like you just pinged out, the Dragon Lance, 2 Dragon Lances being the pickup for Meepo. We actually saw a post about this one. Yeah, there was
really surprised X-Rag hasn't actually gone for a blink. I would have thought that would have been one of the first items he got after Ag, simply because it combos so well with almost the rest of their team. I mean, faces forward, obviously Filipino Rules has picked up a blink. I think he picked it up 8 minutes ago, somewhere around. He first used it in the mid fight where he caught the three members of Cuties and just
huge.
destroyed. Puck, obviously one of the first items after Veil, got blink. Shadow Demon has a lot of long range spells, so it doesn't necessarily need blink, and the Phoenix has those long range spells as well. So I feel like I'm surprised X-Rag hasn't gone for the blink, but the Dragon Lance stat stacking is it can be very scary to go up against because it's so cheap.
It is, and I mean we saw it. There's been a lot of discussion on Dota.ru recently about the number of Dragon Lances you should get on Meepo, and 2 or some people even say 3, so it's very efficient, but we'll have to see how this fight goes because the Chronosphere's been dropped, 2 heroes been caught, the Veil comes out as well, and the Dreamcoil. They just need some more AoE damage here. That does go down in the end. 2 heroes for nothing here as well. They use the Shuriken Toss, but it's not actually going to do anything here. They have 2 heroes left. Ogre Magi is being burnt down very quickly. PA, or rather Darkseer, is the only one left. He's running the Surges there. They do imprison him though, and they don't need much more to finish him off here because they do have Soul Catcher, and that is a huge fight. One of the biggest and most instrumental fights, and you can see the gold, 1,700 gold being gained by King Hypnotoad. That brings it to 12k net worth in the lead.
Yeah, it's going to be almost impossible to come back for Cuties at this point. Even the Chrono came out, Filipino Chronos without any support, and that just shows how confident King Hypnotoad are at the moment. I mean, Phoenix just sort of dives straight into the Chrono. They don't need to worry about that. Puck pulls out the insane nuke damage with the Veil into Dagon into the nukes. You know, they're not even worrying about execution at this point because they know that they're so far. They've got so many more items that they can just afford to make mistakes.
Yeah, and that's I guess that's sort of the whole snowball effect. And especially with a lineup like this, and we talked about this before, Tapman, when you get this sort of lineup where the team fight is so crucial and your placement, it's all about your placement. But once you get initiation items, Blink Daggers, and once X-Rag gets that Blink Dagger on the Meepo, once we actually see the
he does have a Blink Dagger right now.
Oh, okay, so he does.
There it
and
is.
once we see an Aether Lens on the Shadow Demon or a Force Staff or something like that, he's actually gone for a Ghost Scepter, which isn't too surprising. It's going to be almost perfect placement nearly each time, and for someone like Phoenix, he doesn't need a blink necessarily too badly because he does have the Icarus dive, and this is just the advantage I feel like that this lineup has in terms of team fights. But yeah, I mean, Cuties Gaming, it's very hard for them to make use of this, or to rather to just actually survive against, you know, huge mobility. Because their heroes, I mean, they're easily kited. You've got the Chronosphere controls all of them. PA can't blink out of Chronosphere, and she can't blink into it either.
Yeah, I think at this point, it's not necessarily lack of mobility that's losing them fights. It's just that they're so far behind right now.
Right, yeah.
I think if they had played the early game a little bit better, played more defensive up until the point that they got track, and then executed a few clean ganks, you know, getting specific targets, getting track gold, making sure that you're not falling behind, and then getting some objectives, because they've only got 1 tower down, then they could have probably achieved more. But I think they misplayed the early game a little bit, were a bit too aggressive, lost a few kills, especially in the offlane to Filipino on that Void.
Yeah.
He took, I think, 3 kills on that Ogre. Darkseer died twice in the safe lane. TA did fantastic in the mid lane, but they didn't really... they tried to get too much done, and in the end they got nothing done.
Yeah, exactly.
And then when track comes up, all of a sudden they're too far behind to execute those track ganks. That was brutal.
That was insane.
Instantaneous, just deleted. But yeah, like once they got the track up, at that point they didn't have the tools to execute those ganks, and it becomes really difficult. So
yeah, and look at this. Filipino rules, he actually cancelled his Chronosphere because he didn't really need to use it because the Darkseid actually got out of there just in time. The Dagon coming through, he's going to Greaves up, he's going to use the Gun Grip. So, I mean, this is where, if you're Kitty Game, and actually they do lose the Templar Assassin, not sure how she got into that position. A little bit dangerous, I think, and Darkseid, he's actually going to be bashed 2 times now. They just need a bit more damage to finish him off here. The Time Walk, the bash isn't there, so they might not be able to get the kill here, but it looks like PA might want to try and get something done on the Faceless Void. He's actually been tracked, but he is going to Time Walk the damage, and this is just so hard to take down this Faceless Void, and that's sort of ignoring all the other heroes. Yeah. You can't take him down when it's just them, and the Dream Coil's going to come out onto 2 down bottom here, but it looks like Dark's here. He's actually going to be slowed up by the Shadow Demon. There's the Chronosphere, catching up 2 heroes, and I mean, Faceless Void, he's actually going sort of unscathed in all of this. He's still alive, the track is there, but they just missed the Shadow Poison of the Bounty Hunter. He's probably going to be right in the corner there, but there's the GG.
Yep. Tough game for Cuties.
Yeah.
In that Rax fight, the reason TA get the Phoenix, she was actually very close, and then Phoenix went the Meepo was also very close, had Aegis though, so I think that not even all of them were there. There was only like 2 people fighting at once, so I mean, maybe there might have been hope if they had taken that fight more convincingly, but yeah, it was looking very difficult from the 10-minute mark after losing those crucial deaths to the Filipino Void in the offlane.
Yeah.
It became really difficult to bring this game back, even with track kills.
Alright, well, that was, again, 2 wins in a row for King Hypnotoad. They move on, and we'll find out who they'll be placing, or rather playing against next. We'll be right back with the next game, and thank you for joining us. We'll be right back.
We'll see you soon.
We could burn like a flame through the atmosphere. Yeah. Starlight, it's calling us. Leave the ghosts of our past in the stratosphere. Oh yeah, yeah, it's calling us. it's over. Till the world's out of sight, we will stand, we will fight. It's not over till it's over. As I fell to the ocean floor, fading light through an open door, I saw myself rise with the water. And they thought they could keep me down, hold that breath and watch me drown, but all they did was push me higher. We don't care what they say, we will be here all day. We'll stay until it's over. Till the world's out of sight, we will stand, we will fight. It's not over till it's over. Through the nights in the rain, through the time and the pain, we stand, we'll never fall. And then at the end of it all, we will win, we will chant. It's not over till it's over.
history where I could stand and say, arithmetic begins here, now.
Welcome back, everyone. Once again, King Hypnotoad against Natural 9, probably the most hyped game of the tournament. I'm back here with Tatman Tat. How worried are we about this game? Because we don't know who to predict this time. This is definitely one of the most controversial games of the tournament. One of the least predictable games.
Yep, I think this is probably going to be one of the most impressive games that we've casted in the tournament so far. These are two of the definitely stronger, if not the strongest teams in the Aussie scene at the moment, Oceanic scene. And we're seeing that they really don't like that X-Rag Meepo, so much so that they want to ban it in the first phase, which is huge. And maybe we might see that Kunkka first phase ban again. Who knows? No, it's going to be the Drow, which is, I think, definitely the smart pick here. A lot of people talk about the Filipino rules Drow. He absolutely loves the hero, and with heroes like Shadow Demon and Morana, they've shown they're very comfortable on those two heroes. They're fantastic picks for the Drow, so yeah, you don't want to let them run that Drow strat.
Right, so Shadow Demon being picked up. Alright, so this is the third game in a row now that the King Hypnotoad have run this. It's either going to be, I'm not sure what his name is, the two, Fury Dipsy played the Shadow Demon in game 1, so we'll see who actually plays it, but this is a staple for King Hypnotoad by the looks of it. And Ogre Magi, we've seen him a couple of times. Sand King, a new pick so far in the tournament, but Sand King, I mean, he's fairly, not a new pick rather, but he's fairly expected, really, in a lot of these tournaments.
Yeah,
Caustic Finale, as you said, is huge.
Yeah, he's not unexpected, and Caustic Finale and Sandstorm really allow him to be very comfortable in a lot of lanes that other heroes wouldn't be comfortable in. Caustic Finale against melee cores is just a nightmare. It can really do a lot of damage, and it stacks up over time. And we're seeing that King Hypnotoad, they obviously were watching the last moments of Natural 9's last game, because they picked up Venomancer and Nightstalker last game to great success. And there's the Kunkka ban that we've seen. That's been quite prevalent throughout the games against King Hypnotoad so far. But obviously the Meepo and the Drow take precedence over the Kunkka just because there's Meepo because X-Rag, I guess, but Drow most importantly just such a strong hero at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. Drow stats, we're seeing it a lot. But so we haven't actually casted any of Natural 9 tonight, but they've really proven themselves because they have. I don't know if they've stomped their games, but they've convincingly won all of them so far, and so have King Hypnotoad. So this this is a very defining game, and there's the Kunkka ban. So, I mean, these teams understand each other. These teams know what they're going to pick. The Oracle ban as well. And this is this is characteristic of, as you said before, the highest skill game in the tournament so far. And whoever wins this one does move on even further here and gets one step closer to going to, I believe, Malaysia.
Yes, I think that the team that wins this goes straight to Malaysia, and if they don't, they stay home. So,
yeah,
big stakes setting up for this game. And then there's the Void ban. A little bit late, obviously, but it looks like they're not prioritizing it as much as they have in previous games. But
yeah,
Void, I think he probably has like 100% chance of being picked or banned in almost every game. He's just really good at the moment. Very versatile in Time Walk, Chrono, and Time Dilation. And Mirana is the same way. Mirana and Shadow Demon, obviously a time-tested combo. Ever since Shadow Demon was introduced, Disruption into Arrow gets you really easy kills. Not to mention Soul Catcher provides some fantastic extra burst damage into that Mirana combo, which is a little bit less now that the second Meteor doesn't proc off of Ags, but still does a lot of damage.
Yeah.
But it'll be, I think we'll probably see the Sand King come into the offlane, and it'll be really telling to see what Hypnotoad pick up against this Sand King, and how much effort Natural 9 put into the offlane, or whether they just leave the Sand King alone to get levels.
Yeah, I mean, another thing about that Shadow Demon is, of course, they have the damage to take down a tanky Ogre. They have burst damage from the Soul Catcher, but yes, I mean, something we've seen earlier today, obviously teams maybe underutilizing their supports, not throwing them in the lanes they should be in, maybe even sort of foregoing that safe lane and making the mistake of that happening. And but I'm sure this game, Natural 9 are going to be on the ball, and they've actually picked the Disruptor here. So Disruptor was actually banned out in an earlier game we casted with King Hypnotoad, and in fact it's not surprising because Disruptor, very, very good against Mirana, but very, very good in general. And this is good team fight we're seeing from Natural 9. Very, very good team fight.
Yep, the Disruptor pick,
5 seconds.
really good against Tinker, obviously with the Glimpse and the Static Storm. Counters Batrado a little bit as well, because you can glimpse them straight out of Lasso. So Disruptor, I really like Disruptor. I think he's such a versatile support, and Static Storm provides so many uses, especially if you need someone to back you up. Say like someone gets disrupted, you can just kinetic field straight onto the Static Storm. And it's good against Timbersaw as well, because you can glimpse him after he Timber Chains, or if he Timber Chains out, you can glimpse him back in. It just creates that little bit more versatility, gives you more options in approaching fights, especially against something like a Timbersaw and a Marana. Glimpse, Static Storm, and Kinetic Field, all of them just provide more options in tackling these fights. But Timbersaw, we've seen Filipina rules very comfortable on the hero. He's very flashy. In the first game today, he picked up the blink and doing all sorts of fantastic plays. So I think this is a hero that he's very comfortable with. And Natural 9, they can't pick up the Keeper of the Light now, because otherwise they wouldn't have enough courts, basically. So they'll be very happy with the Timbersaw pick, and that it will probably go uncounted a little bit. You know, we'll see in the coming pick.
It is somewhat surprising with the Disruptor pickup that you pick the Timber, but maybe it's only that glimpse that you have to worry about. And this is something we've seen a little bit before, Tatman. Luna's been sort of banned out. I think 2 games out of the ones we've seen this time, but she's actually made it through now, and she's on Natural 9. Why do you think they've gone for the Luna here?
I think the magic damage is quite good against heroes like Timbersaw and Marana. Timbersaw obviously almost impervious to physical damage, but she provides fantastic pushing with Luna Blessing. She can carry well with Moonglaive. I think she scales decently into the late game. The one thing I'm worried about is if Luna comes into a fight and eclipses, and Shadow Demon just sits back and disrupts, say, Timbersaw or Marana, that eclipse almost does nothing. And it's the same with Static Storm and Epicenter. So Natural 9, I think they really want a core that can get to that backline and take out the Shadow Demon first, because a defensive disruption this game is going to do so much in preventing the damage from the Static Storm, the Eclipse, the Epicenter, Fire Blast. You know, there's so much that it can prevent. So if Fury is on this Shadow Demon, he's going to have his work cut out for him in making sure that these disruptions are going to be on point, especially defensive ones.
Yeah, so I mean, it does come down to if they do want that core that can get to the back lines. We saw a Templar Assassin earlier. Not really sure if that's what they're going to go for, But it's an option, something that sort of naturally picks up the Blink Dagger. Juggernaut could have been an option, no longer available in the pool though, and obviously I think Faceless Void would have been one of the sort of the better ones to think about. But we won't be seeing him, so they have. If they want to pick something, they have got some options available. But King Hypnotoad, okay, so they've got their... And we saw Filipino Rules run the safe lane Timbersaw last time. We saw an aggressive off lane, but this is an Outlaw Destroyer here, so... I mean, again, this is similar to what we saw about the Disruption. You sort of Astral Imprison someone, and they avoid a lot of AoE damage.
This is a bit of a deny pick as well, because I'm fairly sure that Natural 9 picked up OD in the last game.
Right.
And OD absolutely wrecked, had a very comfortable game. So OD, yeah, and again, you point out that the Astral Imprisonment is fantastic for dodging that damage. You know, if OD sees a gank coming, he can stop all the damage entirely. So I think this is a good pickup. Once he picks up a BKB, it's going to be very difficult for Natural 9 to stop him from running over their team. And when you have an OD and a Timbersaw, you have to deal with both, or one of them is just going to run to your backlines and destroy your supports. So if once OD gets a BKB, you know, you have to focus in with the Luna. The only way you're going to take him down is physical damage. And I don't see Sand King, Ogre, or Disruptor providing that much physical damage. I mean, Luna Blessing obviously does help, but I'm not sure how much it's going to do against this OD if he has a good lane. And it really depend if Natural 9 pick up something like, you know, they might even consider picking up the Queen of Pain for a little bit more burst, because it also goes through the BKB. I mean, Terrorblade is still in the pool. Alchemist is still in the pool. What else do we have? I mean, Lifestealer maybe. I mean, Invoker I think is probably the biggest one that we might see picked, but there are plenty of options still left. I mean, yeah, Jug's been banned out in the last phase, but it will be very interesting to see where the teams go. I mean, Hypnotoad could even pick up the Tidehunter and send the Tidehunter in the off lane, you know, and then have that Mirana in the support, because they did favor the support Mirana. Oh, well,
yeah, I mean,
they did have the Mirana farm in the off lane that game, but that was because the off lane was going very well. They took advantage of it. So I think they're very comfortable in that Mirana 3 or 4 position. And
I was expecting the Elder Titan, like similar role to the Tidehunter, setting up kills. And this is like a very, very, very one hero different from the lineup we saw earlier.
What
coming
was
out
the other hero that they had in the first?
It was an Invoker.
It was an Invoker, okay. Which is almost fulfills the same sort of role as an OD.
Yeah.
Just a little bit more versatile. And I think we might even see them do what they did last game, which is leave the Timbersaw bot safe lane and do that aggro try again. And it was successful last time, and if Natural 9 don't respond correctly, then it can be very quickly become disastrous.
Yeah.
I think Disruptor and Ogre, decent tri-lane supports, but I don't think it measures up to Mirana, Shadow Demon, Elder Titan, because that is just a fearsome combo.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I mean, really, King Hypnotoad, they really executed it earlier. They were getting so many kills, and here's a hero you'll certainly approve of, Tapman,
Razor.
the Razor.
I think it's an interesting pick in this circumstance, but I think it's great for you can drain the damage while someone's disrupted or astral imprisoned. You can drain damage from Timbersaw, because Timbersaw is always going to be up in your face. But I worry just a little bit, because there's not many single target abilities for unstable current to really have a lot of value. And if Razor doesn't have a good lane, it very quickly becomes difficult for him to have an impact. But we did see him a little bit in TI6. DC ran him a few times on Resolution, and he goes boots into Aquila, into Dragonlance, and then he goes back for the Boots of Travel, and then into Sanjin Yasha, and you just become this really tanky, fast damage dealer that's very hard to take down because of unstable current. So I really like Razor. I'm just not sure if he was the pick in this game. But if they send him, they'll probably send him in against the OD. I think a Razor has a fine time against the OD. Maybe even bullies him out of the lane a bit. So decent in the early game against the OD, but he might struggle to get things done in the mid game against so much CC. Like if Razor just gets slapped for 5 seconds, and then they choose to take out other targets, he can't exactly do much. So
no, he can't.
But again, I do like the Razor pick. It's going to be a real matter of how these team fights are going to turn out. whether they can get a good stomp into a good Earth Splitter, or whether the epicenter can go off, or if he gets disrupted or imprisoned. So they're two really interesting drafts. I hesitate to say if there's an outdraft on either side. I think King Hypnotoad might have a slight advantage.
Yeah,
but
yep.
I don't think either team, this game has been won on the draft so far.
No, not quite. And I mean, going back to the Razor pick, sure. I mean, Razor. Hey, when you look at the lineup of King Hypnotoad, when he wants to drain damage, OD is probably the best target. I don't know. I feel like most of the damage is either magical or pure, and OD is definitely more of that physical / pure damage. And I feel like that's who he has to steal the damage from. And like you said, if he's disrupted, he's still going to be able to take the damage. But yeah, it sort of will come down to, and he will have a good time in lane, like you said. So I feel like the Razor pick is a sort of, it's a safe pick for the laning stage, but will it actually show up later in the game? We'll have to see. And this is Slicks playing the Razor, so we'll see how he goes. Very well-known player. And
this is actually the first time that Hypnotoad haven't done a TP smoke play to get their wards out straight.
Yeah.
They're actually favoring, they're smoking straight top. Maybe they might be looking for a kill or something, just moving in force to that top lane. Which is surprising, because the last two games, there's one thing we noticed, is that those early wards really helped Hypnotoad secure that early game. They had so much more lane control, they could feel like 10 times safer in their lanes, because they knew where people were moving.
And I think this may be, I mean, this is exactly what they're going to do. They're going to block this pull camp, maybe? No. Okay, so they're going to actually make a move.
Out.
Do they have, the smoke's going to run out here. They just need some sort of initiation. It looks like Luna's going to be the one, but obviously they're going to see him. They just need a catch, but I don't think they're going to be in range. Not quite. And that's it's unfortunate for them, but yeah.
They smoked a little bit early there. I'm not sure if they intended to do that because they wanted to get there faster, but usually what you do is you smoke around the T2, and that leaves you a little bit of leeway to move into the jungle with smoke duration still left. So maybe they just wanted to get there faster, get their wards off. They didn't care about actually getting a kill.
And here we go.
Who knows?
Yeah, fair enough.
They were very close to getting a kill then if they had just timed their smoke better.
Well, I mean, this is definitely an even trade-off here. The Razor is going to that mid lane, and both supports actually being really good here. They're actually blocking the wave. I feel like Elder Titan's probably made a slightly better block, but really that doesn't make a difference here. It really comes down to how they run their lanes here, and it looks like up top, we're actually going to have the Mirana and the Shadow Demon with the Elder Titan sitting mid. I mean, do you think that the Elder Titan should be sitting mid, or do you think maybe the Shadow Demon should sit mid? Probably doesn't make too much difference.
I think it depends on how they react. I think Elder Titan is a bit of a risky move because he can just get drained, but he is a bit tanky. He's got decent move speed. He's picked up the Wind Lace, so he can get that little bit of harass off. And OD, he's fantastic in mid, but he just needs a little bit of extra time.
Yeah. And we can see Ogre's already rotated in here, so this sort of play of putting the Elder Titan, it would mean that Elder Titan probably I mean, if an Elder Titan and an Ogre are both playing passive and getting not a lot of levels out of it, I feel like the Ogre sort of gains a little bit here, but it looks like the this pull here is actually going to be somewhat interrupted, maybe. Not quite, but it is going to be a single pull here, so this wave is going to push, and they do have the stomp, so Ogre Magi is the target. The arrow's a long way away, but will it hit? It's just
very close.
Mistimed slightly, and this means Shadow Demon here. Dipsy, he is near one more hit from going out. He goes down. That's first blood. Unfortunate for him, but I feel like this is where King Hypnotoad just need to back it off and not lose anything more.
I was really optimistic trying to get that comp. I mean, yeah, if they did it, they might have gotten the kill. I mean, they probably would have gotten the kill, but I think Fury still goes down. And it's just risky to go
James Me is in a lot of trouble, and in fact, the stomp has hit, but it's a little bit too late here. They want to get something out of this. The Ogre Magi, he's blocking up Dipsy. He's a couple more hits just from going down. He does fall in the end, and this is not where Elder Titan wants to be, and this is a really good start for Natural 9.
They hit the Ogre a few times, I don't know, hoping to harass him a little bit more, but I think if they wanted to commit there, they should have just gone on the Luna. She was lower. She has less armor because obviously Ogre has 8 armor. So it's just a little bit baffling to me that they're putting so much into this and being so aggressive.
Yeah, and this is, I mean, oh no, actually Filipino Rules is only one more hit from going down, and he actually drops to the Caustic Finale. That's a solo kill by Black Shaitan. That's really big. This is 4 kills
really
and 0.
Early game, and we saw because of that very predictable smoke movement they chose for the start. They've got the arrow on the Luna.
It's not going to last for long though. Can Luna actually run out of there? The Fairy Fire's been popped here. She is low and she does go down, but Elder Titan may trade his life for this. He is disrupted just in time. They need one more hit to finish him off. They do have the Shadow Poison. It is there, or rather it is onto Ogre Magi here, and they want to keep chasing. They did get that last hit.
They're aiming the Ogre when they should be aiming the Disruptor. Ogre has boots and with 8 armor, 4 HP regen, 720 health. Disruptor, on the other hand, has just boots, 600 health, and 1 armor. They're giving up kills because they're just refusing to aim the proper targets. And I just don't understand why they're choosing to focus so much on this Ogre Major. And he's going to suicide and go straight back to base.
Yeah,
Oof, it's puzzling.
It is, and this is not something we've seen King Hitmoto do in the previous games. Last game we saw them really comfortable in this sort of role. They actually had the Phoenix rather than the Mirana, and they were just doing really nice rotations. These sort of mistakes weren't happening, and I think they were actually up against an Ogre Magi, and they were making the right targets. But
I mean, you can see just how much Luna is favouring this trial lane by leveling up the Luna Blessing first, and it gives them just so much more sustain and auto attack damage in these fights that, you know, even though they're supports, they just become scary because that 22 extra damage is no joke. Yeah. Especially on heroes like Ogre and Disruptor. Disruptor has naturally as high attack range, Ogre has naturally high damage. Very quickly gets out of control in terms of damage. And I think it just comes down to losing that ward in the jungle at the start. They went for a very predictable smoke movement. The Disruptor noticed and placed a ward, sentry ward there straight away, and they lost that very important vision. When you run an aggro trial, you really need to get your vision up and running and keep it up and running if you want to be outmaneuvering your opponent.
Well, I mean, this is sort of something, and an interesting point here to make is Ogre Magi, he actually had no points in that stun, and he is actually, what's he opted to go for here? So he's actually got 2 points in Ignite, none in his stun, so in the Fire Blast. Is this sort of an expected build here by Ogre, just skipping out on that stun? Do you think he needs it so much?
It's not unsurprising. I mean, obviously he'll probably get a level in Fire Blast the next level, but that Ignite has so much value in the slow and the damage and the duration that it can be really useful in actually getting kills or just harassing. So
exactly.
It's not surprising that he's done it. I would have expected a 1-1-1, but
the arrow's not going to hit. That gank was a little bit too premature, maybe going in a little bit too early and missing that chance because Slicks is okay.
Just on the ball. He's just recognized, Slicks has just recognized that there's 2 people off the map, and he just dodged that gank attempt. I think it's a little bit silly going for those gank attempts.
Yeah.
If you're not going to really go in for it, like make a move, you know, create your angle of attack, you know, go behind the tower, hit the arrow from a more advantageous position, or, you know, make a pincer movement. It's not just really smoke blindly and then hope that you get the disruption. It ends up wasting a lot of time.
Exactly. So this is really, I mean, the net worth shouldn't be too big at this point. It is over 1.5k going the way here. Actually, down bottom, Sand King. Well, I'm not really sure who's more in trouble here. Probably Sand King, though, but he has actually used the stick charges here, and that is Caustic Finale. The arrow is just off target, but they're going to see where he goes. They're going to have vision of him here. They just need a few more hits, but he's still alive. They just need the vision. Ogre might be here at the right time, though, because there comes the Burrow Strike here, and they've got the damage. They just need Filipino rules, but he hasn't got any mana to contribute here, and they've missed out on getting the Sand King. And they're not done here, because look, Sand King is actually positioning himself. He wants to get something done. The Razor's team and the Glimpse, and that is Filipino rules getting back at the back lines there with that Glimpse and the kinetic field, and they rotated heroes for it, but they got the kill, and that's a Timbersaw safe lane gone down. That's disastrous. You consider if you consider the time spent trying to get mid and then failing to get bot with these support rotations, it's several minutes of time wasted on these supports, and they haven't achieved anything. And more importantly, you've got a Timber who hasn't dominated his lane. Timber should be really having a great time. I mean, Sand King, probably one of the few heroes that can hold up against him, simply because Caustic Finale, magic damage, very competent, very effective against Timbersaw, but Timbersaw should not be going down. And it is surprising that Filipino Rules has gone for this really aggressive whirling death build, instead of perhaps going for one that more teamfight oriented into the Timber chain.
it's just a little bit confusing because I feel like he would want to be safer in his lane, leveling that timber chain, but he ends up paying for it, and they're going to take a T1 as well.
There goes
Yeah, and they actually didn't spot Fury in that area there. Very, very close. It would have cost him his life if he'd just run in the wrong
Luna
position
might be
just for a
going down,
second.
though.
Luna, though, she hasn't got her ultimate anymore, so she has to be careful. The arrow's a little bit off target. Do they have any lockdown here? They do not. And in fact, they're going back onto them here. Risk, though, he's very low, but he's just alive. Marana, though, the leap is fantastic. They do get him off in the end, though, but Elder Titan falls in the process. It's not the best trade, but as we say that, X-Rag is here. He is the arrow. Oh, the arrow just off target here. They're going aggressive in some ways here. Black Shaitan, has he got the? He's got the stun. He does. All right, so he's used it onto Marana here. He's instantly astral imprisoned though, but she is all by herself. Does she have leap? I really doubt it. And that is another death there. Only 186 gold. Even that is a concerning sign in terms of a bounty.
Yeah, I think that fight was just played a little bit oddly by Hypnotoad. Filipino rules misses his shuriken a couple of times. He doesn't use timber chain at all because at this point it has a latch range of 850 and the speed is just abysmal, so he can't actually afford to use it to catch up because it's so easily dodged at level 1. And
Glimpse, kinetic field. Now they have got the stun available for OD here, but it looks like he's instantly going to astral imprison the Sand King here. They're not done though because that's a really good disruption. Really good reactions there from Fury because that was a dead X-Ray for sure.
It's just really troubling for Hypnotoad right now that they're just making a few key mistakes that we saw them, like they weren't making these mistakes in other games, and it's paying for them right now. All of their eggs are in this OD basket, and it's going to be very troubling if he ends up dying even twice. All of their momentum is gone.
Exactly, and like you said, they do have they just have really good catch here on natural 9. Like this disruptor pick has really paid off for them so much, and you've seen the value of the glimpse already. So they're probably going to keep doing it though, and this is the top lane they're looking forward to. They're looking towards this. The ward, there is a ward here. It's not going to spot anyone out here because the smoke is still got a little bit of time to go. They just want to position themselves well. They need an opening. They need to initiate. But look at Bowler. I feel like Bowler knows there's something going on, but maybe not. He's just walks forward at the wrong time here. They need to actually get the damage. Do they have it here? Do they have the lockdown? But there's a really nice decision by Bowler to run south there. It might actually lead to her surviving, and they're actually going to get back onto Elder Titan going down, and that's really good movements there.
Fantastic choice. Just going straight down. Really smart movement from them. I think it was a little bit odd that Fury actually goes for the disruption when there's creeps in the way, which is a bit odd. But I think at this moment they're feeling just a little bit desperate, and they feel like they need to get something in order to be in any sort of shape to fight in these team fights in the mid game.
Towers getting the business.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like there's maybe a bit of nerves hitting King Hypnotoad at the moment because they're making a few mistakes that they weren't making in previous games, and it maybe because of the stakes of this match right now. Because whoever wins this gets a ticket to Malaysia to play in against the other countries, the other teams from other countries around, and they'll also be playing against the winner of the second round of games from the Oceanic teams. So this is a very important match, and King Hypnotoad, they need to keep their calm. They need to sort of focus here and collect themselves, because this is a tough game. But there is some hope here. This OD, and you can see Timber, he's ahead of last hits. Just have a look at net worth. Right, so OD is he's not too far behind. The Luna, he's only 200 gold behind the Luna.
And when you look at a Sand King like this, you see that his net worth isn't necessarily worth as much as another core. Luna, the net worth on the Luna and the OD and the Razor is actually worth more at this point than the Sand King. And especially Razor, who usually builds these really early game centric builds, his net worth is going to be worth a lot, and then it falls off later in the game.
Yeah, it does.
We see him pick up the Ogre Club. That could mean literally almost anything. Dragon Lance. Yeah. It could mean Dragon Lance, BKB, even getting the Sange for. It could mean a bunch of things. So
yeah,
he's just going for that little bit of extra tankiness at the start, which I agree with, because it's going to allow him to stay in those fights a lot longer. And he's leveling up the unstable current first, which is going to be very problematic for X-Rag if he ever wants to Astral Imprison the Razor. I'm surprised he hasn't leveled up the Static Link, because I think it's such a good ability against almost any hero. but it looks like they're going to go for a smoke
They're
game.
going to look for someone. Filipino rules. They might see him
he's
here. The
so
smoke's going
close.
to break, and he hasn't got any mana here. They just need to actually catch him at some nice latch here, but they are going to drop. They're going to drop everything here. This is not a very healthy Timber. That was Static Storm and everything, but it was probably worth it.
I think the issue we've seen in a few of these ganks is that while Natural 9 have devoted a lot of resources to getting the few kills that they have in the past few minutes, in the meantime, Hypnotoad haven't actually accomplished anything around the map. You know, they haven't got that much farm. I mean, Filipino Rules has done a fantastic job sort of catching back up after his lackluster laning phase, but the only person who's been farming has been this OD. You know, we've seen, I think this top lane has sort of been the level farming lane for Hypnotoad. We've seen Elder Titan and Shadow Demon sort of rotate in and out of this lane just to get that little bit of experience. And if we see now that, they're all level 6 at this point, which isn't too bad, and maybe they can start to maybe attempt at doing other things around the map, but it's still really risky. And we're seeing a difference in the build now is that Mirana has gone, this is the same player that played Mirana in the first game, gone for Moonlight Shadow at level 6 instead of opting for more damage, and it just shows you that they're not as comfortable in this game. They're on the back foot, and they want to make sure that they have more options in tackling team fights.
Yeah, exactly. So it comes down to how they execute the fights, who gets the sort of initiation as well, and whether or not, I feel like this epicenter is we haven't really seen its full effect yet. We've only seen the Burrow Strike, and Static Storm again, very, very instrumental, and I fear for King Hypnotoad and how are they going to be able to deal with it. I mean, we talked about in the drafting stage, they have got the ability to imprison people and dodge things, but it all comes down to the positioning of King Hypnotoad. They can't get caught out, because if they do, they can't make use of that ability to actually dodge the damage.
Definitely.
So
positioning is going to be key across both teams. You know, with the Disruptor and Astral Imprisonment and Disruption, there's just so many different things that both teams need to be aware of when they're setting up these fights. OD does have the Dragon Lance
King
now.
Hypnotoad, they might actually be a little bit pincered here, but Ogre Magi, he's going to run forward. He's actually going to be focused here. In fact, he is taking so much damage. He goes down. That's a key pick off here. Slicks, though. Slicks needs to be careful and to get Dipsy going down very quickly here. Jangmi has to run. They actually use the Moonlight Shadow here, and it is doing a lot of work for them because Elder Titan, he's very low. He doesn't go down. Very, very nice play here. X-Rags, he's in position. He wants to keep searching, but it looks like Risk is going to be able to TP away, and this is not looking good. Oh, Elder Titan.
Technical difficulties.
Well, I feel like they'll King Hypnotoad. Look at the gold change. They got almost 2k out of that.
2.3k golds plus a T1. That's huge. That's insane. I didn't expect it to be that much. I think they could have gotten even more. I think there was a point where Elder Titan was Moonlight Shadow, and he could have maybe stomped and slept the two of them, and then they could have even got another 2 kills. But that was exactly the fight that Hypnotoad needed to get back into this game, and I think we sort of slightly favoured their draft at the start of the game, and I think that now they're getting a little bit back into the game. They'll get the Bloodstone onto... Oh, Mirana just taking a little bit of damage there. They'll get the Bloodstone onto the Timber, they'll get the Ags onto the Mirana, and those are tickets to free farm for those 2 heroes, and it's going to be... It's very easy for those heroes to get out of control.
Well, I do see that. I mean, net worth is showing OD is on par with Luna right now, so this is a good sign for X-Rag. He's kept up. He's actually managed to stay ahead here, and this is like what you said. They put all their eggs in this OD basket. So whether they make use of it or not,
Razor might be going down too.
Slicks though, they don't have. He's so fast. They can't. He actually did go for that Dragon Lance at the start there. He's a very fast Razor.
Very fast indeed. I think Filipino Rules just picked up his Bloodstone, so he's going to be very happy with that. And it's actually not that bad of a timing. 17 minutes, not awful. Obviously, it's not the best. I think we saw him get out at like 11 minutes, 30 seconds in the first game today.
Something like that.
But yeah, he's done very well in catching back up, and you can see in the last hits, he's got 98 compared to 109 from the Luna. So I think Hypnotoad doing very well to come back in this game. I think they should be feeling a little bit confident if they can at least just farm in their jungle freely, maybe even take a few towers. Now that they've got those all-important levels up on the Timber Saw, I think he's going to be much more comfortable in using that Timber Chain more aggressively.
Yeah, definitely agree with that one. And I mean, I feel like King Hypnotoad, they just need to gather themselves here. They're not too. I mean, I'm going to look at net worth difference here. It's not very big at all. In fact, it's less than 2k going towards Natural 9. And this is a really promising sign here for King Hypnotoad. They were looking very, very dire before, very, very desperate. And right now, they're playing it safe,
It's
they're
just
being careful.
that one fight when you have, you know, the comeback mechanics were just huge, instrumental in keeping them in this game. I think what's going to be really important is X-Rag. The next few levels of X-Rag, he's going to be leveling up that Arcane Orb, and that increases his damage output, you know, by, you know,
Huge.
40% even, because he starts increasing that intelligence still, which can contribute to his damage exponentially almost. And he's going to be building towards that BKB now, so he's going to actually be really tanky. With the Dragon Lance and the BKB, he starts becoming very hard to take down, and that's something that's very problematic when you have a BKB up on the OD, and you have... So if we look at the teamfight ults, we have Eclipse, Static Storm, Epicenter. Like, those are 3 huge magic damage teamfight ults. And if OD just BKBs through them, all of a sudden a lot of your damage is just being wasted. And granted, yes, a lot of them are AoE, but the person you need to take down is the OD or the Mirana, and the Timbersaw as well. And if you can't take them down with those ults, it becomes very difficult to take them down with your physical damage, especially something like this.
I feel like when the sort of by the time the game reaches a point where towers are being knocked down, teams are really getting to some really sort of expensive fights. I feel like this is where X-Rag will pick up his Blink Dagger or something like maybe the Force Staff as well on that OD. This is going to mean it's even harder for them to kill. Not only is he highly mobile, but he is, with that BKB, immune to the magic damage. And that's a lot of what Natural 9 are doing. That's why they picked the Luna, the magic damage. And, well, not why, but it's a huge part of Luna. And she's actually going for the Ags build. So this is really, really a sort of a really positive thing for X-Rag here. So he's just going to go for that BKB. And not only... I mean, Eclipse does not go through BKB. And this is really important here.
Yeah, very important. We're going to see a little bit of a lull in the action. I think Hypnotoad very content to just farm. We're seeing, you know, getting those all-important levels now. Elder Titan's picked up that casual Timbersaw, working on that item after the Bloods. X-Rag very close to that BKB, and that's going to be almost what I would say would be the go time for when they want to take fights consistent. Shadow Demon just doing Shadow Demon things, being that position 5. Got Arcane Boots though, which is actually really good for supporting the push and the spells of the Mirana as well. And Mirana about 700 gold away from that Ags, and that's going to be really important in making sure that she can get that extra farm.
Actually, if we look at the... like Shaitan, he is very farmed. Look at his mobility right now. He's got a Force Staff, a Blink, and an Aether Lens, and this is really good because it means he can set up the fight, and he is probably going to become one of the main initiators here as well. And this is going to be something that they need to be aware of, and especially during nighttime, it's very hard to see where the Sand King's coming from.
The issue is that he needs to have an impact, and if he ends up dying, then so much net worth just being almost wasted in a sense. If the Epicenter doesn't connect, if the Burrow Strike doesn't connect, that's 8k net worth. That's not being used anywhere near as effectively as, say, a Razor who can just do damage by being in the fight.
Yeah, well, they've smoked up here. This is Natural 9. They want to defend this tower, and they've fortified for this. I don't know if they'll be able to actually save the tower, but they might be able to get return kills. They're actually heading towards mid, or rather, they're actually going to cut through. And this is X-Rag. I mean, he's actually going to go unnoticed here, and this is a huge play. Natural 9 coming through the south part of the river here. And this is where they need to get out of here. They need to find a way out. They're actually going to go into Mirana here, and she's actually going to pop the Moonlight Shadow. It's a really nice play here, but the stuff from Shaitan is actually going to catch 2 of them out here, and this is where Mirana needs to get out of here. The damage is catching up, but she's actually done well to survive that long, and Luna picking up the kill in the end. It's 1 kill so far.
There's a lot of...
Actually, Filipino rules picking one up here, but again, he's actually by himself. They have enough damage. They have enough lockdown as well. He's going to deny himself just in time. And X-Rag, he's come to the party here. The stomp is on target. They're going to just keep going here. But I mean, this is where X-Rag, they need to find a way of disabling if they do stun him up with that Burrow Strike. The BKB is there, but it might be a bit too late. It's so close to taking down Shaitan, but he survives, and he does actually get the Ogre Magi in the process. But let's have a look at the fight recap.
Not worth it.
No, not worth it at all.
If X-Rag had just stayed somewhere else, if they had just exited that team fight, Filipino rules, TP's out, they would have only lost the Shadow Demon and the Mirana. Because Elder Titan, did Elder Titan buy back? I don't think he did.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
No, he
yeah,
survived.
well, obviously because he can buy back right now. So there was. Yeah, they only would have lost 2 heroes, and it would have been a huge rotation. So I feel like a bit of a misplay. You know, perhaps they thought that they could turn it around, and it did almost look like that, but they forgot one key aspect, and that was the epicenter hadn't been used yet.
Yeah.
And the epicenter comes out, takes them completely by surprise, and it does so much damage. So very well played by Shaitan there, keeping the epicenter until the last moment, not using it prematurely to initiate, but waiting and using it to counter initiate, you know, reinitiate back into that fight.
Yeah.
So I think that could have been just good for Natural 9, 2 kills, and Hypnotoad could have walked away from it, but at the end it ends up being a team wipe, and it's going to be very harmful on the way that they're going to tackle the game in the next 10 minutes, because now their net worth not looking that impressive. I mean, the Luna Ags is just going to do so much in team fights.
Yeah, well, Natural 9, they got a very key win on that fight there. And the net worth isn't really that big, but it feels like it is, because this is a very... This Sand King, Black Shaitan, he's probably, in terms of farm, he is just one of the more efficient in terms of, like, look at his items. He's actually going for this Aghanim Scepter as well, and this is really, really nice farm. And this is something that it's going to be very hard, because it means, again... I mean, they've had so much trouble killing the Sand King as it is. He's always escaped fights with very minimal HP, and he's going to be able to, his ability to do that is just increasing as this time goes on. Yeah. And with the Aghanim Scepter, he's going to be even tankier. And this is something that I fear for King Hypnotoad. They need to make use of this BKB on X-Rag. They need to position themselves right. They need the Blink Dagger on that Outworld Destroyer.
Yeah, it is very difficult. I think they don't need to worry worried about the Sand King too. Obviously, Sand King having farm is just fantastic, but he's a bit like a Darkseer in the sense that he gets a lot of items, but he doesn't use them anywhere near as efficiently as other heroes can. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we see him pick up the Ags and then go for perhaps the Shivas and then Boots of Travel, but all of those items don't do that much. I mean, yeah, it's fantastic to have that mobility, but if he misses his abilities, it's not going to do much. Obviously, we saw him. He's very patient, knows exactly when to use his epicenter, so it's not likely that he misses his abilities, but if it does happen, it very rapidly becomes difficult for him to control a fight.
Well, this is Shaitan. He might be not in the right position he wants to be. They've got to make sure he doesn't get a blink. He has the 4 stuff available. Does he have the Barrow Strike? He's going to be astral imprisoned. He might actually be able to blink out of this one. I'm not too sure here, but he's just going to go to the side here. X-Rag, he's going to be caught out. He is very hard to kill, and in fact, he blinks down. He's going to be out of TP. They drop the Moonlight Shadow because in mid, other things are happening. Slicks gets a pick up onto the Mirana, and they can't get a return kill, I don't think. It's going to be very hard.
They don't get the Sand King there. It's really bad for them.
It is, yeah.
I think a bit of a misplay that he manages to stun. I think he stunned both of them after the astral imprisonment. They could have just simply angled that.
And this is, he does actually drop Purge there onto the Ogre Magi. He's actually not going to be able to TP because he just imprisons him in time. They need to be able to finish him off here. They need to be able to get something back, and they do get the Ogre, and that kill is to X-Rag.
Yep. I mean, that's the kind of returns that they need. I mean, obviously, they're still not doing too bad on the network. They're only about 4k behind. I mean, I think that'll increase in a second as the net worth graph updates, but it's more about what items are being used and on which heroes. You know, this Luna is getting so much out of that. She's free farming. She must have something on the career because she only has 300 gold on her at the moment.
Yeah.
And that's the BKB. Yeah, it's a BKB on them. So Luna can now walk through fights with impunity. She's going to take this ancient stack here. She's just going to scale further and further out of control. And I don't necessarily think now that this BKB is out that they have the tools to deal with it. I mean, a lot of their damage is magical with the Mirana and the Timbersaw and the OD. That once that BKB goes up, she can just wade into the fights.
Yeah, and she's going to probably get something to do with damage at some point in the game. And when she does, she's just a very painful sort of obstacle in the way of a team fight. She's just standing there. You can't do the damage. And OD, he doesn't get the Arcane Orb if you're BKB. You can't get the bonus damage, and it means that's a lot of their damage. And with a Timbersaw is sort of your second damage source. A lot of that's mitigated as well. So I'm I'm feeling very concerned here because this is where we might see the BKB come into play. The kinetic field's up. It's not going to catch anyone out, but it is going to cause a little bit more time for Natural 9 to keep securing this Roche. Bowler is actually still in the Roche pit here. We've actually got a lot of vision here because Disruptor, Risk, he's very low. He needs to get away from the Earth Splitter here, but he does get caught in the Earth Splitter. This is really good because actually Fury runs forward here. He is not going to be able to use abilities onto Luna here. She's going to be okay. She's going to keep chasing down X-Rag. The BKB is up. He needs to get vision, but he's being blocked. Black Shaitan blocking 2 heroes at once in those stairs there. This is a huge play, and X-Rag is completely trapped. And this is a really big play here. This is probably play of the match right here. Bowler very low, and they're gonna go for, and this is, the Arcane Rune is gonna be picked up by Filipino Rules, but there's nothing they can do about it.
Yeah. I think it's a little bit of nerves getting on Hypnotoad right now. X-Rag sat there for about 3 to 4 seconds taking a lot of damage when he should have just Astraled himself. You know, there was a point where he was BKB'd and the two heroes were there and he should have just turned around and hit them. And just hit them while his BKB was up. And he needed to rely on Filipino Rules getting there, but Filipino Rules, I think, trying to take down the Sand King elsewhere, or the Razor elsewhere. And, you know, X-Rag ends up paying for it. And the Mirana as well, they end up retreating halfway into a fight that they're winning almost handily while their BKBs are up, and it's just a little bit confusing. I think just a little bit of the nerves getting to them, you know, not using their abilities as well, just making these small but very key mistakes that are costing them, you know, an extra death, or they can't necessarily get a kill. It's a little bit disappointing to watch, you know, because my boy is Hypnotoad.
Yeah.
But I really, they've done really well getting to this point, and I hope they can continue to stay in this game.
Well, they're going to see how they go here, because this is a smoke gank and it's getting ever so close here. Filipino Rules is the one they're going to go for. He's completely isolated. The kinetic field's going to hold him in place. He just denies himself just to be efficient here. Shadow Demon, Gypsy, he's being focused here as well. Razor is hitting for a lot of damage here. One more hit. He does disrupt himself just in time, just to buy a little time here, because X-Rag, I think he needs to get out of here, but he's going to pop the BKB. He's going to try to front them all, but he has not as tanky as he thinks he is. The Hurricane Pike is there, so he is able to back it off, but he does use that BKB charge, and it looks like Mirana here off in the backlines, not having the damage to finish off Black Shaitan. Has Black Shaitan, he's only died once, I think, this game.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I think, again, that was just really poorly executed. X-Rag goes back in with the BKB and he thinks he can take them on, but this time he really can't.
Yeah, he can't.
The Filipino Rules just being caught out, obviously he immediately suicides, that's fine, but the Mirana being caught on the edge of the fight when she should have just leaped away. I mean, these are really mistakes that they can that should be easily remedied. You know, you shouldn't be making them at this level, and it's really letting them down.
Well, we're going to see how they go here, because I do not want to be in King Hypnotoad's sort of situation here. The net worth has dipped a little bit further here. It's approaching that sort of 7 to 8k net worth gap here. And this is all about if King Hypnotoad can somehow win a team fight, despite this Luna being very scary, if they can somehow win a team fight, they are going to get a lot from it. And this is what they have to do. But look how farmed this Luna is. Look how tanky this Razor is going to be with that Dragon Lance and the BKB. I don't know how they're going to do it. It's going to be so very, very difficult.
Yeah, it's becoming difficult to see how Hypnotoad are going to crawl themselves back into this game. I mean, the net worth, still not awful. I mean, 30 minutes into the game, 7.5k in front. I mean, a little bit more now, probably leaning towards 8.5k. You know, not the worst. You can come back from those. It's not insurmountable, but just the way that they're playing these team fights is not a matter of farm. It's a matter of mistakes. And those mistakes are really costing them.
Well, it's all about those nerves, and this is where Natural 9 are starting to think, hey, maybe we've got the ability to start pushing now, because the pushing hasn't really happened a lot of this game. Only tier 1s are down. This is the first tier 2 they're attempting to get here, and I feel like this is going to go very uncontested, and they've actually got the Troll Summoner here to help it out, make it even faster.
The Lunar Blessing combined with the Bloodlust makes towers very easy to take.
Yeah,
and when now that Luna has the Aegis, they're going to feel very confident taking these extra T2s. We'll probably see them even make a go for the racks before that Aegis timer comes back up, because they really want to get things accomplished. when you're in this position where you're comfortable with how the game is going, you don't want to become too comfortable, sit back and farm, unless you know that you need to farm to win the next fight. At the moment, I don't think they do.
Looks like
Now, so we've just seen Butterfly be finished up on Luna here. This is very, very scary. Not only is she magic immune, but she is going to be dodging a lot of damage here. And I don't know how they're going to be able to do it here. Filipino rules, again, not really the place he wants to be. Do they have any way of stunning him? They do have the stun here in the end there, but it looks like Filipino rules just going to do as much damage as possible before going down. But another pick-off for this beyond godlike bowler playing for Luna here.
Yep, and they're going to go for the bot 2-2, which I like. And we talk a little bit about it, but just for people who don't know, you always want to take the bot and top first, because mid is obviously the easiest one to push, because it's the shortest distance from your base to theirs. If you can push the bot racks, then when it comes time to push the top racks, it takes a lot more time to move from the bot to the top racks than it does from bot to mid or top to mid. So really smart decision there. They could have easily actually pushed mid first, but they're taking a more strategic decision and deciding to push. Oh, the Luna.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Because Ags gives her the opportunity to cast it at range, Shatan just takes the opportunity, initiates, and then the ult just comes straight.
Fury Dipsy just being netted up there by the summoner. I mean, Filipino rules, he can try all he might to just slow them down with this Chakrams. That was a really big pick off there on the Elder Titan, and again, this Rax is going down very quickly here with this Luna. This is
the physical damage coming out from this team is immense.
Well, we're gonna have to see how they go here, because this is looking like Natural 9, they want to close this game out soon. They want to put some pressure on it. They might even group up this tier 2 mid very shortly. I feel like, is that probably what they should do here? I think that's what they might try.
Yeah, definitely. I think they're going to keep pushing. The Aegis still up. I can't remember what time it was. If I look at the Roche spawner, then it will be taken soon.
Yeah.
Don't know the exact time, but it will be soon. So they're going to want to push that exactly. I'm sure both of the teams have timers. So Hypnotoad probably timing exactly when it's going to run out so that they can then initiate. But yeah, they're going to look to at least take the T2, open up all those Raxes, because I mean, we talk a lot about how important it is to open the T2s before it gets too late, because suddenly you win a fight, but you can't actually push Raxes because you're limited by these T2s. At this point, though, I think if they win a big fight, they're just going to Throne anyway. They can easily do all the damage they need to take a Throne or Mega Creeps at this point.
Well, that's exactly right. And I do remember this interview with Loader from a long time ago. He said that games can easily be won by one team fight. And I feel like when you get rid of the tier 2s, that one team fight is going to be worth so much more, because then that means Rax, that means Throne. And this is what Natural 9 are probably thinking of. They want to get that tier 2 mid just in case they run into this same situation.
And we see Hypnotoad just getting a little bit of aggressive. They smoked up here. They're just trying to look for any sort of pick that they can. And we see that now the Aegis is expired. You can probably expect a few more minutes of just, relaxation, farming up. They might go for a push. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they did, but I also wouldn't be surprised if they just wait for the next Roche and go mid. But we do see Sand King Shatan, he pings out the mid lane. It looks like they're going to be really confident, and they're just going to keep pushing their advantage, which I really do like when I see teams who push their advantage and make sure that they don't give the enemy team any sort of space to maneuver or farm themselves.
Yeah. So, I mean, you just look at the net worth of the heroes right now. This Luna is, nearly 10k ahead. We're up 6.5, 7k ahead of the next highest net worth on the opposing team, which is, of course, the Timbersaw. So
the net worth advantage now is around 17k.
Yeah. And she is, if you can kill the Luna, I feel like that is a huge accomplishment, and you've got a lot going for you then. So if they manage to take down Luna in this next fight, this is game changing. They're going to get a lot of gold out of it too. She's got 11 kills now without dying. So this is something,
if by some miracle Hypnotoad managed to wipe Natural 9 on some sort of bizarre push, then they're straight back into the game. But the issue is that to do it would just take so much effort, so many mistakes on Natural 9's part, absolutely perfect play on Hypnotoad's part, that it's almost impossible to pull off.
So I mean, all that Hypnotoad can really do now is just, you know, hold on that little bit longer, drag the game out a bit more, try and get more farm on X-Rag here, because he's a little bit behind the Luna, that's for sure.
And there's a refresher out on Luna at this point.
Yeah.
And that area denial is probably one of the most important factors of the Axe upgrade. The fact that Shaitan can blink in and burrow strike, and Luna can just support up with the damage of a full-blown carry from, you know, 2,000 range, or 2,500 range, which is the range of that Axe ult, that Axe Eclipse, is just phenomenal. It's immune to counterplay almost. I mean, yeah, we talked about the Astral Imprisonment and the disruption stopping this damage, but at this point, you know, Eclipse lasts 5.5 seconds, you're stunned for the first 2 seconds of it, and there's another one that's going to be followed up immediately after that.
Yeah.
I mean, even if you're enthroned, someone's going to die.
Exactly. This refresher orb makes it even more so, and I feel like this is Natural 9. You can see Roshan's going to be up for 2 minutes here, and they're waiting for it. I think this is, once they get that, they're pushing high ground. They are going straight in, and it's a matter of, do King Hypnotoad attempt to stop the Roshan? Do they attempt to make something happen?
I think they can attempt to contest the Roshan. I don't think that it would achieve anything.
Right, yeah.
I think best case scenario, they defend and get a few kills and not have to use that many buybacks. It's looking really problematic for them at this point. I do think the best play for them is just to sit back and try and wait for an advantageous position. You know, maybe look for a pick off, they smoke, try and look for one of the supports, maybe try and pick off. I mean, picking off any one hero is just huge, because at this point, any gold, any maneuvering, any extra gold that they can get, XP is just going to be huge. But they've just used Moonlight Shadow, and Natural 9 have buggered off, so I don't think they can achieve much here, and they would be wise by just backing off right now.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be very close to this Roche spawn, but there's nothing that King Hypnotoad can do to actually... I really don't think they can contest this, and like you said, just sit back, defend the high ground, let Natural 9 go in, take the Roche, and then try and get some return kills, some return net worth back into the hands of X-Rag here. And you can see that Natural 9, they've smoked up here, and they're not even concerned about the Roshan at this point. I mean, they've got vision of the pit here, they do see what's in there, but this is where Natural 9, there's so many smoke ganks this game, and this is where they're going to move in, they're going to try and find something, but they're not finding too much at this point. They're securing the pit though, that's what they're doing.
Yeah. Hypnotoad made a smart decision. They bought the gem on the Elder Titan, and they've taken out a few key wards, just allowing them to maneuver a little bit more, feel a little bit safer inside their jungle, but at this... I mean, they've got one ward at top. That was placed about 4 minutes ago, but that's not doing much at all. It's very hard to feel safe on the map when you've got one defensive ward and 3 of your camps are just dark. You know, it becomes really difficult to get any sort of farm.
And there's Roshan. The creep's going to spot it out, and they're going to go in. And this is a decision. Do they take the risk of defending this? Do they take the risk of contesting it? And you can just see that Natural 9, you can see Risk, he's positioned on the stairs. Risk, he is ready for anything. He's got the glimpse available, he's got the kinetic field. And Fury, he's got to get out of there, I think. If they go on him, if they get the vision and the glimpse, there's a huge range of the barrel strike. The arrow's going to hit, but they're going to drop everything. The Static Storm onto the Fury here. He's going to fall. It was a big kill in terms of what they used to take him down. The buyback is on Fury, so this is their last straw. They're buying back, they're ready to defend, and the Aegis the Immortal is still on this Luna here, so they have one last attempt here. And in fact, the TP actually getting in, sort of stops there. Zhang Mi getting the kill onto Risk, and in fact, they're 2 heroes down. Natural 9, I don't think they can really push into this, and they're going to just back it off.
I didn't even see the Sand King die.
Yeah. There you go.
T2ers.
T2ers on both of our parts.
But yeah, I mean, that's stop the push. I mean, that might even make the game last another 10 minutes. If they don't feel comfortable pushing in the next 5 minutes, then they're going to wait for the next stages. I highly doubt that they won't push in the next 5 minutes.
Yeah. Like Natural 9, I love what they're doing right now. Look at this positioning. They are prepared for anything right now. Grouping up like this. X-Drag though, he knows what they're doing. He knows where they are. There's not much he can do.
Taking a risk here, and I think it's the only thing that they can do at this point. And it's that idea of playing to win rather than playing to not lose.
Yeah.
At this point, I think they need to make some plays that might appear stupid in order to take a risk and maybe win the game. So I think they're doing the right thing. Maybe leaving their base, trying to get a little bit aggressive while they knew that Shatan and the Disruptor were down.
Yeah.
But at this point, they're going to have to quickly return to their base because that bot lane's going to push it.
Well, right now they're just farming the safest place on the map, Natural Nine's jungle. There's no way there was any danger there. They were just in there farming it. They've actually picked up the hex here on Outworld Destroyer. They've also put the gem on X-Rag here. So whether this is sort of the things they might want to try here to make this defense successful, because you can see Natural Nine, they are prepped for this. They are going in. You can see they've actually put the Solar Crest buff onto Luna here, so there's not much they can do about this. They've just imprisoned her. Are they going to do anything about it? Actually, they are going to get the sleep, but they are just going to use that Glimmer Cape, and this Ogre Magi, I think, with that Glimmer Cape, or am I thinking of Risk? That's Risk with the Glimmer Cape. Okay, so this is, again, so many more things they can do to prevent Luna from dying. She's very, very difficult to kill.
Yeah, I mean, she's got a great amount of armor. Obviously, that's all probably pretty much all negated when the Natural Order is around. But she's very tanky. She's got a BKB. She's got Aegis. She's got Refresher. There are so many tools with which she can survive.
There's the initiation. They're going to disrupt him straight away. Elder Titan, he's getting a lot of damage taken from that, and there's not a lot they can do to prevent that. I mean, they've escaped the damage for now. But Luna, again with the Refresher Orb, she comes in and just standing there, wailing on that tower, and Fury in the background. He used buyback earlier. Not much he can do. They used the Moonlight Shadow. They're going to go in here, and that's OD actually coming in with the damage there. X-Ray, he's going to get back, and Slick is going to chase him down, but he doesn't have the detection here to finish him off. And Bowler still just going on those racks. This is not looking good here for Ogre Magi. In fact, he's gone down. This is probably really dangerous here. Slicks, he's sort of going to get pincered here a little bit, but does he have the damage to actually outlast this? And they do have the connect. That's Filipino rules, getting completely caught out there. Did Risk fire back for that? I think he may have.
Luna might go down here.
Got to be careful. They have the detection. They don't have the Glimmer Cape. That's Mirana getting the
gigantic kill.
And get ready for this fight recap. It did cost a few buybacks, and only that's 2.1k though, going back towards.
But
King
that's
Hypnotoad.
with a death and a buyback.
Yeah, and look at this. Look how aggressive King Hypnotoad are. They're just pushing in.
Obviously, Natural Nine's still very comfortable with 2 buybacks, but I mean, this is the exact opening that they needed. That Luna overstaying her welcome, just underestimating the damage coming out from the pure damage coming out from all of Hypnotoad, and without the Aegis, I think it can be really difficult to initiate on the Outworld Devourer and the Timbersaw right here.
Yeah. But you can see fortifications have been used, and they just don't want to have the buyback, and they're not going to use buyback. I feel like they might even lose the racks instead of buying back on the Luna here. But this tower is not going down that fast, and Mirana can't sustain this, and that would have been a very, very crucial pick-off there for Shatan. He's going to get Glimmer Cape up, and he's going to be 4-starved in. He's going to be okay, and I think this is where King Hypnotoad, they gave it a shot, they tried to get that tower, but it's just still alive, barely, and just a couple of 100 HP.
They might
around,
actually do something more aggressive.
What do they have here? They use the Hex straight onto Raze here. Slicks, he's actually been bursted down. That's a lot of damage here. And Sass, he is actually in a lot of danger here. They do actually get some nice blink there from Filipino Rules, blocking him up.
Needs to buy back.
He hasn't got nowhere to go. In fact, they are going to come down here, but are they going to buy back here? Risk actually bringing him back. The Static Storm available. Are they going to drop it here? Looks like he may not have the mana to do it, but he's also on cooldown just from before. They come down here. That's Elder Titan just getting out in time. That is very, very close there. It looks like X-Rag just catching the other side of that Impale there, and the gem has been lost. They need to get out of here. Filipino Rules. He does not, if Bowler spots him out, they're going to have a lot of damage to do this. They're going to have the stun. They need to be able to catch up to him. There's the glimpse, and they just need to focus him down here. He actually could get a return kill. That's a lot of damage. Risk falling, and he doesn't have buyback, I'm pretty sure, and he's got to get out of here quickly before anything else happens to him. He is actually still alive, but that's Bowler just getting vision. And that is a very, very insane fight. But look at the gold change.
They just used 2 buybacks at the end of that fight.
Because they just want to keep this aggression up, maybe.
I know, very well played by Filipino Rules. You know, you can see he's just really coming into his own later in the game. You know, perhaps he's sort of overcome the nerves at this point, and we're really seeing a return to those amazing plays that we saw earlier in that game 1 that we casted earlier today. I think it's a bit risky trying to take this fight without Filipino rules. He's one of their major sources of damage, but...
X-Rag, there's the Shiva's guard. It's going to catch out X-Rag. Can have anything as a follow-up here. Looks like Slicks frontlining with the BKB. It may not have been the decision though, but it is going to scare them off. But they need to be careful here. They can't really stay here because this Moonlight Shadow is going to run out. And once it does, Luna is going to have the damage. She's got to be careful. But she is going to scare away X-Rag here. And can they actually stick around? Because look at Natural 9. They are doing exactly what King Hypnotoad was just doing. They're just charging down mid here. But the BKB on X-Rag, saving his life. That would have been his death. And he's just going to TP out. Because if he had been glimpsed, that could have been Natural 9 winning the game. That would have been the game. That would have been game right there. So they don't have buyback. They don't have BKB for 40 seconds on X-Rag here. So they need to either wait for that, and maybe even lose this tier 4, or this tier 3 rather. Well, they're going to have to try and fight without it. And they're smoked up.
With Filipino rules up, if we go to buyback status, nobody on Radiant has buyback, which is very problematic for them. But, you know, they have clawed a little bit back in net worth, kind of, a little bit. It's still around about 17.5k, maybe even closer to 19k. In favor of Natural 9, but this Timbersaw is just getting work done. You know, the Chakrams onto the Razor and the Luna, because it's pure damage, it's relevant at every stage of the game, and it really stacks.
Yeah, exactly. It's an awkward push here for Natural 9. They are very far ahead here. They have got the damage, they've got the tankiness on this Luna, and they just need to make use of it, I think, here. But
Filipinos picked up a Dagon too.
Yeah, I've seen that. Oh, they've gone straight in. That's a huge impale coming up from Shitani. He actually catches 4, but again, he's actually out of position, and he's actually been hexed up here. X-Rag, he's got the BKB. They actually waited for the time for it to come up here. The Refresher Orb is available for Luna here. She might use it again. She does, and this is a lot of damage coming out straight onto Elder Titan. He's just going to survive here, just in time, and it looks like X-Rag, he's just got the Imprison on here, but Filipino rules, he has been focused in the backlines. The buyback isn't available. They actually don't lose the Luna here. She's just going to be imprisoned, and she's going to be able to run away here, but they are chasing him down. This is dangerous. It's a big move here, because Black Shitani comes in with that impale. He gets the epicenter off, and that's OD. Very, very low. He's very, he just needs to drop his ult, but he can't do it, and there's no way. I don't think they can stop this now, because 4 heroes down. GG is the call, and that is one hell of a game to end. Round 1.
You know what won that game?
What won that game?
Refresher BKB on Luna.
Yeah.
She had upwards of like, she had a 7, I think she had an 8 and a 7 cooldown BKB, so ends up being about 15 seconds, and Filipino rules easily could have killed her, but the BKB duration just absolutely ends up screwing him over, because he tries to go in, he doesn't anticipate the second BKB pop, and it absolutely destroys him, becomes very problematic. So really close game, well done to both teams. Good ending. I mean,
yeah,
Hypnotoad managed to claw back their way a little bit in the end. They don't know. Really good game.
Right, well, King Hypnotoad will have to stay home, and this is Natural 9 going to Malaysia, and we'll find out later in the tournament who else will be joining them from the Oceanic region. It may, well, there are a few favourites to go in there, but we'll see. We'll find out later on, and we'll be back to you guys in Twitch chat to find out what's happening for the rest of the stream. See you soon.
See you soon.
Tuning out of starlight, the innocent lifetime flickers and flashes under a canvas. No, nobody seems worth it, while the feeling's sophisticated. The view is so restrained. The past is nearing closer and closer, I fear. So let's just cut the bullshit and tell me who's independent. Thumbs twiddling and your life's escaping your mind. Keep in mind, well, the air ain't as free as it used to be, but that's quite alright when you're still 18, it seems to be. And I'll tell you who's overrated. What's a beautiful person with some hideous dreams? While the lining is in silver, we're verging on the side of the road that'll take us home. The edge of us is getting weighed. Read about your life in your local papers. Realize the end of us is getting near. You're just a droplet of paint trickled off your canvas. Delirious illusion flowing backwards through the river of color, while we analyze to try to see it clearer. Secretly appealing to a lonely prisoner. Now what's your vision? Initiate your shading, blend the universe together. In time it only gets a little easier. Suddenly piece yourself back together now. What's your vision? Exist. This emptiness, it's just a blank slate, waiting for a painter to interfere. It's quite complex, but what I know. you don't care. You can lift your head up to the sky, take a deeper breath and give it time. You can walk the path among the lines with your shattered frame of mind. Or instead you could always stay. We can wait right here and play until somehow you can find a slightly better frame of mind. When they say you will fall, you can reach nothing at all. Hide your tracks beneath the rind of a different frame of mind. Is that what you heard? Broken words in the dirt, yelling up into the sun. Here we come, here we come. Here we come, here we come. Here we come, here we come. You can lift your head up to the sky, take a deeper breath and give it time. You can walk the path among.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to yet another game tonight. We have just witnessed Natural 9 getting their tickets, securing their path towards Malaysia, and of course King of Hypnotoad coming second out of all the teams in that group. But now we're on to the next group, and that is Arcanus Gaming and Bobo Leon as the first game that we'll be covering. And of course, Godot, famous Australian player, it's his team, and there are some well-known players on Bobo Leon as well. XTI players in this match right now. So we expect a lot, and something I was expecting a little bit is, of course, these bans we're seeing, and especially that Shadow Demon ban. Holy,
Good segue.
Yeah, exactly.
Great segue. But yes, we have seen a lot of Shadow Demon today, as well as the Faceless Void. We did see an axe being picked up against Natural 9 2 games ago, but didn't see that much success. But obviously still a fantastic hero for controlling the team fights.
10 seconds to go.
Void and Shadow Demon, just beautiful heroes. So strong at the moment, so versatile. It opens up your draft. It doesn't give away much, just because they're so strong. They're fantastic picks to open up the draft. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see opening picks of Elder Titan, Mirana, and Juggernaut.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is the first time tonight that we have seen an absence of Shadow Demon. I mean, he's there, he's a ban, but we won't be seeing him, and that means no Shadow Demon and Mirana combo with the with the Elder Titan split. So I mean, the Mirana and Elder Titan are still there, and the Faceless Void is not there though. So this is, and the Ogre Magi. I feel like Ogre Magi has had mixed success tonight, but it's still. Arcanus Gaming, they first pick him, so they value this hero a lot, and that's a lot of teams do. So
I think the mixed success of Ogre is not due to the hero. It's more to the teams that play him. So I think when you look at a hero and you see like, oh, okay, is this hero successful or not? A lot of the times, whether it's successful or not, it might be because of the hero. It might be the hero's not being picked in the right situations, but it might be also be the players, And it's why some specific heroes have such a high win rate. For example, Terrorblade had a 64% win rate now in TI6 because he was picked in the right draft. Because people know when to pick him. It's the same with Phantom Lancer and things like that. These heroes have really high win rates because they are picked last. But Kunkka also something that we've seen been picked up much more recently. And picked up in that. Well, you can put him in that 3 or 4 position because he does scale decently well. He's got fantastic burst damage with Ghost Ship, Torrent, and Tidebringer, but he's got a lot of utility with X Marks and Torrent and Ghost Ship as well. So, there's the Batrider.
Yeah,
beautiful.
And you'll be very happy to see that one, the Batrider. Now we've seen Batrider banned out quite a lot tonight in the very first phase, but he's gotten through. And Arcanus Gaming, they were more concerned about the axe. And I guess for a lot of teams, that's probably acceptable, because not every team does play the Batrider, but obviously Bobo Leon do. And Arcanus Gaming sort of reacting with a Juggernaut. Pretty solid pickup. Juggernaut's sort of a staple in many teams, and he has been for a number of months now, I think. In terms of this,
filling that sort of same role that Sven used to have a while ago, where it's a hero that you just like, okay, he's a carrier we're comfortable with. He achieves a certain amount in the early to mid game. He provides great physical damage. He's got utility and healing ward. He's just a stable pick, similar to how Lion has been a stable support pick for a long time, because Lion, he's just got burst damage. He's got CC, decent in lane. He's just stable support. And I feel like Juggernaut is similar in that regard, and especially now that you see people go for that more mid-game build with the diffusal into sort of Manta, which allows him to fight much more readily than a Battle Fury at the start of the game. So he's got a little bit of versatility in item build, which is something that you look for in a carry nowadays, because depending on how that first 10 minutes goes, and then that will influence what items you want to pick up, and you want to have several different item builds available.
Well, exactly. Now, okay, so Slider's been banned. Now, that's a pretty sort of, in terms of tonight, it's a sort of an interesting ban, not something we've seen picked up at all. But it's a very sort of game tempo speeding hero, and so is heroes like Axar as well, and then Faceless Void. So, and then Timber's being banned. So, I'm not really sure. Because you can look at the lineup of Bobo Leon here. They've got a lot of options, They haven't picked their safe lane. They've got the Batrider who can go off lane, who can go mid. They've got the Kunkka who could fill many different roles at this point. And of course, you've got another ban here. And if you're a Bobo Leon, do you start banning out? I mean, Juggernaut again could be mid, could be safe lane. Do you want to ban a key support here? Sand King. I mean, that's certainly a hero that I'm not surprised they banned it. We saw some great success just before.
I think Tinker, in the right situation, in the right hands, can just be such a dominant force in the game. We still haven't seen the Mirana or the Elder Titan. One hero that's been sort of very popular in the last sort of year in Beastmaster. We haven't seen being picked up at all today. But he's really fallen off recently. It's the same with sort of Death Prophet. You don't see Death Prophet receive this sort of a small nerf, and she really fell off. But I like this opening up of Batrider and Kunkka. Batrider can, the X marks can be set up well with the Lasso, or the Lasso can set up for Ghost Ship or any sort of things like this. But one of the things I most like about Kunkka is that the Ghost Ship buff, the boat buff,
exactly.
Coco's Rum, whatever you want to call it, if you ever played Dota 1. But it is absolutely brutal when you have carries that can withstand a lot of punishment, and then all of a sudden you double their health. You pick up something like a Sven or a Terrorblade or something like that. Oh, that's interesting.
I feel like if you're gonna go for the Huskar draft, both teams look like they could go for it here. The Oracle and Dazzle sometimes even being on the same lineup to work with the Huskar, but I mean, if you're Bobo Leon and you do pick it, it's a very interesting pick. They actually go for the Medusa instead. But if Arcanus Gaming go for it, I feel like Bobo Leon, they may even expect this. I mean, it's still...
I think much
Do you
more
really
likely
go for
that
it?
Arcanus pick up the Huskar simply because
Yeah, well...
Oracle can disarm the Huskar, and that just screws him over
10
completely until he
seconds
gets
to
a BKB. It does work well with the boat buff and
5
things like that, and
seconds.
Batrider can pull people in, but Oracle, fantastic
Yeah.
against the Batrider. Already combos well with the Juggernaut.
Reserve time.
I wouldn't be surprised if they picked up the Huskar, but again, it's not something that they necessarily need to do.
Yeah.
I mean, we haven't seen a few heroes that we haven't seen tonight. We haven't seen the Tidehunter or the Slark.
We've seen
Two
them banned,
heroes,
though.
and Alchemist as well. Yeah, we've seen
Yeah.
Tidehunter banned a few times. I wouldn't be surprised if Bobo Leon pick it up for their off lane. I mean, it depends. You
Yeah.
can send the Medusa mid or safe lane. I think we more often see her mid spamming out that Mystic Snake because it's such a strong tool to harass the enemy mid laners. But against the Juggernaut, you know, he can just sort of spin out of it and he can tank the damage a little bit more than maybe other mids can. So
Yeah.
Juggernaut can be sent mid. He can also be sent in the safe lane as well.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of versatility in where these teams can be sending their heroes. I absolutely love Batrider mid. I think
Yeah.
it's so strong against certain matchups, and it's something that people are inexperienced against playing against. You know, as soon as you get 3 stacks of napalm, you can kill somebody. You can just dive them. You get the boots
Yeah.
first. You get napalm stacks up, and you could just firefly all over them. So it does have a little bit of that surprise factor. But again, he's also great in the offlane. He can take stacks. He can take stacks away from them as well. You know, sometimes you want to be stacking with the Juggernaut, and he can take it down with the Blade Free with the spin. But Batrider can make that much more difficult to do because he can just take it, and he can walk that cliff line, so you can't actually harass him that much.
Yeah, well, I mean, if this is a mid Batrider and you're Bobo Leon, there is a number of offlane heroes. You mentioned the Tide. I'm thinking maybe the Darkseer. I feel like a Tide would do more than a Darkseer would in this sort of
10
lineup. I
seconds
do
to
like the Tide pick here, and there's also, I mean, they could
5
even run the Elder
seconds.
Titan. Who knows? You've got a number of options. Ricky Maru being picked up for
Radiant's
Arcanus,
banned.
so I feel like that's not so bad for Bobo Leon. They do have tools of avoiding it. If Batrider does go mid, he's going to have a reasonably good time against the Ricky, I think. Especially if he manages to get the Firefly before the Ricky smoke cloud comes out.
10 seconds to go.
Yep. I mean, Ricky just such a
5
fantastic hero
seconds.
I mean, we talked about it in the first game of today, just using that smoke screen to aggressively position yourself
Reserve
against
time.
heroes like Dazzle, stops them from getting Grave off. You know, you can use it to preemptively initiate on someone like Batrider, stop him from getting the lasso off. The vision game is also very strong. But in this situation, I don't see a very vulnerable lane for Ricky to go up against. Against the Batrunner and the Medusa, both naturally tanky. Kunkka, you're not really going to get much done against him. Dazzle
Dyer's
as well.
ban.
Well, there
Dyer's
goes the
ban.
Huskar ban. which I'm
Interesting that
surprised.
Arcanus banned it, but there's the
Radiant's
Invoker.
picked.
And you know what? This is not so bad. If this is some sort of Wex Quaz Invoker, then you're going to have really good tools for dealing with Medusa's mana. You're going to have that Cold Snap for Batrider. I don't mind it too much, and Cold Snap,
10
of course, for
seconds to
Kunkka.
go.
What do Bobo Leon pick here? Do they go for that
5
offlane?
seconds.
And if they do, what are they going to pick here? Because they've got a number of options. And I feel like Tidehunter
Reserve
is
time.
I
is
feel like
likely
they
in some way.
need a bit more oomph. I think Tidehunter's okay. I am surprised that Arcanus didn't go for something like the Anti-Mage and send the
Yeah.
Juggernaut mid. Anti-Mage could have been fantastic in that
10 seconds
offlane
to
because
go.
they can't really punish him at the moment. You can very
5
easily
seconds.
dodge X marks. You can Manta that off with the Ghost Ship and the Torrent. So there's the extra. They're picking up the Lifestealer. He can obviously rage through a lot
Yeah.
of the damage that's going to be pumped out by Arcanus. But I'm still very surprised that Anti-Mage wasn't picked up by Arcanus. I didn't mention it before, but against Medusa, it's very decent. I see Bobo Leon's lanes, and I think it's very defensive. And that's exactly what a hero like what Invoker does well in this situation as well. But what these heroes want, they want to be able to be up against these really defensive supports and things like that, so they can just farm freely, and Anti-Mage would have had an amazing lane against that. But Invoker also very good pick in this situation, I feel, and Juggernaut sort of achieves a similar sort of niche that Juggernaut does as well as Anti-Mage does as well, because you're probably going to be picking up that Manta Diffusal anyway against a Medusa and the Lifestealer, so who knows.
Exactly.
I think it's going to be a good game for Invoker, but it really does depend on how this mid lane goes.
Yeah, that disarm onto the Medusa is going to be instrumental as the game gets later and later. And we've talked about this a lot, you and I, how we've always seen that disarm from an Invoker, and not just in competitive games, but obviously in our pubs as well. It's a really like, it's just people underestimate it. They underestimate that disarm, and it's, what is it, 5 seconds? It's insane.
Yeah, it is. It's 6.5 seconds at max level.
Right.
That's
so,
max.
Yeah. And that just goes to show that Arcanus, I mean, sure, you always think, Bobaleon, they always think, oh yeah, well, Medusa's great late game, and you know, you've got the Grave as well, late game is insane, but when you think about it, Invoker has a 6.5 second disarm, you know, and that's just game changing. I know you've got BKB, but it's all situational. They
also have the disarm on the Oracle as well, so there's multiple ways to be dealing with, you know, if this Lifestealer isn't raged, or if this Medusa isn't BKB'd, you know, there's a high chance that they might not be able to put out any damage in the first place. So I really do like Arcanus' draft. I think Bobaleon's draft is perhaps a little bit too defensive. They're not going to be able to punish the Invoker enough, and Invoker will be able to run away with the game, because EMP is just like a level 25 Invoker is the most versatile hero in the game. He's got so many tools to be able to deal with literally every single hero. I mean, it is going to be a lot on Musica's shoulders to be able to carry this game, because they don't necessarily have the same punch late game as a Medusa and a Lifestealer, and even Conqueror and Batrider. But if he does it right, and I'm assuming Arcanus has complete faith in their Invoker, that it's going to be really, it's going to be a fireworks display.
Yeah. So I feel like with Bobaleon, you did say it's very defensive. I do see that, and I feel like if they want to make the plays happen, it's going to take time, and it's going to take time until, you know, I feel like they don't have the kill potential until the phase boots on Lifestealer, or until they get that blink, or the sort of the boots on Batrider as well. You need these items, and obviously Batrider's got his boots now, but I mean, I'm talking about when he starts building like mobility items, and it's defensive up until that point. And in fact, Medusa, the cold snap coming through, she's lucky there's a few uphill misses there, but something that she's going to have to deal with is, of course, Godot sitting in this mid lane with a sentry, and he's got the tangos, and Medusa, she doesn't have the tangos. You
can see how they planned that. Godot held on to his sentries for quite a while, and then they used the cold snap to bully the Medusa out of lane so she can't counter D-Ward it, and then he gets his sentry in and he keeps it there.
Yeah.
And that's really beneficial for them. I mean, not because Bobaleon have any invis, but just because it just puts them on a back foot a little bit. You know, every sort of psychological factor counts.
I feel like
Batrider might be going down to the top lane.
Yeah, well, you're not wrong, because he just needs one more hit. The Purifying Flames isn't available. And did he have a Fairy Fire? He did not have a Fairy Fire, so that is insanely close for Batrider. But something I just want to point out in this laning stage, and I feel like Godot, I mean, he's not going to be able to get anything done here. But just in that top lane, when you've got this sort of this Batrider who you know, normally 1v1 he's going to actually win the lane, but when you've got a Juggernaut who's being looked after by an Oracle who can instantly purge off a large amount of stacks of sticky napalm, I feel like the kill potential for, you know, it's the only aggressive part of their lineup, but it's not going to be successful.
The thing about napalm is that it's incredibly strong, but as soon as you have a way to purge the stacks, even if the way to purge the stacks was, you know, on a 30-40 second cooldown, the fact that you can purge them at will means that there's no kill potential ever for Batrider.
Molly is in the bottom lane. There's a lot of things happening to her at the moment, and they do have the open wounds, but there's no phase boots on this Lifestealer here, and can he actually catch up? They just need to land a torrent here. It needs to be on target. It looks like it will be. Very nice torrent. They'll give it to Lifestealer. That's a good little play there, I think, and it was a took a long time to get the kill
on
though.
the Medusa mid as well.
Ah, yes. Actually, Invoker.
We're actually seeing a
He'll be
Quas
okay.
Wex Invoker as well.
Yeah.
One thing that's really important, just to touch upon there, was when Medusa was bullied out of the mid lane, she actually had quite a big wave against her. There was 2 range creeps, 5 melee creeps. She's missing out on a huge stack of experience. She's actually not that far behind though, surprising. Only about 100 experience behind the Invoker. And I am surprised that I haven't seen this Invoker go, Quas XOR or Wex XOR or whatever people usually do nowadays. I can't quite remember, but
Yeah, I was expecting
I think it's mostly sort of Quas XOR, because this way he won't actually be able to last hit that effectively against the Medusa. I think he's probably going Quas Wex simply for the EMP, because it's so good against the Medusa. But I think the damage that he needs for last hits. I mean, he's doing very well in the mid lane.
Yeah.
But yeah, it might be a bit more difficult later on to keep up with those last hits.
Yeah, I mean, my understanding was he went for the Quaswex, and not just for that EMP onto Medusa, but of course the Cold Snap onto the Batrider, the Cold Snap onto the Kunkka, cancelling the animation and getting that urn is, a huge, tool you could use against the Batrider. In fact, Batrider's actually going to be able to be okay here. Just TPs, that's a really, really good decision in a sort of a dire situation like that. But that's what I feel like, that's what I feel like we'll see coming out from this Invoker. Just really nice cold snaps and putting that Flaming Lasso. It's just going to make it very hard for the Lasso to actually do a lot of work here. And actually, they're going on Medusa mid here. X-Musica with the EMP, and look how much work it's done here. But X-Musica, he's going to be careful. The torrent's going to be in. It's actually on target here. Do they have the damage? They actually have the Bloodlust from the Kunkka here, so it's going to make it even faster for them. That's a Fairy Fire coming out. They just get the Dazzle hit in the end to finish him off. Really, really close. And in fact, Godot, if Godot runs the wrong way, he could get burnt down here. But it looks like, well, Job is in a lot of trouble here. 2 Napalm stacks, but no. In fact, Batrider doesn't have the mana or the momentum to take him down.
Oracle could have killed the Batrider there.
Yeah.
Used 2 casts of Purifying Flames. He had plenty of mana. Could have easily killed him. I'm not sure why he didn't take that opportunity. But yeah, we saw just those real quick TPs coming from the bot lane. I was just about to comment on how that defensive tri-lane wasn't actually achieving much, simply because the Ogre doesn't really care about anything but levels. I would have thought that maybe they could have sent... It's difficult because they picked the Lifestealer, but I think the Batrider mid against the Invoker might have been a smarter choice, and perhaps sending up that Lifestealer against the Juggernaut with Kunkka or Dazzle in the back.
Yeah.
A 2-1-2 might have been more prudent. I think sacrificing the Batrider is going to lead to some complications later on where they're never going to be able to initiate anyway. But then again, he's already sort of naturally countered by the Oracle, so it's going to be a really tough game for Batrider anyway, and we saw, I think we casted a game in the qualifiers where...
Hang on a second, because look, this is what we're talking about. Tough game for Batrider, that's for sure, because they've just dived the tower to find him, and this is what I was just saying, what I was just saying before is, Batrider, he's really aggressive, but in this lane, he is far from that, because an Oracle just completely counters Batrider, in not just that, purging off the lasso, but paging off everything else, and Oracle just denying himself there.
Yep. I think it's really tough when you're a Batrider and you just start on the back foot. You get your blink late, you can't get any ganks off, you're not getting any stacks. It very quickly becomes a hard game for a Batrider when you don't have a good lane, and I think Batrider's almost guaranteed to have a good lane in mid against Invoker. Most Invoker... this one's gone Quas Wex, but the only tool that they have to sort of stop you from killing them is Cold Snap and maybe Ice Wall. And Ice Wall at level... Not really the best tool at stopping people from going on you, and especially if you have like 5 stacks of napalm, then the only option you have is just to ghost walk away or hope that your cold snap will stop him from diving you on a tower. I think Batrider against Invoker, probably one of my more favourite matchups.
Medusa, that's an EMP, it's going to come in here, and they just need a bit more damage. Look at how much damage they do to her, and that's with the cold snap, but the uphill miss, I feel like, made so much difference there, and the TP rotations were
all she needs
slow,
though is
but
that little bit of extra mana. She's going to actually get way more now. All she needs is about 100 mana to make her twice as tanky. That mana shield is something that can't be underestimated. Meanwhile, Batrider goes down again to Juggernaut, more importantly.
Yeah, and he used the Omni Slash, and he's got that Sage's Mask. That just means he can just keep doing that every time it's off cooldown. By the time it's off cooldown, he'll probably have enough mana to do it again.
Yep. I think, yeah, I am surprised that we haven't seen Oracle maybe pull a little bit more, stack a little bit more. Oracle only level 4 at this point, which can be problematic when you enter the later stages of the early game, but looks like they're going to turn this into a T1. Godot's just sort of sitting in the back lines, ready to blink, smoke.
Yeah, he's positioned really well. This tower hasn't got vision of him here, so... And in fact, they may even look to get a pick off just to make this worth it, because Molly down in bot here on Arcanus Gaming, he's level 5 and he wants level 6, but it looks like he's going to have to wait because the open wounds and the rage as well coming through. That is a tanky Ogre Magi, but Dazzle getting the last hit.
I don't even think that's worth it, to be honest, because I consider that how much time Dazzle and Kunkka have been spending in that bot lane.
Yeah, they have.
They rotated once mid, and that was actually a really effective rotation, but do they really need to secure it against an offlane Ogre Magi with a life stealer? I think they're spending far too much time with this defensive tri-lane rather than making sure that... I mean, Medusa, obviously, she's actually doing quite well against the Invoker now. She's caught up and moved in front, but I feel like they could have done much more against the Invoker and even the Juggernaut. Help the Batrider out. Like, there is so much more that these supports could be doing, but I guess it's worked out. Medusa's held her own in the mid lane, and Lifestealer's doing quite well in the safe lane, so we'll see.
I'll just bring up the net worth of each hero, and it's pretty evenly balanced, but there are two key leaders at this point. It's the Lifestealer and the Juggernaut. Juggernaut is exceptionally far ahead at this point, probably because he's just been getting this really good lane up top, and he's just got the tier.
Well, he's got plenty of last hits, plenty of kills, and a T1.
He got the tower last hit as well, and this is just... And in fact, down bottom here, Arcanus Gaming, they want to get a kill on the Lifestealer, but they've actually they just got to be patient here. Bit patient. I think QQQ knows this.
They don't have the damage with a Quaswex Invoker. And this worries me, actually, that this Invoker is not necessarily going to be able to provide the damage that they need in the early game. All the damage is loaded up into a Juggernaut and an Ogre, maybe even an Oriki. Yes, the EMP is going to counter the Medusa and maybe even the Dazzle, but...
Ricky... They actually use the dust, and they drop the rage here as well.
Oh.
And it's Godot going down to Dazzle again, getting the kill. Oh, that's a bit of a concern there. That death was sort of maybe, I don't know. I feel like they just need to back it off. I think because the heroes are missing on the map, and now they're going to get hit on this tower. This tower is being bloodlusted. So it's going to be a little bit harder to take down, but Lifestealer. I mean, does he have the regen? He does. He's actually got a salve as well, and he's just going to use that. And I feel like, I mean, at this point, the net worth difference is nothing. It's 250 gold. So both teams are really even now. And it really comes down to, actually in the mid lane, Invoker, X-Music, he's going on the Exodus Sexy here, but the creeps are actually going against him. He used Tornado. It's a really nice Tornado. But the Magic Stick, though, and X-Music are going down. And the Purifying Flames, though, that is much needed. And they do get him in the end.
That would have been a disaster if she didn't end up going down.
Yeah. Oh, and Oracle actually initiating onto the Batrider here. That's a good pick off. Godot getting a return from his death earlier.
I think Bobo Leon at this point are just... Batrider is a sunk cost. If he can get levels, any sort of farm he gets is good.
Yeah.
The fact that he has any items is good. He's 0-4 at the moment. He's had such a rough game.
And he's actually opted not to skill the lasso. And I remember Moon Meander did something like this as well, but is that really the right decision this game, to skip out on the lasso?
I think it is. I honestly think it is. Oh, they're going to grab the
Actually, the Kunkka, he's actually been silenced up for the Ricky out here. Ricky, he's got no mana left, but just need one more hit on some Godot and actually do finish him off, rather than Kunkka here. And actually Godot, he himself is also very low. He doesn't want to get anywhere near that tower, but it looks like he will be standing in the fire. And Molly here on the Ogre Magi, he may drop again here. He's actually going to be X-Marks the Spotted, and they do have everything available. They have 3 napalm stacks. They finish him off, and they're pinging out Keith here. He's actually going to TP back to spawn.
Love that.
Oh
move.
yeah, back to
Very
bot,
smart. More efficiently using your movements. He's got the drums coming in on the courier, so he's going to be able to push just that little bit faster, especially with the creep wave coming in and with the Aquila. He should be able to take the T1 on his own almost.
Yeah.
What is a little bit weird is that I can see Invoker probably building the drums as well, so I'm not sure, bit of a miscommunication there, or if they're planning to just Keith just plays this sort of roaming Juggernaut split push type
Musica, and this is Godot as well, backing him up. They've tried this before, but every time they do it, they get very low on this Medusa. They just need a little bit more damage, but the Grave coming through, and this is, we've seen this before, it's a little bit like Deja Vu, because now Ricky, he needs to get out of here, and they almost kill the Medusa each time. She just gets away, and Leon,
really close.
Leon Van Hart just TPing in time to save the Medusa.
Keith is going to end up taking down that bot T1 though, so at least they get sort of some...
Kunkka. He's actually being
Kunk
completely pincered here. They have got the Purifying Flames as well, and they finish him off. And now they're going to secure an Arcane Rune as well.
And
so
this is what we're seeing,
yeah,
that this safe lane has really hampered their support's levels. Kunkka is only level 5, same with Dazzle. They don't have Weave or Ghost Ship yet. And
yeah.
Boat is probably one of the most important tools that they need to win team fights.
Well, if you look at it, they've got the boat buff with the armlet on the Lifestealer. It's an insane combo, and I feel like maybe they... Do you think they maybe should have prioritized that level 6 Kunkka a little bit more? Because we could be seeing it with some value now, and I mean, that tower may have been... they got some good chip damage, but I think backing off here might be the play. But they're sticking around, actually. They might look to get someone here, and in fact, Kunkka might be the target here. They actually get him they get him on the stun as well, and it looks like he's just going to be graved up. He's going to run back and Juggernaut. He's actually completely stone gazed. He needs to run. The cold snap did a lot of work, but again, Ogre Magi, he actually doesn't get the Open's wounds off, but he will use it onto Juggernaut, and he's completely
Good
kited
tricks
around.
in the trade.
He needs to get out of there, but the
Multi-slash.
Oracle's actually going to completely purge it all off, so Lifestealer, he doesn't have anything else here, and in fact, he's getting pretty low, but he's actually not there anymore, and they're going to go onto the Batrider here. He needs to just get out, but he can't. The
Medusa
Purifying Flames is a lot. Medusa staying too long here. They're going to chase it down. Hexy the Sexy's going to get all the mana back, but not the HP, and again, they do have the damage, and they have the EMP,
That's
and
a T2
Oracle.
as well. They have drums, they're going to pop them. They've got Bloodlust. I don't think they can contest it. Kunkka still not level 6, so they don't have vote to stop this push.
And the gold swing, 2,000 gold going to Arcanus and
3,000
losing,
gold swing.
1,000 gold loss by Bobo Leon, and that's insane. And they're just going to back it off.
They pinged Rush.
Yeah, they pinged Rush. I mean, this is huge. And what's Juggernaut? Has Juggernaut got his Yasha now? I think he's actually got his Yasha. So he has. And that fight there, he didn't even have Yasha, and now he's going to have that. It looks like they won't go for Roche, but
I
they were
think they might
certainly
be waiting for the
thinking
healing
about
ward,
it.
and then they'll
yeah.
take the Roche afterward. They could even take that DD top. They're going to be looking to take that T1. I mean, we're seeing the benefits of the EMP now. I still probably think that Exort might have been the way to go. I think the Meteor would be doing just as much as the EMP at this point, but it is just such a strong combo against those mana-heavy support. And the fact that Kunkka doesn't even have boat yet is extremely hindering in these team fights.
It's huge.
He can't actually achieve anything.
I wonder if they've actually bought the Tome of Knowledge here, because if they haven't, they probably should think about it. And I love this play from Molly here, just being in position. There's no way they could even attempt to get a deny there. And what do you do now if you're Boba Leon? You've got to wait for Arcanus to get out of your jungle, and I think Hexy the Sexy knows he's just going to back it off. He's going to get out of there. There's an interesting little set of items he's got there. I've never seen that before. He's going to TP back to base, and in fact, Medusa's actually going. Got the 2 bands of Elven Skin here, so
Moving into that Dragon Lance.
Yeah. And this is, I mean, we talk about this all the time. The Dragon Lance is just very efficient, very, very cheap, and
I love Dragon Lance.
Yeah, and so do I. And you don't just build it on range heroes; you get it on melee heroes like Meepo. I mean, X-Rag's done it. Everyone's done it. So
it gives the stats of a Sanjinyaku. You know, when it's so efficient and so cheap, it's really a no-brainer. And we're seeing they're going to pick up the Aegis. They might even look towards defending that top T1, moving towards taking the other two T2s. And against the Medusa, you got to feel really good that you're taking control of the early game and stopping her from getting as much. The Lifestealer is really the only hope at this point.
Yeah, exactly. And they've actually got the Tome of Knowledge, and I think Kunkka, he needs to get that Tome of Knowledge. But at the same time, are they actually going to be react to this sort of charge in here from Arcanus? Did the tornado hit? It looks like it didn't. They know that Batrider's over there. Does he have TP? It looks like he does. He's going to be okay. They can't get any kills, but they may be able to get. They may be able to get this tower because the tower's under half HP.
Definitely going to get this tower. We saw Keith he was chipping away at it before during the mid fight. Just making sure that he was prepping it so they could take it down later. But again, you see, like we talked about a little bit briefly before, taking out the bot and top lanes first, because it takes longer to react from bot to top than it does from any lane to mid.
Yeah,
I
that's
wouldn't be
it.
surprised to see
We saw
TP straight mid.
Juggernaut get the last hit. Yeah, and look at this. I mean, they are able to defend this. Godot, he's coming out here. They just need to be able to catch up to this life. So they actually pop the drums. And do they have the ability to do this? They are going to blink forward on the blink strike, but there's no disables here. They actually, Medusa popping the stone gaze. Do they have any way of stopping the TP? The tornado just missed, and they just didn't get the disable in the end.
That would have been a disaster if she got caught then. She already used gaze. So they can't defend the T2, I don't think, without getting...
No.
Kunga obviously finally has his boat, so maybe they can hope to get something achieved there. But at this point, one of the most telling things is that we see how much Arcanus are 5-manning, and their levels aren't actually suffering for it. And that's one of the scariest things when you're going up against a lineup like this, where you're like, okay, well they have more gold, but at least we have more experience. But in this case, they really don't.
No. And I guess it came down to Juggernaut in that laning stage, just no contesting whatsoever. I mean, Oracle was sitting around, but they made up for it in the kills he got. And that's where Batrider had a bit of an issue here. That's 10k, right. So this is really concerning, and I think if they want to defend this, they need to make good use of the Stone Gaze. And it's 30 seconds until Stone Gaze is up, so they need to make use of this. But again, they actually come straight on the Juggernaut. Does he have the Aegis Immortal? He does, so he's not too concerned about this. But
fine.
And Fortune's End is still available. It's still available, and it looks like they will use the boat straight away, but it isn't going to hit. And they will either back it off or stick around, but looks like they are backing it off here, so nothing was lost.
Low enough of a cooldown that you can sort of afford to use it defensively like that. They're just going to wait for the next Roche and then push racks when they want to. They've got some aggressive wards up, they know when they're farming. They'll probably pop one in the Radiant jungle soon, I assume, because they have complete control of their side of the room. They don't need to worry about their camps at all. They can freely farm everywhere on the map right now, and you're going to see Juggernaut and Invoker's farm sort of accelerate out of control. I do worry a little bit because they have sort of three...
The Torrent, in fact, it's very good Torrent. It's going to catch out too, though. It looks like Batrider is actually silenced up in the smoke here, and Godot, he's got to back it off here, but they don't have vision to catch him up, and it looks like the Stone Gate is going to free up Molly here, but again, they are just going to blink forward onto Batrider here. They need to wait out the grave.
Good Torrent.
Is Dazzle going to be able to TP? It gets cancelled by Ogre Magi. Very nice stun here, and Batrider, he's going to wait on, go past the ward spot. They don't actually have a way of catching up to him, and we're very, very lucky. I feel like they went for the Dazzle, and they let the Batrider get away. But still, a key pick-off, and now they can push a little bit more.
Yeah, actually, it does surprise me that they're not waiting for the next Roche, but, I mean, they see an opportunity and they're going to take it. They're just going to push their limits, so to speak. I mean, they're not worried about Juggernaut done.
Well,
Stone Gaze has just been used.
50 seconds until Stone Gaze.
So much damage.
Yeah, but again, Juggernaut's not quite as tanky as he'd like to be at this point, I don't think. He's got the Manta, but that's all he's got. He hasn't got anything like a BKB. He hasn't got anything else.
And he spotted the double stacked Ancient.
Oh, and he's going to take it. And look, he's not having too much trouble taking it either. But he doesn't want to be contested. It looks like he won't be.
How many blades am I holding?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, when you look at this, Boba Leon, they're a bit of a back foot here. The net worth is much bigger than it looks. And they actually spot Godot here with the pings. He's going to be okay. They want to get something here, but I don't think they can. And the Echo Saber's been finished up on the Nags. So
and
this
is just those aggressive wards, giving them room to maneuver around the entire map. When you don't need to place wards on your half of the map, it opens up so much vision, because you don't need to worry about like 50% of the map. And as you take control of more and more parts of it, you don't need to worry about 70% of the map. And all of a sudden, because wards have such a large coverage area, you have coverage of 70 to 80% of the area that you need to cover. When you don't have map control, you do have coverage of 10% of the area that you want to control. So it very quickly becomes easy to push your enemies into positions that they're not comfortable with.
Well, I mean, it does look like they're grouping up, and it's something I just wanted to mention. Look at the net worth of Juggernaut. He hasn't even gone for a Battle Fury this game, and look how far ahead he is.
Yep.
It's quite remarkable. It's a little bit like Filipino Rules' Timbersaw, just way ahead in terms of net worth.
They're even smoking here, so they're taking a more aggressive play, which I love.
And I don't think they really... they use the scan, but it's off.
In the wrong space.
Yeah, and it
But
was
they're gonna
Boba
back
Leon's scan. Yeah, they're going to back.
Very
it's
close
perfect
here,
timing.
narrowly dodging that gank.
And I feel like Lifestealer, he doesn't want to go too far forward, and I feel like they have the vision to wait for this, but Smoke's going to run out. They're going to get spotted here eventually. But again, they're just maintaining dominance, and the wards, they know there's a ward up here. It didn't actually spot them out, so to speak, but it's still worth dewarding. It looks like they will do it here. And no repercussions for that. In fact, top lane, though, they're starting something here. Molly, just outside of range. They're going to go straight in here. Perfectly orchestrated here. They get the stun, but there's no damage to back it up. And in fact, Molly, they may even pay for their life here. The open wounds come in as well. And this is Ogamacha. He's still alive, but he's very low. They just need a bit more damage. They do take it down in the end here, and they're going to go back over to Lifestealer. Lifestealer's going to get back. Godot's burning down to the damage. They don't have the damage to really get anything in return, but it was a very risky...
You see Medusa right now? She had 0 mana after the EMP and went back up to full after the Mystic Snake.
Right, I didn't see the... I've seen it. It has happened in this game before, and it's quite insane, to be honest. It's
absolutely crazy.
Yeah. Absolutely. It's quite... I'd have to say it's very bonkers for sure. And
Love
I feel
bonkers.
like... Yeah. Yeah.
Love it.
What a song. I mean... when you look at this, okay, you've got so you've got the Kunkka Tidebringer, but he hasn't really got any damage to back that up. You look at the boat, you've got the Stone Gaze, you've got the Napalm stacks, and you've got Weave. But is that enough to actually overcome an Invoker who's actually got an Orchid Malevolence now, and he may even look for a pick-off here?
I don't know if it's enough to overcome them, but it's enough to hold them off. She's totally dead.
Oh no, her team's very close by, and I feel like they need to respect this. They can't go too far, and that's a really nice sentry. They're going to actually spot the ward out. It's going to spot that observer, and they're just going to deward this one, I think.
Yeah, I don't know necessarily if it's enough to overcome them, but it's definitely enough to hold them off at the moment. And we're probably going to be very happy with how the game has actually gone in recent times.
They've actually just gone straight on next music here, and that was a pick-off that... and they've actually instantly smoked as well. Instantly smoked here. I mean, Medusa and Lifestealer revealing himself here. But the rest of them...
fantastic.
Just going to sit back and...
by the Batrider there.
They're just going to sit back. They're going to wait for an opening. The rest of them are smoked. They're sitting on the high ground, and this is like that sort of create a new angle thing. You've got to have every single advantage in your positioning, but at the same time, you look at Arcanus. They've got the high ground, the secret shop here, but it looks like Boba Leon's
I do worry
backing
for
up a bit.
Arcanus because they've had so much free space, and their net worth and XP advantage hasn't actually increased. It's decreased.
It has,
and that's a huge issue. If you have map control and you're dominating, and you're not actually using that to farm and increase your net worth advantage and your XP advantage, all of a sudden that can go way down the drain, especially against a hero like Medusa, who can use her net worth far more efficiently and to more effectiveness than many other heroes.
Yeah.
They're definitely going to have to wait for the next Roche and then go from there, because you can see just how hesitant they tried to go to the mid-racks twice, and they were just very handily actually beaten off. They were just removed, basically. Stone Gaze just allowed them to delay the fights. Bow allows them to be very tanky and just stun them and harass them. Area denial. All of this sort of stuff contributes to Boba Leon having a much more healthy mid-game, transitioning into probably a very scary late game.
Yeah. I mean, both teams have their really nice little heroes, nice options for items as well. Batrider's going to be good, Dazzle's going to be good, Medusa's going to be great. But, I mean, Arcanus, they've also got the Invoker, they've got the Oracle, and Juggernaut, I mean, he doesn't quite scale as well as he'd probably like to. And I feel like this is, I mean, Arcanus, I feel like if they just go for smoke for a pick-off, and they've actually picked up the Diffusal Blade on Jug, I was wondering when that was going to happen. Once they get a smoke off and they get a pick-off, I feel like that's it. Like, they've secured maybe even a tier 3. And at least maybe even a 1 racks as well. But it comes down to whether Boba Leon want to expend their buybacks. It also comes down to whether Arcanus can actually get the sort of the pick off they need, because ever since, for the last several minutes, Boba Leon have been grouped together and they haven't been splitting up at all.
Yeah, it's been really smart the way they've been taking the map one step at a time together, stopping Arcanus from being able to take any of these fights that they want to take. Ideally, you know, a 5v3 or something like that, getting those pick-offs, because I think at this stage of the game, Invoker he's actually only level 11, which is really surprising. I would have loved to have seen Invoker get a Midas instead of a Drum, because Midas is so good in Invoker, because he uses the levels, like, you think about heroes that use their levels really well.
Invoker, yeah.
Essentially, they only really utilize their levels effectively up until about level 11. Invoker uses his levels up to level 25.
He does.
Every single one contributes to his versatility, effectiveness, his CC, his damage, his maneuverability, his effectiveness in fights. Every single level contributes to all of that, because it allows him to, he gets his ags and all of a sudden everything is just slowing, it's doing damage, it's stunning, it's removing people from the fight, increasing his maneuverability. And that's something that you can't say for other heroes, and it's why Midas is so good on him. And imagine if he didn't have a Midas right now. They've been pushing his 5 for so long. Imagine if he didn't have drums right now and had a Midas instead.
Yeah, Midas.
That would be instrumental. Hugely instrumental.
He could be like level 13 or something like that instead of level 11.
He could be level 14, 15 even.
Yeah.
And he, not only that, but he'd be farming faster. He could even have gone for an Axe instead of an Orchid, and all of a sudden, that EMP could be burning right now. Instead of burning 400 mana, it could be burning 625.
Yeah.
And that's just huge.
And I mean, another thing to sort of note is they've already had the drums on, was it the Juggernaut? They've already had the drums.
Yes.
On someone else.
Yeah.
And getting 2, I don't know if what the reasoning was, or whether that was on purpose or not. I'm sure it wasn't.
I think just a bit of miscommunication. Invoker bought his Bracer before Juggernaut bought his drums, and Juggernaut bought it outright because he was rich in that early stage of the game. So I think just a little bit of miscommunication about which way they were going to buy their items. And I think the drums, Invoker just wanted to be a little bit more tanky against that burst damage. So, I mean, I don't necessarily agree with it, because I think Midas would have just been the item to get, and he would have gotten it quite early, actually. Even though he didn't necessarily have the best early game, he would have gotten it decently early, and it would have just improved his economy so much. He'd be in front of the Lifestealer right now if he had used that Midas. I mean, what's it, 90 second cooldown, right?
Yes. I think it is. It is 90
seconds.
100
seconds.
Oh.
So 100 seconds. He would have used it almost like 6-7 times by now from 15 minutes.
Yeah.
So it would have been huge. Like, he would have had 6 or 7, triple XPs, 2.5 times XPs from camps. It would have been really big, and it would only continue to contribute. So a little bit of a missed opportunity there, but again, they're still in a very dominant position. It's just an issue that any team fight that goes badly for them very quickly puts them on the back foot because of their draft.
Yeah, no, I do see what you mean. I think Arcanus, they just need to close this one out in terms of where they're at. Look at the let's have a look at the net worth. It's probably not as big as it was. Okay, so it's not quite 7.5. It was around 10k just before. You can see the graph. It's just slowly going back towards Boba Leon's favor, and if they win a team fight, it's going to be, maybe only 5k net worth in the way of Arcanus.
Ricky has drums too, I didn't even see.
Oh, what? Does Juggernaut have drums?
Yes.
Oh.
3 drums.
3 drums, okay. So they want to knock towers down, I think.
Yeah. It's foolish is the only word I can say.
I mean, I feel like you've got Alacrity already.
Yeah, I think at this point it's beginning to look really scary for Arcanus, because those crucial items are being built up on Boba Lee. We're seeing Desolator come out on the light. Force Staff is about to come out for the Bat Ride. Both Dazzle and Kunkka have Arcane Boots, so they can really spam the Shadow Wave and the Torrent to push out the lane. It makes Raxes really difficult to take. And when I look at Arcanus, I see a Ricky with 1600 gold, and he can't get a key item that will change the flow of the game in the next 5-10. Yeah. I see an Ogre who's, I'm not even sure what he's getting. He's got a Staff of Wizardry.
It's probably going to be a Yules, I'd say.
Yules, yeah, Yules could even be an Ags, who knows. Juggernaut, He's just got his Diffusal, and considering the amount of farm he had earlier, Diffusal is actually a little bit late. Obviously, he has amazing farm for this time of the game, but it's about comparing it to his past performance and what he could have at this point. It's not about how good it is, it's about how good it could be.
Yeah.
So, the Diffusal Blade, it's still fantastic that he has it, but I think it could have been a little bit quicker at this point. Oracle has the Etherlens, so he's actually Oracle not doing too bad in terms of farm, but the Invoker I think is the biggest problem here. I mean, having 3 drums problematic, but Invoker could be in a much more advantageous situation had he gone Exor and maybe Midas, because he would have had more last hits in the lane if he'd gone Exor. He might have been able to contest and do some more.
Maybe.
Yeah, it's all a sort of a snowball effect, and I feel like these small decisions might make this game far more difficult than it needs to be.
I mean, one thing, can you just... I mean, if Invoker had gone for the Midas and not gone for the drums, he'd probably be pretty close to his Blink, I'd say. And I feel like that's... Do you think he's still going to go for the Blink this game? Or maybe the 4-staff, in fact? I think 4-staff's probably maybe better.
Yeah, would be very good. I think having multiple 4-staffs against a Batrider team is just really good. If you can manage to 4-staff someone away before he gets the lasso off, it's huge. Alliance is probably one of the biggest examples. I think Alliance, another team I can't remember, huge examples of using 4-staffs to their absolute limit. You just use them to save your allies and force your enemies into bad positions, and it's a whole different realm when you see pro teams use these 4-staffs in the absolute, they push the item to its absolute limit. I think it's a great tool against many of the heroes, blocks, Medusa, Stone Gaze, all sorts of stuff. But I'd really love him to see him get an Ags, because I think Ags is just the way to go on Boca, really. It's just...
I expect that,
it
Blink
decreases
Ags.
the cooldown on Invoke and the mana, but more importantly, it increases the skill ceiling of all of his abilities.
Juggernaut's got to be careful, that's Weave stacking up very slowly, and I think he's going to back it off.
So close to a lasso. So close.
That could have been dead Juggernaut, especially with the Weave packing up on there.
I think what we saw was the Batrider delay a little bit, because perhaps he was hoping that the Oracle uses False Promise early and then he lassos him after.
Yeah.
But I don't think that... A good play by the Batrider, being very conservative with that. And it ends up paying off that he doesn't use it, because obviously Oracle would have just ulted and they would have gone nuts, and all of a sudden they don't have lasso to control the fight.
I mean, can they still... They're actually going to back it off? It's probably even... I mean, I'm not sure if that's really a win for Boba Leon. It's only the Invoker rotating back. The pings are coming out, and they're thinking maybe we should take advantage of this, maybe we should charge in, and they're thinking about something here, but they can't because of these Mantra illusions, so... This is... Arcanus just sitting in the jungle. They've got the aggressive wards that we talked about, but at the same time, look at this ward that Boba Leon have. They have vision of everything that's happening here, and the sentry is not in range to see this that Arcanus have put down. So, and it's a bit of an obscure spot in some ways to put the observer. It's not really typically dewarded, so I feel like Boba Leon know exactly what to expect, and they're expecting this bottom tower to be one of the sort of the areas that they're interested in. And they're still grouped up in here.
Yeah, it's a lot of time wasted with an Aegis, not really accomplishing much. Very, very worrying for them, because, again, like, this net worth is just sort of, I mean, they've clawed it a little bit back in their way, but I think the more it stays the same, the more it favours Boba Leon, because they just have more late game reaching cores. They just scale better, and that's very problematic when the net worth just stays the same.
Well, we'll have to see, because Boba Leon, they are not out of this game at all. They have the opportunity to come back, and the more this game goes on, it feels like this game is like a 45 minutes in because of the long pauses, but Medusa, I mean, you're at 30 minutes in. Medusa is slowly but surely becoming more and more relevant. Slowly but surely. I mean, this last healer's got the Desolator and the Echo Saber now. I mean, whatever he decides to get, he could even get a BKB if he wants to. He could get anything, really, at this point. But I feel like this is something for Arcanus to worry about, because as the game gets later and later, it's more so Invoker, and Juggernaut becomes less and less relevant. They're only going to rely on this Invoker, but I feel like Boba Leon, they have more than just the Medusa. They have the Batrider, they have the Dazzle. So
I think mainly this dual core of Lifestealer and Medusa ends up being much more scary than dual core of Juggernaut and Invoker. I think it comes down simply to that. Both Lifestealer and Medusa become extremely tanky late game. They have both set ways of sustaining, Lifestealer has Feast, Medusa has Mana Shield, and all of a sudden it becomes really hard to kill them. And then I see, okay, Juggernaut late game actually becomes dangerously squishy because he doesn't necessarily naturally build into tanky items. And yes, Invoker level 25, the most versatile of heroes, but he has to get there, and he has to have the farm to support that. You know, he needs his Axe, he needs a Blink to, and more importantly, Invoker at level 25 with an Axe is a ridiculously hard hero to play.
Yeah.
You need the skill to back it up. So, I'm 100% sure that this Invoker is better than me, but whether it's up to par for carrying this game or not is going to be the real factor.
Yeah. Well, it's ex-Musica. He's gonna have to prove himself tonight. And this is game 1. I mean, Arcanus Gaming are sort of one of the favourites to go into this entire group. They're a very, very strong team. Obviously, they're captained by one of the sort of the high MMR Australia players, who's actually moved to Malaysia or Philippines to start. I'm pretty sure this team is based in the Philippines, and so this is where Godot really needs to team needs to focus. They need to find a way to actually win this game if they want to stay in this, because these are best of ones, and this means that Bobo Leon are very sort of the underdogs for sure. I don't think many people have even heard of Bobo Leon, and they have a good chance here. What's that?
I haven't heard of Bobo
Right,
Leon
yeah.
before today, but they're really putting up a fight, and I think at this point it's looking very even, if not in Bobo Leon's favour. I think their draft at this point is much more favourable.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they do. I feel like this is maybe Invoker needs to take advantage of this time. He needs to go into the jungle, get some farm, because if he wants to contribute more than what he is now, he needs to get something else which is going to change that. And I think is this the Hex he's going for? This Ultimate Orb?
Could be a Linken's for the last
Could
one.
be, yeah.
I am not sure. I think either item is good. I think Linken's might be the better choice at the moment, simply because he's probably one of the most... I mean, they have the Oracle to do with the last one, actually, so...
Is this a
perhaps
gem?
it should
I
be a
did
cheap
not
stick.
see the gem. Okay, so Batrider's got a gem, and this means they can spot Invoker out too. He's going to be careful. He better run. And it looks like he does still have 4 jump charges if he ever runs into trouble. But that's a really,
Ghost Walk,
really
buffing
huge
speed,
pick-off, really.
OS Pro.
that pick-off has just now set the tempo for Bobo Leon. Now this is the first time in ages they've actually pushed on this side of the river.
Yep, and
now they're actually going to...
I don't know if Arcanus have the tools to stop it.
I mean, they may feel like they do, but they need to wait for Ricky. And it looks like they've actually backed off already. They're going top. I'm not sure what they're circling here.
The net worth difference is actually now at 10k, so they have got a little bit of an advantage. But the problem is, I see that advantage being bowled up into
Juggernaut.
an Ogre and a Ricky, and I don't think Ogre and Ricky are accomplishing much in these fights. I think Conquer and Dazzle are providing all of their utility regardless of how many items they have. So their net worth is actually 100% irrelevant right now. Whereas I don't think the net worth on Ogre and Ricky isn't providing that much. I do think that they scale very well, but they need a lot of items to get it. I think Ricky's probably one of the best scaling heroes in the game. You get Skadi, you get Skadi, Butterfly, Manta, Diffusal 2, and all of a sudden he's a monster.
Yeah. Oh, instantly going to purge that off with the Lifestealer Rage here. And oh, this is a lot of damage here. The Omni Slash has done a lot of work. Juggernaut, he's actually not that weak at all. He manages to get the kill onto Lifestealer. The Manta style is a really good item in this game. And Arcanus Gaming getting a triple kill on Keith. And Healing Ward again.
Because what's going to happen is, I mean, they don't even need that at this point. Oracle's just going to heal them up. But they got 3 kills there. And there was almost 2 people who died, but what Healing Ward does is turn that into a full 5 health push.
Yeah, exactly. And all it does is cost what? Juggernaut 150 mana, 135 mana. That's all it costs, and you can heal the entire team. Batrider, this is tricks of the trade as well, and this is exactly what we hope to see here. Just this Ricky in position here. Juggernaut's actually picked up a Basher as well. Yeah, he's got to be careful. He actually hasn't got any mana here. Let alone HP to really contribute to this. He's actually gone here, so he's picked up the Abyssal Blade. That came on very quickly. I didn't expect that to happen so fast.
That enables him to man-fight the Lifestealer. I think that's one. Abyssal Blade, I think, one of the most important items on any fast-attacking carry.
Yeah.
I don't think you can pass it up on many, especially when you're up against another carry that focuses on another core that focuses on
Man
auto
fighting.
attacks.
Yeah.
Abyssal Blade, it's like it gives huge survivability. Not only do you stun them for 1.5 seconds every few attacks, but it gives you the utility of Vanguard as well, and Vanguard really stacks up over time. When you're blocking 40 damage, in what's the block chance? I can't actually. Is it 100%?
I'm pretty sure
doesn't
it is
actually
100%. It is. It is 100%. Yeah, you're blocking that damage.
Yeah, so I don't remember it being 100%.
It used to be
you're
80%.
blocking
I
40
think.
damage every single attack, plus you're stunning them. It's like the ultimate man fight tool. If you are man fighting another carry and you are one item less, but you have an Abyssal Blade, you win. Like regardless,
Okay.
It's just how it works. The downtime from Basher is just so strong, especially on a hero like Juggernaut, who naturally has, I think he has a 1.4 base attack time, which is the highest in the game. It's a default. I think that's shared with like Oracle and level 1 Alchemist ult. 1.4 base attack time. It just makes him attack so fast. And he doesn't necessarily need to build that many attack items. And when you put it on things like Bloodlust and Alacrity, he starts to attack very fast and do a lot of damage.
Well, I mean, this is now Roshan going down very quickly here to Arcanus, and I don't think Boba Leon, do they just
Too far
sort of back it off? Maybe just defend high ground?
Play it safe. I think the longer this game goes, the more they play it safe, the more farm they can get across the carries, the more they'll be able to.
The dual core, yeah.
Yeah, I think Medusa, she's got 5k sitting in the back. I think she just needs to pick up the Skadi right now.
I think that's where she's going. The courier's dead, so she has to walk all the way to the secret shop. But this is going to be instrumental. And I feel like if Invoker doesn't land a big deafening blast onto the Medusa, this Medusa's going to wreak a little bit more havoc than they'd like her to. But she's very close to finishing that. Very close to finishing that Skadi. I'm almost sort of, I'm thinking...
I think Skadi gives her more health, more effective HP than a heart. Because not only does it give you 25 to strength, but also 25 to int, but also the armor, and also the 200 health and 200 mana. I think it gives much more EHP than a heart.
Oh, that's weave. Look at the weave damage onto Juggernaut. It's actually not tanky at all with that weave. It's stacking up. He's got to be careful, but it goes to the Fortune's End straight away. Medusa has been focusing Jug this entire time. He may even go down. He's very close to going down. You got to be careful. Actually, in fact, the Purifying Flame is going to keep him alive for a little bit longer here, but actually, Ex-Musica having that cheese instantly here, they've got to be careful because lifesteal, he's actually still alive. He's going straight onto Ogre, but he's just going to force stuff away, and this is what we see here. Godot going down. He's going to be careful, in fact. He's actually in the backlines caught out, and he is not lasting long at all. Ex-Musica, he needs to be careful here. If they can maybe pick off the Batrider, but he's got the 4 stuff. He gets out of there, and of course, Oracle going down, and Shallow
That's
Grave.
what Leon want. That's exactly what they want. I'm waiting for the fire recap.
Yeah, so am I.
There we
Wow.
Oh
That
my
is-
goodness.
That is insane. And that was only 3 out of the 5. Look at the gold swing.
I think
It's not even updated yet.
I would even say that Bobo Leon have probably won this game now. It's so difficult to fight up against this Medusa at this point. It's just going to be absolutely crazy. And they've still got... The issue is they've still got like 3 towers to take down, so that's even more gold. That's just... It's almost like a bank for them.
Yeah,
they're
sunk
just
gold,
waiting to withdraw that money at any point.
Yeah.
And it's going to provide that huge burst of gold, influx of gold that allows you to buy big items.
Oh, but actually Godot, he's used the Trickster Trade. This is good, but he needs to be careful. The Tornado from behind here is going to maybe catch him a little bit off guard, but that's a very easy pickup for them. And Ex-Musica does pop the drums, and he's also got the Lincolns. That may have been his death as well if he didn't have that.
But like we saw in that mid-fight, the EMP missed, and Invoker is having no impact. Like, it's a hero that's so strong, but I think there's a few key choices that have just made the hero much less strong than it should have been in the fight. You know, not getting the Midas, not going for the Exort build. He's not providing enough damage or utility in the team fights at this point. You know, maybe at some point, if we see him ever get to level 25, he will provide a lot of utility in terms of that ravage, basically, the deafening blast. But until then, he can't contribute enough.
I feel like Medusa is just more impactful at this point than the Invoker. This Medusa doesn't even have a Lincoln's or a BKB, and she's actually looks like she's going for something damage, maybe an MKB, maybe a Daedalus. But she's going to sit back and she's just wailing on this Juggernaut. And we just saw earlier when Arcanus were pushing high ground, the weave sort of stacking up with the Medusa right clicks caused Juggernaut to pretty much lose his Aegis the Immortal. And it was huge. And I feel like this is something Arcanus cannot just do what they did before. They can't just send Juggernaut in front and waste the Aegis just like that, because they didn't get anything out of it. In fact, they did get the range racks, but I don't know. They need to respect this weave. They need to purge. They need to purge whatever they can. They need to make sure they get away from it.
I think we saw just how ineffective that Juggernaut is. He Omni slashed last fight, and it didn't do any damage. It did literally nothing. I mean, a few slashes went on creeps, but the slashes that went on the Lifestealer, he just shrugged off. Lifestealer. I mean, he doesn't even have that much armor in it. I think it was the weave. I think the weave had stacked up quite a few amounts, quite a few ticks of armor. But even then, you can't afford to be neutered completely by one ability from a support that has a net worth of 3.5k.
And I feel like Ogre just isn't. I mean, I've never really. I know Ogre is quite a decent hero now, but I've never really found that an Ogre in a farming role can really do anywhere near as much as a lot of other heroes can in that same position. I feel like even a Beastmaster at this point would have provided the initiation, the maneuverability, the lockdown, like good lockdown as well. Like, you know, Fire Blast is not really a very good lockdown spell. It's got a mediocre cooldown, but it's a 1.5 second stun, whereas Raw is 3.5 seconds. So
I think it's more just. I mean, he needs level 16 just for that.
He does, yeah.
A lower cooldown is really fantastic on Fire Blast, but more importantly, I think Ogre's designed to be a position 4, really, and when he's in this position 3, he just doesn't provide enough to be worth it.
Oh, they're going to get the courier. They're going to
I think they leave the courier. It's coming back.
They're going to leave the courier. In fact, Dazzle, he's going to be the first target. This is a really good target to get. There's no grave available, and this is Kunkka getting completely bursted down. Medusa really wants to get some damage off. That's a really nice disarm though by Oracle on there, and of course Batrider completely gets his ultimate completely wasted because of the Fortune's End, and Oracle needs to Glimmer Cape it back up. Looks like he does. Godon really low. In fact, he goes down. Look how tanky this Medusa is, but she's disarmed, and this is the play. This is exactly the play they need, and they get the Juggernaut on the kill.
Goodness.
They use Diffuse Blade charges, but that disarm, this Oracle with the Fate's Edict has just...
We did talk about it a little bit earlier, but we just saw how just monumental it was, that fight. The disarm several times on the Medusa. I think the Ogre Magi could have even played that better, could have disabled the Medusa much more using his unrefined Fire Blast, just spamming it. But just that pincer movement, making sure that they didn't fall for the bait of the courier. You know, they noticed that the courier was coming back from the base.
They don't have buyback on, well, they do have buyback on the Medusa, but that's Lifestealer buyback gone. And Arcanus, they need to respect that, and they will.
I didn't actually see the fight recap. Did you?
Neither did I.
Catch it?
I didn't manage to catch it, but I can assure you, it was a big fight, and Juggernaut surviving.
Huge fight.
It was Juggernaut survived all of it, and that's the key here. And the fact that now that Oracle, we're gonna job. Now that job. Yeah. Now that he has recognized the ability of Fate's Edict to actually just to win that fight, because that's what it did. It won that fight. Juggernaut would probably have most likely died. And by most likely, I mean would have died. 100%. Now that they actually can make use of that Fate's Edict, that see the value of the Oracle pick,
I mean,
not just
taking
in purging,
out those
but
two supports as well. But we were talking about it earlier, and talking about these supports are worth nothing, and yet they're probably two of the most key heroes to take out first. And we
Dazzle,
saw the absolutely how they could control a fight so much more effectively once the Kunkka and the Dazzle were out of the picture.
Yeah,
and these are heroes that are worth pretty much less than the Oracle combined.
Yeah.
You know? These heroes are worth nothing, and they're achieving so much. And I simply can't say the same for the supports of Arcanus, except for maybe that Oracle. The Riki and the Ogre are just not achieving enough in the fights. I mean, there is a little bit of CC coming out. The smoke screen is doing work, but compared to the Conqueror and the Dazzle, it's just not on the same level.
I mean, I like, when you think about it, I like the, Godot's drafting here with this Ogre, the Bloodlust onto the Juggernaut, and the Alacrity as well. Like, it's good pushing power, very good pushing power, and it succeeded in the lane. They won the lane. They managed to win the lane against the Batrider. Obviously, it was the Oracle that helped win it, but that was a good drafting bit. But when it comes to this point of the game, it doesn't work as well. The Invoker, I mean, your argument is maybe the Invoker could have changed up the skill build a bit. I think maybe the item build is probably what could have changed a bit here.
Yeah.
That drums is that could have impacted a lot more than what we're even anticipating here. The drums build, maybe just not quite what they needed. And
I think just imagine if in this game you swapped out the Ricky. Did we see Tidehunter ban?
No, Tidehunter was not banned.
I think if you swap out the Ricky for a Tidehunter, just imagine the difference. You see Ogre on a position 4. They would have been able to push the base much more effectively because it would have been so much more comfortable with a Tide backing them up, with the Ravage, the Anchor Smash, stopping the damage coming out from the Lifestealer. Anchor Smash is insane. 60% auto attack damage reduction is no joke. And it would have given them a little bit more leeway to, scaling a little bit better. Blink, Shivers, Refresher, Ags, all these items that the Tide can get. I think if they had a proper offlane, it would have been much easier to break the base.
And I feel like this Ogre pickup, he's very bad at farming compared, a Tidehunter farms much faster, and a Tidehunter can build things, build the Blink, build the Shiva's Guard. If that is Shiva's Guard this game could have, Arcanus would be much more confident, and Ogre he doesn't farm very well. He has to get Adolens, he has to get the Ags, and by the time this is all happens, he's just too inefficient at farming. He's still got a Soul Ring, and at this point you really want that to be a Shiva's Guard, and that's maybe what a Tidehunter could have at this point.
I think at this point, Ogre's not doing too bad because he does
actually. Okay, so now they've initiated here. Juggernaut, he's going to Mancer it off, but again, the Weave is stacking up. He needs to back up. He needs Fortune's Ends here if he's going to survive this, because they have the damage, but they do get the Glimmer Cape in the end. And all throughout all of this, no one's died just yet. They've backed it off. The Healing Ward's there. Medusa going to send the illusions, maybe even micro onto the Healing Ward. Jar does micro correctly.
Stone Gaze.
But, and
Lasso as well.
Oh,
so
this
3
is
ults
big.
down and practically
Still up.
false promises as well as Tricks of the Trade. Tricks of the Trade that's the back up though. So
they've got Fate Edict, that's the key. Ogre Magi frontlining, he's actually wasted the open wounds, and that's not looking good for him. Lifesteal here, no one took Lifesteal off him. He's very low, he just gets away in time. Ex-Musica needs to back it off here, and Medusa just frontlining, but look at the Fate Edict, you can just see it doing work at the moment. It's being healed up here, maybe a bit of a mistake, but Juggernaut, he needs to back it off. He does Mancer just in time, but one more hit will do it. He's just out of range. Medusa can't get the kill, and this looks like it could have gone. I thought Arcanus were going to really win that fight, but it looks like they did lose the Oracle.
Juggernaut just diving way too deep.
Yeah.
They wanted to get the Lifestealer, but as soon as the Grave went off, they should have just backed off from the Lifestealer and let him freak out and panic. Because when you're that low, you don't actually care about going back in and doing damage. It's basically like instinct. It's survival instinct. So you don't need to worry about Lifestealer at that point. He's going to run away. He's going to jump into somebody else. He's removed from the fight for a good 10 to 20 seconds. And that's when you take advantage of the Medusa. She has no mana. You have an Abyssal Blade. You have a Diffusal. You can stop her from getting anything done for the rest of the fight. But the problem is, he dived really deep after like 3-4 staffs on the Lifestealer. And it costs them a lot there. It costs them so much. They could have maybe gotten a Rax, they could have gotten the Medusa, they could have forced out a buyback, and instead they get nothing.
Well, it really just comes down now to, can Arcanus Gaming fix up what they did wrong in that last fight? Can they just be conservative with their plays on Juggernaut? Jug still has Aegis the Immortal. He's got the Aegis the Immortal, and I feel like, the net worth's still looking good for him, but 10k.
Medusa, I don't know
swap.
if it's looking really good for them. I mean, 10k is good, but the problem is that Medusa is on top.
Yeah.
And you got to remember that these supports from Bobo Leon are getting impact regardless of their net worth.
Oh,
so that's
Batrider.
What
the reaction time. Reaction just maybe a little bit slow on the reaction.
I don't know if it was reaction. I think it must have been a misclick or something distracting.
Maybe,
Right there, he would have thrown the tornado straight away. Something. He must have sneezed. Surely.
maybe sneezed or
A cheeky sneeze happened, and it's going to cost them the game.
he maybe, you know, he clicked the right mouse button when you're supposed to click the left one.
Yeah.
So instead he just cancelled his action and didn't actually cast it.
The cheese in his inventory, man.
Yeah.
The cheese.
Oh, that's actually a kill in the backlines from Juggernaut here. He actually keeps going. He's still alive, and there's no weave because Dazzle's actually dead. He's buying back with the Stone Gaze. This is what they need to do if they want to take down Juggernaut. The weave is stacking up. He's getting very weak now, and they just need a few more hits. The Aegis model is going to be popped, and this is a huge turnaround. Huge turnaround for Boba Leon. He needs to get out of here. Oh, but look at the damage from Medusa. She's just completely annihilating him. The MKB.
Oh, no.
And she's got a butterfly, and this Juggernaut.
If Medusa replaces Dragonlance with a rapier, it's game over. They're focusing way too much on the lifestealer. They're not taking out this Medusa at all. At this point, Invoker is still only level 19 compared to Medusa's level 24, and he just can't get enough done. I mean, the Exor level's coming up now. He's got his Ag, so he's putting out a little bit of damage, but it's nothing compared to that Ravage at level 25. You really need it.
And I think what we are seeing here is Juggernaut's gone for that Skadi, and he's bought it. He's still respawning, but is it going to be enough? Is Skadi going to do more than an MKB? Oh, look at the damage from Lifesteal. They just need a few more hits. He just goes for all the time. The gem is not there. It's on Batrider, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it is, and he's actually got a BKB himself now, so he's not going to be too worried about sort of jumping in now.
This game is on the edge.
Arcanus Gaming, they need to hold on tightly if they want to stay in here. They are the favourites.
When Boba Leon are on the offensive, they can precast the weave.
Yeah.
And that is just huge. It's monumental in this fight.
EMP. It is going to hit Medusa. The mana has gone down, but she's just going to be force-stuffed out.
Don't think she cares, to be honest.
No.
But they are going to back off. I think they probably could have kept pushing that. But the weave ran out. You know, she lost a lot of mana, so it very quickly becomes difficult for her to tank as soon as that mana's out. She does actually have 27 armor though, so I think Elder Titan was banned, but you'd be kicking yourself if you didn't pick Elder Titan.
Was Elder Titan banned?
I'm 80% sure.
Oh, we'll have to check the post-game stats on that one. Oh, we'll download the replay and we'll find out, because I do want to know, and I know Tidehunter wasn't banned. I remember seeing, thinking, are they going to pick the Elder Titan? Because we saw him so much earlier today. And the fact of the matter is, they didn't pick him, and it might have been a good pick here. Just that more of that setting up that an Ogre can't do. Or rather, the sort of the Ricky can't. I mean, Ricky can do it, but I think maybe replacing the Ogre with that Elder Titan, more initiation. Ogre can initiate, but it's just the disable's not long enough. It's just not long enough.
Nope, it's not, and it's just. It shows why they really needed a position 3 that can achieve so much more and scale so much. And as supports go, Ogre scales really well. Like multicast coupled with double fire blast does a lot of damage, but at this point they're just outscaling his damage. They've got 2 really tanky cores that don't really care. If you get 4 times multicast, they actually don't care.
They just don't care. They just do not care at all.
They just don't care. Look, get 8 times multicast with a Veil, maybe. If you get the 8 times multicast, maybe. Okay, it may be there.
No. Oh well.
Derailing a little bit. It's a 55-minute game. I feel like we're allowed to derail a little bit.
It's getting late at night here, so we need to try and stay focused, because I'm guessing what we're about to see here is the next fight determines pretty much who wins this game. It's a big fight. The buybacks, if we have a look at buyback status, not everyone has buyback, and I'd say it's probably fairly even on each team in terms of buyback. Probably a little bit, maybe one more buyback on Boba Leon than Arcanus Gaming, but it comes down to who they pick off at the start. Maybe if they pick that Dazzle off right at the start, or if they get some lockdown onto Medusa, maybe a disarm, it could mean everything.
Yep, I worry about this Medusa though. She is stacked. Like, she can afford.
Yeah.
She could go for the rapier now. She could go for the Hurricane Pike. I would honestly go for the rapier. But she's got the Moonshard. She's probably going to build towards bots too. She's just fully stacked, and a Medusa fully stacked has historically been one of the hardest carries in the game.
Yeah. There aren't many heroes that can rival that. But they just... I feel like... I mean, at this point, Arcanus, if they can just get this huge Ravage from the Invoker, they can just get the massive disarm, then it can work in their favor. But he's still level 21, he needs level 25, and it's just not happening. That Midas pickup, oh, it could have made the difference. And by could have, I mean it would have made the difference.
It would have made the difference, 100%. In a game this long, 56 minutes, because they were on the offensive, they know that the game's going to go longer. They know that it's going to go 40 minutes at least if they don't finish. So Rapier actually isn't a risk at that point because you know the game's going to go on longer. You're actually losing a lot of farm to this. They're going to lose the T2 because they want to go for a fight.
And they smoked, but they just couldn't get the vision. They were a little bit too slow, and this is not the first time both teams have really done it this game. They've smoked, they've looked for a pick-off, but they've just always been just a few seconds too late on their arrival. And it's just, I guess these players have the awareness that I would certainly like to have.
At this point, Boba Leon actually have recognized that they're doing ROG.
Yeah, this could be the defining fight. Look, Molly is standing outside the pit. The tornado, that's a good tornado.
Gives them time. BKB.
Gives them a few more seconds here. They just need to get some lockdown to her. But again, look how tanky she is. The disarm's there, but she's going to Mantra it off instantly. She's low on mana. They get the Aegis Immortal onto Invoker, but the boat, it's going to actually just misses. He just blinks out just in time.
Godot went so aggressive there. It was a bit confusing.
You gotta be careful. Batrider, he's got the BKB, but again, that doesn't help you against Omni Slash because he's just going to stand, he's going to take the damage. But this is Medusa with the MKB, you don't miss up with that. And Juggernaut, he's actually can't man-fight. He can't man-fight the lifesteal. Look at the damage he's doing. Lifesteal at the Fate's Edict though, that's big. If X-Musica gets the Fortune Send, backs it off, needs to heal up, I think, if he wants to be able to survive this. He is going to re-engage her. This is a good idea. Medusa needs to be careful. She's actually lost the mana, and she's getting very low. The butterfly is there, but it's not enough because Juggernaut is still there doing the damage, and there's the Aegis City Immortal. What a turnaround! And Dazzle, he is no way is he getting. That's a Sunstrike. I never thought I'd see one.
Straight mid. I can't even believe. Godot went on the aggressive and he smokes to make sure that the Batrider can't get in, and it made all the difference.
Look,
Medusa and Lifesteal are just getting too aggressive there. All of a sudden, they have to use their buybacks now. Kunga might be dead.
They've got to be careful. In fact, he is dead. He gets forced off, but it's too late. Hexy to Sexy. Frontlining here. Manta's off the disarm here, and Oracle will probably pay with his life here, but he does Fortune's End himself. He probably will still go down. Juggernaut will pay the price, though. He needs the Manta style. He does. Lifestealer. Can he actually battle the Lifestealer? Can he do it? No. Medusa knows. Medusa has the damage, but he does use the cheese, and it's a huge cheese. Godot, just a really nice smoke cloud, but can they make use of it? And there's the Flaming Lasso. The Flaming Lasso taking down Juggernaut. He needs to get out of there. He needs to find a way of TPing. But Medusa, once Medusa finds him, she's going to slow him. She's going to get the damage. And this is where Juggernaut just has to run slowly away, and he's just, he goes down. And that is
his boots?
That is an insane battle.
He dropped his boots for a cheese there.
Oh,
That's 2 buybacks though.
That's a huge fight.
It was huge.
Look at the net worth graphs. I mean, Boba Leon are probably getting more out of this in some respect, but
they did have to use 2 buybacks, but at this point, Medusa doesn't care about money at all. Like, Medusa has 6 slotted herself. The only thing she can get now is bots 2. She has 3k in the bank. She's got 617 last hit. She does not care at all. So, financial elements of buyback are no longer an issue. What's more important is the cooldown on the buyback.
Juggernaut's got buyback, and they don't need it anyway because they're going to back it off. I mean, is it possible? And I feel like they may have needed to get this melee racks mid. It may have helped him out a bit, but maybe instead of, do you think it's a good idea that they're sort of running in mid and battling in the mid lane rather than sort of chipping away at the side lanes? Maybe trying to get that sort of ranged racks bottom, at least maybe the tier 3 as well.
Yeah, the top and bot T3s are lower than half health.
Yeah.
Well, they're not the bot T3, but still. I think it is just a little bit problematic that they sort of keep throwing bodies and losing money at this point. I mean, they do have the benefit of, at this point, now at the 60-minute mark, we're beginning to see the lack of items on the Kunkka and Dazzle and Batrider as issues. Because Kunkka actually scaled quite well. You want him to be a position 4 that can get a few items. But at this point, he's got nothing. and that's really harmful to their team fight, because Kunkka's not providing as much. Yes, he has all that, utility, but as time goes on, the utility means less and less, and net worth means more and more. And at this point, it's looking really like Medusa and Lifesteal are against the world.
Well, it's just... This game is just very, very hard to sort of predict, because we said earlier, oh, this next battle will determine the game, but as soon as that happened, they went down mid and the buybacks came in and they turned it around. And
none of the fights have been convincing enough to win the game off. And I think as Invoker claws his way to level 25, we will see just how important that can be.
Yeah.
Just all those different spells coming together, and we're beginning to see it now, just how much he can provide in all the fights. He can split push, he can provide alacrity, all that sort of stuff. Meteor itself does too much damage almost. So yeah, I mean, it can apply several instances of the dot. I mean, when you get refreshed, you can apply like 6 instances of the dot, and all of a sudden it does like 800 damage a second, because at this point he has actually 12% spell damage amplification, because he's got 190 int.
Yeah.
And that becomes ridiculous very quickly. I mean, Ogre has 12% as well. It allows them to scale just that little bit more.
Now, something we should mention is the 2 key items that which have just been picked off, and this is what we're going to see come into play. We've seen the Assault Cuirass on Lifestealer, but we've seen the Monkey King Bar on Juggernaut. Both going to make huge implications.
We saw Juggernaut struggle to reach the Medusa just before, slowed down by Skadi and everything. And I think if he had reached the Medusa and Abyssal Bladed her, game would have been over, because he can man fight people with Bloodlust and Alacrity. It snowballs out of control so quickly. He's attacking 3 times a second. He's got crit inbuilt. He can bash you. He's got mini stun on the MKB now. So I think it really depends on if you can close the gap to the Medusa and she can't pop BKB or anything. Her tankiness just sort of melts away against the face of this raw damage. But if she can keep people at bay, she's got enough damage of her own.
Well, I was thinking maybe, because she's gone for the BKB, I thought maybe instead of that Dragon Lance, she could have gone for the Hurricane Pike, or something like that, just to stop that from happening. And actually, she is... Oh, the TP was cancelled! Medusa, she's actually been caught out in the top there. I mean, X-Musica, he can't fight it by himself, but again, this is the entire team of Arcanus Game, and she's very, very tanky, but they do have the damage, and she went down to the Oracle 115 seconds. Check buyback status. I don't know if she has it. She doesn't for another minute and a half. And that means that's no buyback at all. This is instrumental.
I think that's game over, almost.
Or
I
almost.
hesitate to say it, but without Medusa,
So do I.
40k of their net worth is down the drain.
Yeah, exactly.
40,000. I mean, I'd probably say 35,000, because she's got 5k in the inventory, not doing anything.
Yeah.
But still, it's huge. She's the one carrying the fights, and at this point, nobody cares about Raxus. They will go throne, and they will take your throne in 20 seconds, because they have so much physical damage.
Yeah, they want to make this do it, and I think they should do it before anything bad happens. Just find the opening, and I think this is a very awkward defense. They're just going to go for the melee Rax here. The torrent is there. The Lincoln's buff has been put on Juggernaut. He is wailing on that Rax, though. And Ricky just initiating there, but he's got to be careful. He will lose half his HP for it, and they're actually going to go for top Rax here.
Yeah, I think they're taking a little bit more of the safe play, just so that they can make sure that they're not overextending, which is
and they've still got time.
Very understandable.
They've got time. In fact, they're going to initiate here. This is where we see the Juggernaut on that initiation. And actually, something else. Ricky's actually picked up the Diffusal Blade too, and he's got the Ogre Club. This is... His items are progressing.
Forge Spirits, kill the Rax! There is a Rax on top on 16 health. It's not going to die.
Well, they're too busy fighting here because Bat Rider is... I mean, they get Bat Rider instead of the Rax tap, man. And this is the buyback on Bat Rider. They get the buyback on Medusa. Medusa actually got buyback in the end. Okay, so here we go. Bat Rider with the BKB. They're going to go onto Juggernaut here. Juggernaut, he is completely out of position here. There's nothing he can do about it, though.
Back off now, but I bet you they're wishing they got that Rax now.
Oh, I think they maybe wish they'd...
He had 2 Forged Spirits that could have easily attacked it for about 10-15 seconds.
He might... What they might do,
if that costs them the game, they are going to be so furious.
Yeah. I think this is what X-Musica should do. Maybe what he should do is just, find his way over here, spawn some Forge Spirits and just finish it off, and then you'll be able to relax a bit. I mean, sure, the game's pretty much the state of the game is by no means won when that happens. By no means won, because this is still a Medusa we're talking about, and she hasn't got buyback though, and she's actually got a rapier. This is game changing. Instead of she just bought the rapier then, and she got it instead of what did she give up to get that? I can't remember.
MKB, yeah, right?
MKB, right? Yes, MKB. So
long to the Radiance.
Roche is up. It's another cheese.
These are the mega creeps.
Oh, there goes the Forge Spirits. So
Right.
now they have megas.
oh, but they're pushing in mid. Oh, this is
That'll
anyone's
let the
game.
Rax go.
Anyone's game
Look
at this
how
point.
quick she kills those mega creeps.
Dire's mid.
The issue
Look at
is
this.
that the other lanes
Look
are
at the
pushing.
racks. The racks are falling so quickly, and they're going to go straight for the throne here if they get these racks here. They just need to finish it off. It's a nice
They're just
tornado.
buying
It's catching
time.
out two people here. That's the Ravage
Six
talking
and a
about, but
half
again, straight away, instantly, completely purged off.
Smart.
Straight away by the Oracle there, and Molly on that Ogre Magi actually just uses in time just to create a little bit more time. She's going to go down here, but then again, the defense is here. Juggernaut's up in 2 seconds, and they can't push any further. And look at the waves. Look at the mega creeps
I
heading
think,
in.
To be honest, that's a Rax because they didn't use Forge Spirits to aim. They didn't get an extra couple of waves of mega creeps.
Ogre Magi.
What's
They
he doing?
want to go for Kunkka. They need to go for Kunkka here. Oh, they do get the cold snap, and that's exactly what they should have done there. They do get him in the end. 60 seconds, one pick-off. Has he got buyback? He does not have buyback. Then 1,300 gold away.
Mega creeps just almost mean nothing at this point.
They do, yeah, they mean nothing.
It does hem them inside the base, but they have no trouble defending.
No.
What it does though is that it provides huge support in team fights because each of those mega creep is a low farmed hero in and of itself. They have 1,200, they have 1,300 health, they have 100 damage. What they can do is provide support on every angle of the fight. You know, if creep is taking multi-shot hits instead of a hero, that's fantastic. I think they automatically target heroes over creeps, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Secondary targets will be the closest enemy units excluding the primary target, so I mean, creeps can be absorbing these multi-shot, these split-shot hits. They can be stopping, you know, Batrider from blinking. They can be blocking people. It just provides so much on the push that it can be really difficult, regardless of how easily you can defend. It's more about the utility.
I feel like what item we need here is we need a Hex on Arcanus Gaming. They need a Hex on either the Ogre or the Ricky or something. Get a Hex, and then this is Medusa that she's missing out on that rapier. If you Hex her up, I mean, sure, she's got Lincolns. Has she still got a Lincolns actually? I don't know if she still does.
Nope.
No. So she got the BKB.
Ogre
If
has
you can
Aegis,
Hex,
so don't worry.
oh, does he?
Yep.
All right. So Ogre has Aegis. Okay. So, I mean, I think what they need is, and there's a Shiva's Guard coming out on Invoker. I feel like Shiva's Guard is probably just as good as a Hex in some ways, but Hex is getting more and more crucial, I feel like, and there's no way you can Manta out of Hex. There's no way you can use your Divine Rapier when you're Hexed, and it just buys time for them to actually, you know, make a move on the Medusa.
Medusa's BKB still at 8 seconds, so she's got a little bit of time, but once that goes down, I mean, yeah, we were talking about how scary these cores are, but I mean, I remember one game where we casted where they had very scary and very well farmed cores on the Radiant side, but on the Dire they had a Void with 1 billion attack speed.
I remember.
And it doesn't matter how much damage you can do, how tanky you are, but if you're stunned for 90% of the time, you can't get any attacks off. So
yeah,
I think we're seeing a little bit of that here. We're seeing the Invoker just being able to apply, and Oracle apply so many disarms, so many stuns, cold snap, just stopping them from getting any damage output. And it doesn't matter how farmed you are at that point if you can't get any damage out there.
Well, this is something that Medusa has to think about in this last battle. My last battle, I mean, we assume it's the last battle. This is a 70.5-minute game we're looking at, and this is a game where there's mega creeps. And so, at that point, you think, well, when there's a major fight, it's going to be whoever wins the fight is just going to. I mean, it's harder for Boba Leon to actually, you know, win the fight and then push to the throne. It takes him a little bit longer. But if Arcanus Gaming win a fight and manage to wipe Boba Leon, then that's it, right? That's got to be it. And look at this play from Molly, just so aggressive. But again, it didn't lead to anything, and he's still got the Aegis Immortal, and I feel like using that is probably what they should really do here.
I'm waiting for the Ogre Suicide. I'm waiting.
I mean, he could go in and do all sorts of disables, then just heals himself. And he needs to Bloodlust. I feel like once he Bloodlusts the Juggernaut here, it's going to mean quite a lot. He needs to use it on people, I think. There we go. Okay.
They're waiting for. They want to go in.
There we go. Oh, that's a really
the
aggressive
smoke.
initiation. Straight away, the smoke. And of course, the tricks of the trade just slowing up the Medusa at the backlines there. But again, so many things used on this Oracle. And that's Keith. He is not tanky at all. Just in time on the Fortune. Then what can he do about this? He's going to try and heal, but he is... No, there's no way he can survive this. There's no way. X-Musica is the only one remaining with the damage. He needs to try and frontline here. The Ice Wall, but again, Rage straight through that. He's going to be sent back. But, they lose 1 for 1. That whole fight, only 2 people died. And Juggernaut was one of them. And does he have buyback? It doesn't matter. I don't think he would use it even if he does.
I'm afraid we're in for the long haul, Angus.
The long haul. Oh, he does have buyback.
I think 72 minutes, we're at about the halfway mark.
Yeah, you reckon? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, who needs to do assignments that are due tomorrow? No one needs to do that stuff.
No, definitely not.
Dota 2 and casting are more important. Especially when it's the Republic of Gamers tournament that we've been talking about for weeks.
We're competing with Total 1 Dota.
Yes, in case anyone who doesn't know, I'm sure you all know that Toba 1 Dota is currently streaming on the official channel, and I believe he is streaming this game as well.
Yep.
But is he providing the same level of casting as us?
No, definitely not. We're providing not only great analysis, but fantastic memes.
Top-notch banter, as some would say.
At this point, though, Medusa does have a spare rapier.
Oh, okay.
That's how you know we're not even close to finishing.
Yeah.
She can buy back, pick up a rapier from the stash, and not lose anything.
Well, I mean, it's not that she's losing something. It means that, you know, potentially a Juggernaut or a Ricky can pick up the rapier and
Ricky will be the one to pick up the rapier.
Yeah.
I mean, Juggernaut, you could...
Yeah, you could
probably just ditch the blink at this point. I mean, he doesn't have Boots of Travel.
It's just sold.
I had it over his items, but I didn't even see.
I didn't see what he sold. He sold... I mean, he had... Was it like a... No, he didn't... Okay,
Diffusal?
so... Yes, Diffusal. Okay.
That's fair. I think that's fair if it's got no charges left. I would probably consider maybe rebuying the Diffusal to get more purges.
I would too, yeah. The kiting, there's just the ability to kite people around is just very important.
You can afford to farm for the next 20 years.
20 years?
Yeah,
exactly.
20 years,
it's an investment for the future, I reckon. But how do you close this game out? This game is just ring around the rosy.
Almost impossible.
It's just, you know, it's a tug of war, but no one's winning. They're exactly the same in strength. One,
Arcanus can't push the base, but Leon can't leave it.
Yeah.
That's the thing about Mega Creeps, you know, you have to win a fight at your base because you always have to leave at least 1 or 2 people to defend. And when you leave 1 or 2 people to defend at 75 minutes, you lose a fight. 4v5, you know, you can afford to take 4v5 later on, but at this point when the net worth starts evening up, it becomes all about skill and resources, and if you can't afford to send 5 heroes into a lane to push it, you're going to lose the fight.
Yeah.
Well,
it's a very costly.
Evening up. It's 8k advantage to Arcanus at the moment, so it's been very up and down. They did have a 14k advantage, but it's just going to be... it's going to be so long before either team feels really comfortable. I mean, it's going to be push when Aegis and Cheese are up, and then wait. And then push when Aegis and Cheese are up, and then wait. So it's going to really come down to how those pushes are going to come about. I think Invoker's play, like we said at the start of the game, is going to be by far the most important play. The most important player across the entire. The way he's going to control the fights is going to be without a doubt, the most important factor in every single fight. Yeah.
So, and I feel like, should he just finish off the Bloodthorn, or is that something he should consider as well? More damage?
I mean, the thing is, he's got a lot of room to build. He can get Bots Tooth, Moonshard, Bloodthorn. That's 3 items right there. You can consider replacing the Lincolns and getting a Sheep Stick, you know? there's actually a lot of room for him to go, and it only makes him more ridiculous.
Yeah.
He has finally reached level 25. He's got 15% spell damage amplification, so I don't know that it doesn't buff the mana burn, but it buffs the burn damage. So that's at 57.4. It's just, it gets out of control at this point. The fact that he's getting a bonus 15% on all of his spells. You know, Shiva's, it doesn't actually buff. I thought it might, but then I realized that I'm an idiot.
Yeah. I forgive you. I forgive you.
There are 5 TP scrolls around the pit, a wand, and a gem. Why is a gem in the pit?
I feel like there's been gems everywhere. I mean, I remember there was a gem just sitting on the ground, like here somewhere, just for ages, just sitting there, and no one was claiming it. And it's just because, you know, gems aren't that expensive anymore. Like, everyone's got, you know, a lot of. Look at Oracle. He's got 4.9k in the bank, just sitting there. You know, he can afford to buy a gem, no worries.
Yep, he's fine. They're all fine. He's got 5k.
Yeah.
What are you going to spend it on, buddy? I think everybody needs boots of travel at this point. You always need boots of travel this late into the game. It's just unacceptable if you don't, because you need to be able to TP to creeps over the map. If you die in the fight and you buy back, you need to be able to TP straight back in. There are a billion things that you can do with boots of travel, I think. Past the 50-60 minute mark, it is by far the most important item in the game on every single hero ever.
Well, I mean, he's just bought a Void Stone, and so he's already got a Lotus Orb. But yeah, okay, so it's gonna be
a sheepstick.
Has to be.
You could even consider going Scepter, maybe, just for that spam heal. I don't know how much it would actually help, but
I mean, you've got the mana. I think it always helps as long as you get the mana to back it up. But his mana pool isn't really big, considering he's only got that Aether Lens to really back it up. It's not too bad. I feel like it's okay.
For Oracle is that the more his spell damage amplification scales up, I'm assuming the more damage it does to his teammates. Because now the damage does more than it heals, actually. So Purifying Flames does 2.9 damage overall.
Interesting.
Yeah, so watch out for that.
Well, right, well, I'm sure he's listening to the stream. I'm sure he'll be watching out for that.
Boots of travel and a veil. I mean, look at this ROG go down. 21k health. And it just... Juggernaut, out of control.
Yeah, and he needs to just do that onto the enemy heroes. And that's going to be game changing. In fact, he's getting the BTs now. He's going to see. There's that gem. He's going to get the BTs, and then what he's going to do is he's going to swap that for his phase boots, sell them, free money, and then
Oracle
maybe go for the final push.
And Ricky has cheese. What a time we live in.
What a time to be alive.
Actually fallen behind the Oracle. I don't know how that happened. I think it's mainly because their only source of income is mega creeps, and they're not getting any kills.
Look what Oracle's got. He's got a hex. This is. I mean, he finished that
no
5k
buyback,
goal.
No
buyback. Yeah.
I think
this means.
What Batrider should be doing right now is farming.
Medusa. That's a really nice tornado. The ice wall as well. She can't go anywhere.
Batrider almost goes down in the mid lane. Now that Batrider is there, they can afford to take down the Medusa.
Look at Medusa, she's got no mana left. They just need to get the damage here. Look at this. The boat actually coming in just at the right time, but this Medusa is just not dying. The spin is being mitigated by the BKB, and she might even re-engage here. The Lotus Orb, but it's a nice Lotus Orb coming in here. Conquer, he is not in the right position. Juggernaut though. Juggernaut going on to Lifestealer. Lifestealer's going to man-fight this, but he's all by himself. He has the Infesto, and he's in the Mega Creep. This is a big play, because he's actually might be able to pick up Godot here, but he blank strikes just in time. The Flame Break, the BKB, just in time. And Conquer, he is going to be careful. This is Batrider though, out of position. Juggernaut, the Blink Tap. And he's gone down, and this is Medusa. Refresher Orb on the Medusa has got a Refresher Orb in her stash there, and she's going to keep going. This is where we see the Medusa shine. She's still alive. She's very low mana. She's still alive. The Batrider though just goes down. Oracle, he is. I mean, that's the Aegis the Immortal popping. So he's still alive. That Juggernaut.
Keith has gone back in after a buyback.
And has he now?
Mistimed it, obviously.
Oh no.
They didn't expect the Oracle to die from the Aegis. Oracle couldn't false promise him, and he got really aggressive. So, see you in 6 minutes, guys, in the next push.
Arcanus is they're still in the base here. They're still hacking away at Bobo Leon's base, but I don't think they can now that it's only Batrider that's down.
At the end of the day, they did take a few key effigies and moonwells in that
Right.
fight.
Okay,
So,
that's
yeah,
good.
that's really, really crucial at this point.
And there's
Look at the Forge Spirits.
I mean,
Chip
they've
damage.
they need one more, and they do get the effigy.
That's huge.
So that's a bit of net worth. We'll just have a look at the net worth graphs now, just to see what that effigy's done. And it's improved it a little bit. The net worth graph is about 10k difference now.
Yeah, 10k. That's all in the effigy.
That effigy, well, I mean, it's 81 minutes in. The effigies are worth a lot now. You know, they're
the
defending your base.
2 hits from the catapults in. And this is on a
wow.
serious note, this is what
This
happens.
is Ex-Musica. They're in the base here. He has got to be careful though. He has to get out if he wants to survive. But they can't catch him. Does Lifestealer have a blink?
There's a few hits
Doesn't
from
have
the
a
mega
blink?
creeps on that tower. See, and this is what happens at this point. When you get to this point against mega creep. Ooh, there goes Dazzle.
Oh,
Against mega creeps, you start counting every single auto attack against the towers. Every one. You're like, okay, catapult's just got 2 hits, you know. This just got 2 hits. This just got 5 hits. You know, we can start chipping away, and you count down every single health point. It becomes insane because every single one begins to matter. You know, it means, you know, those HP points are the difference between being able to dive the fountain, dive.
BKB's been popped off Batrider. He's actually got the lasso. This is the Invoker. This is the target they want to go for. The Fortune's end straight away. She's going to keep hitting him though. Can he actually? He probably might be able to heal that off. I'm not too sure though because Oracle's not there to heal him up. Ex-Musica, he wants to do something. He's going to go quads to actually heal up. It's a nice decision. But again, this is a lifesteal with BKB. This is not what we were expecting. And look at the damage here. Ricky going down, and this is. I mean, Medusa's still alive, very low on mana to disarm. This is big. They just need to finish her off here. But she's still very tanky. She does go down. 104 seconds. She buys back though. This is she's still got buyback after all this time, just in time. And this is the look at the mega creeps.
Take down one of the T4s.
Look at the mega creeps. Just
Chip damage.
That's big chip damage.
Oh, they might not even be able to stop this if Stone Gate is up.
The spin. The Stone Gate is up. They do have it. They have a refresher orb here. And it's just going to... Oh, Juggernaut going down here. They might not be able to finish this off here. It looks like they won't be able to. They're going to drop instead.
There's no buyback on Juggernaut.
Ex-Musica going down. Oracle needs to get that. He can't purge off the X marks the spot. And he's trying his best here. He is blocking a lot of magic damage. But this is Medusa with physical damage. And you won't be able to heal through this. And drops the rapier on the ground.
16,000 damage, by the way.
Oh, 16,000 damage.
I think it was 16,000. I think I saw 5 numbers there. But no buyback on the Oracle or the Juggernaut at this point. And as soon as Juggernaut died, like all 5 members of Bobo Leon actually just start pinging the throne like mad.
Yeah.
We have to get it now. We have no other choice. Because
look at the
the next push, they're gonna have Aegis and Cheese again. They're gonna have buyback. If this isn't defended properly, Arcanus can actually lose here.
Yeah, so they've got to be careful. It's a nice initiation, a nice pick-off. That is a huge pick-off. And the Hex, really well timed here. Ex-Musica is back just in time here. He needs to get there. He's actually going to get the... It doesn't do it quick enough, and Medusa just TPs in time. But Invoker, he's going to TP out. He's got to actually...
Oh,
but
no.
he's frozen. He's frozen.
No way.
He hasn't got 4 stuff. They haven't got any way of saving him.
No way.
Oh,
this is insane. To lose the game on a disconnect 84 minutes into the game, because he's most likely dead now. He just used his BKB to get inside back in the game.
He hasn't got a force. He hasn't got a 4 stuff. There's no escape. Ogre Magi.
Ogre can blink and 4 stuff him out, maybe.
Okay.
If he turns around straight away.
Maybe. He can try. He's got Aether Lens.
X-marked?
I don't think so.
He will be soon.
Oh, he just gets out of there in time, but again, open wounds.
GG.
Takes him down.
I can't believe that.
Oh, how do you defend this? Godot.
You can't.
He's slowing it down.
Actually do anything.
Godot's going to go down. Oh no. GG. GG.
Oh my goodness. Ultimately, I think they took a really big risk going into the throne. Juggernaut didn't have buyback, and that connect really screws them over.
Oh, very sad ending, and I honestly thought Arcanus was one of my favourites to win this, but unfortunately not. So anyway, guys, thanks for joining us this late at night. This is the final game from us here at Clutch. You can watch the rest of the games. I'm sure Toby1 is still going to be casting them. Unfortunately, that is it from Tatman Tat and Smoke at the Top Loco. You guys can catch us next time. Just follow us on our social media, and we'll post about whatever's happening. More tournaments are coming soon, believe it or not, and that means more Oceanic Dota. And yeah, it's quite sad. Even I'm sure we're going to feel sad about this. I don't know if I'll be able to sleep properly. But anyway,
we'll see you in later cast.
Thanks for joining us.
See you later.